Welcome on in, Riftbounders. We are live for our second ever Set 3 tournament. Officially, it is live out there in China. Riftbound Unleashed is released on April 10th, which in China, it works one day ahead or behind wherever you guys are, but it is out there. I'm a little bit jealous because we got to wait a month, but now that we're on the online side of things, we don't really have to do too much waiting. I am Plus, and with me today, it is none other than Orbital. Orbital, how are you feeling, good sir?
I'm feeling all right, feeling all right. Kind of excited to see what more action can occur. I know you said over the next month we'll be seeing a lot of the Chinese kind of meta decks coming out here. But again, on the online scene, it's a lot of theory crafting, it's a lot of refinement as players are actively seeking what decks they enjoy, what ones transfer from OG sets into Spirit Forge into Unleashed, and finding the right pathway for themselves forward. I'm very excited.
It should be an exciting event. We tried to pick some legends we weren't able to show off just last week. So we picked a legend. I think we saw one of these last week. It was Lilia, but the legend Lilia is going to be facing off against, it will be Rengar. Are you familiar with Rengar as in general? I mean, in general, I know you know him from League of Legends, but what about in Riftbound?
In Riftbound, it's a little bit interesting. Obviously, like you said, we haven't really seen it so far on stream, but I know some players have really enjoyed the ambush tactic. I think Rengar specifically has been one of the big openers, obviously, when it comes to the ambush tactic, being able to react to a battlefield, hop on as soon as possible. We've seen some of this with Janna before, playing a champion to react to certain situations, but Rengar being one of the major ones to really pioneer the you go to a battlefield, there's like 4 units that might be coming your way. Good luck.
Yeah, it's always terrifying. So we have to be on the lookout if they have a good amount of runes available and what might be coming down on your opponent's side of things. But guys, let's not wait any longer. Let's jump right into the very first round of today's Set 3 tournament.
I'm excited. I'm very, very excited. We got two amazing players headed up here. We got Sunburst Unicorn and Taco Landia, two players unfortunately I do not recognize off the top of my head. If they have played before, I really do. I enjoy it. And again, when we take a look at both these legends and both these decks, I'm going to be very interested. For Pride Stalker, Rengar, again, playing multiple units really buffs up a lot of this, and you can really I want to say inflate the might of a single unit very, very quickly.
Yeah, you bring up a really good point. Rainguard is not limited to the first unit you actually deploy out. It's every
Mhm.
single unit you play. You give any unit on the board, not just the unit that was just played, any unit on the battlefield base, anywhere on the current board, you can give them a +1. So things could get a little bit out of hand. Some players have kind of gone more so a bit of a swarm style Rengar where you kind of put
Yeah.
out a bunch of little guys, and with enough little guys, you end up building a big fat unit to go in on the offensive. So we'll see what type of Rengar this is indeed. We saw a little bit of Lilia. What do you remember about her last week? Or what? I can't remember if it was you or me casting that one.
It wasn't me. I believe that was the third and fourth round where we saw Lilia, but a lot of people have placed, I believe, Lilia around the B tier. I want to say B and A tier is where they placed it. A lot of the acceleration plus the token drop yields a very, I want to say, stable board. And then you include the fact that you're getting a 3 might drop token every so often, it can be pretty good. However, in early play, I don't know if this was the call, an early play of the Lilia, because I don't know if you drew any units, losing that champion unit is actually pretty dang rough, I think.
I think so as well, right? A challenge, such an excellent play when your opponent's completely tapped out because they try to make full use of the runes by bringing in their chosen champion. And that's a heck of a chosen champion, right? When you move, you bring out a sprite token alongside you. So just giving up a bit of a pouty portal to take down the more important Lilia, I think it was a fine play just to keep a bit of more tempo. But Lilia is a deck that doesn't necessarily ever lose too much tempo because she's able to deploy out these sprites that come in at the ready each and every turn. Lilia just has like an infinite amount of supply of units. It's just a little bit expensive because their legend ability, it costs 4 originally, but as long as you pay more or play more sprite tokens, it gets a little cheaper. So she always has some units available.
Yeah, it's always available, but again, power is kind of cut in half. One of the big things about it is you're really hoping to generate more tokens, right? Like I feel like you were supposed to have 3 or 4 out and available. So at the current moment, I think for Sunburst Unicorn, you don't have to worry about the flood of sprites just yet. It might be coming a little bit later, but you're in a good position to actually whittle this down quite a bit, which we're seeing here right now with the Rengar coming out. Trophy Hunter obviously has the ambush tactic. You are able to move as a reaction into a battlefield with an easy play, basically on the opponent's turn, which snuffs out anything that they were hoping to set up for Tacolandia, and already this is looking a little bit dire in terms of board strength. You can see a gear on the back end, but Tacolandia has to continuously use a turn just to set up right now.
Right, tricky situation because these guys are a little bit big. Speaking of Rengar there, did you see the little promo card, the Chinese exclusive that they just revealed for the Nexus Night Unleashed
Oh, I have
promos?
not. Oh wait, I think I did. It crossed my. Oh, I think I did. I don't remember off the top
It
of my
was
head
the
though now.
little pretty kitty skin from League of Legends. They gave it to
You
Rengar
got
and
me
put it
looking
on
it
a
up now.
card.
You got me looking it up. I gotta take like half a moment to go look this up. Dang it.
Yeah, guys, for those at home that haven't seen it, it is hilarious. It is the set 2 Rengar, the one with assault and reaction speed, but it's in a whole different limelight with that little pretty kitty skin. I wish it wasn't a Chinese exclusive, but it is what it is, as we see our Rengar player holding up to 4 points, so spreading the margins between these two players. And let's see what he has to do with the 6 runes on this turn, because he can't directly play a unit unless he has another one of these Rengar. Let me double check his full name, Trophy Hunter, because Trophy Hunter technically works a little bit like Deadbloom Predator, where you could play it even though you don't have units on that battlefield. But I don't know if a lot of Rengars are running more than one of their chosen champion, but I wouldn't put it past it because it's a really good card, honestly.
It is, but there are also lower cost units with just enough might, I think,
Right.
is what you're kind of thinking. This one's a really good one just to kind of slam home a 6 might and just take over a battlefield, especially on Orin's Forge, where you kind of deny Tacolandia from buffing up the units, so you force a Star Spring instead, which isn't bad, don't get me wrong, but it's still, I don't think for the cost, and as you mentioned, kind of a token dropper or a swarm tactic, I would say you want lower, and I'll be honest. I did peek a little bit just now into Sunburst deck list. I just wanted to take a look at it. It is a little bit on the lower end. Still a frightening amount of might behind it.
Okay. Maybe trying to go a bit off the game plan we mentioned earlier is keeping it lower to the curve. That way you're able to get that Rengar Legend ability a bit more often than what you would imagine. Retreats the Trophy Hunter for now. Readies it a little bit of pseudo
Yep.
ganking over to the other battlefield to take down the little sprite, and up and away Rengar goes on that point department. 5-2 is a big difference, and Rengar looking like he's going to run away with this game number 1. Unless Lilia can kind of slow him down, but so far so good for our Rengar player.
Yeah, I think when it comes to blue-green in this situation, I don't know how much like full removal you're using a lot of the time. I think it's still buffing or like negating of might. So this is Tacolandia just kind of floating from battlefield to battlefield. At this point, you are in stall tactic mode. You know that there's going to be some removal on the other side, but the Watcher is easily going to be a big turnaround unless there's an answer and it looks like a 2-1 toss. And the thrill of the hunt, they held it for so long. Good reaction over. Swap into a different battlefield. The Sprite Mother is now in a worse favor. I believe the might difference, though, the -3 is still in play. So it's an even trade out, I think, a 3 for 3.
Oh, well, keep in mind how Thrill the Hunt works is that you banish the card, so it kind of gets completely reset, which makes that signature spell completely busted in a lot of people's eyes because it
Oh,
removes it from the battlefield entirely. So it's like if you put it to the
right.
trash, everything kind of resets, but then it comes back with its full potential and comes in with that ambush ability of going in on an opponent's battlefield, even though you don't control any units. So just as we saw, that Thrill the Hunt effectively working like the old Ride the Wind, where you conquer on your opponent's turn, you go up to 6, and now you hold on your turn, go up to 7. So Orbital one more conquer, and Rengar just stole this game from Lilia.
Yeah, but instead of holding, you're instead trying to swap because you already conquered 1. You're going to try and conquer 2. And you're putting yourself up to 7 right now. because you have played a unit, technically, I like that call. You're up at 7. You're worried about the hidden right now. And with the showdown, you do still have priority for the moment. So you are going to pay 3. What else in the deck could be here? Is it just an amp up?
Let's see, because he did a secondary through the hunt to move that Rengar Trophy Hunter one more time to the other side, but another
Oh,
brother from another mother, or the same one
yep.
essentially.
There it is.
Rengar pouncing onto that battlefield and taking it down in a swift fashion. That was impressive. Rengar looking so powerful with that signature spell.
Yeah, huge movements in there. You were talking about the hold pattern, but honestly, the entire deck of a Rengar, I do feel is a very go go go. Right, you're holding, which is great, but a lot of the movement and technicalities definitely come from that assault, from the ambush, and so you want to keep. I want to see keep pace. Now, at the same time, I don't know if Sunburst is going to get that much freedom to eliminate a Lilia champion that early on. Remember, it was turn 1 where you saw Taco Landia maybe get a little bit, I don't want to say desperate, but maybe a little bit too proud and allowed the Lilia to go down early. So you can already see Taco Landia saying, I'm not going to let that happen again. Instead, plays the Sprite Fountain, picks up an early token, and grabs that first Emperor's Dais.
You know, it's not every day you see 2 points on your opening turn, but Lilia having an ability to ready your units as soon as they come down with that gear there, conquers on that same turn. And of course, Arena's Great is coming in as the second battlefield selection for Lilia, which makes sense because she is a bit more an aggressive deck. Let's see if she could go a little bit too fast for the other aggressive deck, Rengar, to handle, because this is a battlefield we don't see too often from our Rengar player. Are you familiar with it, Orbital? I believe Emperor's Dais or Dios.
Yeah, so this one, I'm not too familiar. Off the top of my head, I know it came in the Spirit Forge, but I don't know. I mean, it's usually run in Azir decks, right? So it makes sense with the Sand Soldier, but it is surprising to see it come out as a second battlefield. I feel like there are more in there, but if you're trying to build out, like, where does the strength come from? Because obviously you can see Taco Landia, like, I had the arena set. I'm ready for the Emperor's Dais instead, obviously.
Mm-hmm. You know, to me, it almost seems like he wants to take advantage of that trophy hunter ability where you can kind of, instead of, if you don't have to rely on things like a first mate to move them from battlefield to battlefield, instead use that battlefield ability to bring the trophy hunter back to hand, and then you ambush onto the other battlefield. I could almost see it,
Oh.
but I don't know if he's going to have enough time to do that, because right now he doesn't even have enough energy, or he technically has just enough energy to develop out a trophy hunter, but that might be a little too slow. This is a double conquer hold for Lilia. Mind you, they're temporary, so they won't actually get the hold, but 4-1 is a big disparity so far.
Yeah, and you can see Sunburst actually going into that form. Drops a Poro plus a Nidalee. And because of that extra little might, you are put at 4, so you keep both sides. Ambush is big. You draw 1 extra in the back, but Sunburst barely staving off a double conquer some more. There's a temporary, and Lilia is back to neutral. Dead draw, and, well, not dead draw, but we'll see exactly what they lay out. Fields their oyster.
Yeah, let's see with 5. You
Full
definitely
tower
have some
5.
options available to you. And let's see, they're tapping all 5. We've seen things like Sprite Call, Sprite Mother, but these units on that Emperor's Dios a little bit higher than the 3 might from these Sprite tokens coming down. I don't know exactly if he's going to be able to take away that battlefield, but keep in mind you are ahead on point tempo, so you don't necessarily have to take it away as long as you stay ahead. So if you just kind of play out another Sprite token, continue on the conquer over conquer game plan, you go to 5, and then every conquer after that, inching you that much closer to winning this game number 2. And you know, Overdo, just like we saw last week, these games are going really fast, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, I hated Ezreal personally. I played against it once in a local, and I said never again. I hated the uninteractiveness. It felt very much like they were playing their own game. I love the back and forth, and when you play back and forth, it definitely feels much faster. Not only that, as we said before, players understanding what their cards do, what they're looking for, what they aim for. It is going faster. Both those in combination, already moving at a breakneck pace, 100%.
Right, you know what? Interesting decision there for the Lilia player. As we were saying, they do have the option to go ahead and conquer and keep scoring, but instead using that Sprite Burst to more importantly take down and slow down the game plan from Rainguard in general, because you traded 1 for 1. So your 2 Sprite tokens for your Pouty Poro and your Nidalee, as you said, now leaving behind just the single unit on board. But Rengar doesn't really have too much troubles getting onto the battlefields as we saw before with that Trophy Hunter. Oh, and he's actually using the battlefield ability now. Interesting.
Yeah, I will say I want to double check that because I think the Poro held there, so I don't know if that counts as a conquer. I know they say it technically does, but I thought it only worked on the first conquer. So if it works like that, that helps even more that you are able to retreat, drop the token down, and you're very happy about that. Still holding, still in control.
Yeah, I believe it's after the fact, right? So you conquer, you score, and then you could pay the 1, get the Pouty Poro.
You can still do
and
that basically
it makes
before.
good sense here because you do have cards like the Legion Noxus Hopeful to go ahead and get that off. So just developing a nice back line, and now another gear. Let me take a look at this one because I know what it does. I don't remember what it's called. The Sprite Fountain. So just go ahead and develop out another Sprite token. Make that 2 Sprite tokens with your Legend ability. And let me pull it up here for the folks at home, because when I hover on TCGA, it never hovers permanently. It's so annoying sometimes.
Yeah, whenever they play a card, it drops it away from our viewpoint. It's kind of hard.
But yeah, Sprite Fountain for those at home. When you play this, play a ready Sprite unit token temporary to your base, and then this gear itself has temporary as well, but repeat this gear's play effect when it dies. So essentially 2 Sprite tokens are coming out from this 1 gear, 1 on the play and then 1 on the death nail trigger. But here we go, Lilia just non-stop pressure, turn after turn, already up to 6 points. And I think this was an accelerated chosen champion, or am I thinking of the other one?
No, you are correct. Lilia Faefon is an accelerate cost, and you can see it's because Tacolandia is saying this is the time to push. You're sitting on 6. You are forcing an exchange out of Sunburst right now. You are saying, hey, if you can't deal with these battlefields, you are going to lose at this time. Now, granted, Sunburst does have 2 in the back lines, Pouty Poro plus the Noxus Hopeful, which should be enough to capture at least over the Sprite token over on the Emperors. But it is Tacolandia kind of forcing Sunburst to react, whereas Sunburst has been relatively quiet this game around.
He really has. He hasn't even developed out that chosen champion that did so much work the previous turn. And speaking of the tiger, here he comes. Tiger, the lion, right? Or the liger?
It's more of a tiger, I think. Yeah,
right.
I would say tiger.
Tiger, he just seems to have that mane sometimes. But yeah, the tiger coming down to Arena's Greatest, and a card we haven't necessarily seen all series long, a hidden card which I'm not too familiar, if I'm being honest. Smokes and Mirrors. Okay, hidden, and then choose a unit you control and another unit you control at a different location. If at least one of them has temporary, move each. So kind of swap around like Tide Turner, but draw 1. So a pseudo Tide Turner plus a draw 1. Okay, interesting.
Yeah. In combination with the Lilia, you're able to drop another Sprite token, if I'm not mistaken, because when I move from a location, granted, I don't know if you're... no, you are moving, so it's another Sprite token drop as well. I don't think it was enough to take over the Rengar, though, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. With the Faefon is super synergistic, right? Because you get to go ahead and play out another Sprite token each every move. But it looks like the tide is slightly turning in the favor of our Rengar player here. Double battlefield control, and these are permanent units.
A good defy. Yes. That's what we like. Sorry, it happened last game, if we remember. You know, that's how the Lilia went out last time, is because of that challenge. Really nice job by Tacolandia to make sure they had the defy in hand just in case.
And he did that. He did have the defy indeed. Now he wants to go ahead and try to capitalize on the simple fact that Rengar is effectively all tapped out. There's not much he can do with a single rune available. So trying to do a good game plan here. Do you want to go ahead and take out the bigger unit in that Trophy Hunter, or just more units? I guess he's going for the right-hand battlefield. I wouldn't blame him to go after the bigger unit with 2 units.
Yep.
But thinking about something else, I wonder if he has a game plan to take out both of these battlefields, because it seems tricky to do so.
Yeah, he'll be able to draw another sprite token, but it's not readied, right? So you would move up if there's no response to 7. Taco Landia would be 1 point away from winning here. And are you playing the whole game then?
It looks to be the case, right? Lilia saying all I have to do is gain one more point, essentially just one more hold, and I will be victorious. But keep in mind, we saw how easily Rengar, especially with the Trophy Hunter already online, was at getting getting their units to the other side of the battlefield. So if they do
Yeah.
something similar as we saw in that game 1, you kind of recall it back to base, play out a first mate, and then move on over the other battlefield. But potentially this hidden card might have something else to say about that.
Yeah, and so we've seen a little bit of the movement play, but I don't think Taco Landia would actually want to move. Instead, it's a more of a contest space. It was that a recall?
I think it's a bit of a take back. So
I think it
nothing
took it back.
happened.
Yeah,
A bit
okay,
of a
okay.
rewind.
I wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing something again. We saw the multi-points go down, and plus, I've worked with you enough. You know I miss way too much in these.
Especially when we have the hidden cards revealed, but we're doing good so far. It looks, we don't know if it's the same hidden card or not, but it is a hidden card nonetheless. So let's see if that's enough. I mean, from what we saw before, we saw the smokes and mirrors. Those are in Lilia decks now. We do have mind to consider. So things like consult the past just to draw 2. But I'm trying to think, what are potential cards to perhaps push this Rengar back? The first thing that comes to mind, Janna? Anyone down for a Janna in a Lilia deck to make sure you stay and hold potentially? Let's see.
Don't Lilias also run Sprite Call? I mean, it's a general Sprite development in there, and so if you're looking to hold and just bring up more might, I think that one works the best.
And
Like Janna, obviously, Janna, do not get me wrong, but in a secondary sense, the Sprite Call would be one of the easier ones to draw out here. It's just a simple 3. It's not great, but it is a simple extra 3 in there to hold. But instead of the first mate, we're looking at an Inferna. Inferna bringing in an Assault +2. You do have Ambush, but there's the first mate that you were talking about. Onto a battlefield? Oh, are they looking for a huge jump?
Interesting.
Oh, they're testing the waters. I love this call. They're testing to see what the hidden is first before, I think, sending everything in. I think that's a good call.
It has to be. The only caveat being you have to have another first mate in hand, and you were absolutely right. It was indeed a Sprite Call. Keep in mind the massive foresight triggers every time it actually you have to defend alone. So actually you were defending alone because that was a hidden card. So Faithon is currently at 4. The Sprite token adds a collective total of 7 might. So defending with 7 might currently is what Lilia has to hold with. And rewinding back a little bit, saying they'll rather use a discipline, but they revealed a bit of their trump card, I want to say.
Yeah, they did. They realized the same thing that you were saying. If they dropped the Sprite, they would have lost the +1 anyway, so they instead wanted a singular might unit. But again, information is granted. Now, 3 might is available right now, but the showdown is currently occurring, right? That's the big deal that we need to talk about, and because of that, it is Inferno. That is a massive unit drop that unfortunately Sunburst just can't really compete with. And here we go. There is going to be that swap out once more. Another first mate like you called, but it's a 7 might only, and that is going to be resolved with an on guard. And so I don't think the Rengar has anything to play. I think Taco Landia has successfully defended with this Lilia unit over on the Emperor's Dios.
I'm right there with you. Not only he didn't even need the on guard, if we're being honest, the massive foresight is every single time you defend alone, which Lilia Faithon was defending alone one more time. So an additional +2, and then it was an effective +4 from the discipline from the on guard. Lilia getting the job done to get us into that game number 3 in this round number 1. That was a heck of a matchup. We knew Lilia started a little bit too strong for Rengar to handle. He sort of stabilized things in that mid game, but coming out just that bit ahead towards the end game. And here we are, Orbital. Rengar Lilia in our game 3.
And I like that we have seen both. Again, like I don't know how you keep picking these plus, or maybe the players understand that we want to see the best of the decks, right? We've seen the best of what Rengar has to offer, the ability to ambush back and forth. Same with Lilia, being able to hold, being able to draw, and all that stuff. And now in the game 3, this is where it kind of matters, because guess what is drawn last? It's Windswept Hillock. Remember, for Sunburst, one of the big things is that ganking tool, having to use the first mate, that's off the table. If you can hold on your own battlefield, you can essentially gank for free. You don't have to pay that energy cost anymore for the first mate, and you have a better chance at wiping out Lilia's smaller units.
Right, Rengar capitalizes so well on having those big units and then having them even increase for every other unit you play thanks to that legend ability. So every unit you can send on over from that ganking battlefield is sure to be enough to go ahead and try to conquer. But now thinking on the other side of the board, that Dust Rose Lab is such a fantastic battlefield to end off this best of 3 series for Lilia,
Yep.
because you don't have to worry about the downside of having temporary units. You actually turn that downside into a bit of the upside. For those that don't know, at the beginning step, you can go ahead and kill a unit here to draw a card, right? So temporary is at the beginning phase, but because they both go on the chain at the same time, you can order them. So before the trigger happens for the sprite token temporary, you can instead have the Dust Rose Lab trigger and then sacrifice your sprite token to inevitably to of course draw an additional card that turn.
I feel like both decks have very specifically drawn their best battlefield, right? Like these both have a massive influence on how the game is played and how well you can play this early side. Talking about the development, though, we knew it. Immediate coverage of Windswept by the Gem Jammer over there. Granted, it's a double ganking. I don't know if that really gives you anything, but you like to see it for Sunburst. Early 1 point with a hidden behind, and so already setting up a little bit of a territorial battle in there.
Right, I am trying to think ahead. What can this hidden card be? Was Inferno a hidden card, or am I going crazy? Let me pull it up here.
Oh, I do not know that. That was
No, it wasn't.
no,
It wasn't. I am indeed
no,
crazy.
that was ganking, or not ganking. That was a ambush. That was an ambush card.
There's another card that has ambush that has hidden, but I think I'm thinking of a pike card potentially. But we see the Sprite Burst play out 2 ready sprite tokens, so incoming 6 total damage onto the Windswept Hillock. Keep in mind though, there's 3 runes at the ready. That's gonna be a Nidalee for 3. Wait. What am I miss? Oh, 3, of course. Nidalee's 4 might, but 3 power. Impressive.
It's a 3-1. It's crazy output. You add on top the extra, and then there's a swap. Mischievous Mirai. You were wondering what it was? It's an extra deal 2 at the end. I don't know if you needed that, but maybe it's to ensure that you are trying to keep Gem Jammer, but I don't know if you had to reveal that. I think... Oh, no, you did. You did, because there would have been some other issues back there. So yeah, you are able to hold and overpower the 6.
Yeah, it was just enough. I think for 6, I think they could have taken out 2 units there, because wasn't it 6 to 8? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
It was, because it only dealt damage. It didn't take away the might, correct?
Yeah, exactly. So I think one of those 2 might units should be in the trash currently, because it was 6 to 6, unless we're missing something, because Nidalee's ability doesn't have anything to do with might reduction.
Yeah, we have seen some players, you're still trying to figure out exactly how the wording goes. Obviously, a lot of clarifications recently came out.
And thank you, chat. Of course, these newer cards are getting the best of us sometimes. The Rengar ability, because you played 2 cards in that turn, one being played for the hidden, and then one being played from the Nidalee. So Nidalee was at 6 total might. These guys not putting counters on, but of course, every single time you play a unit.
I should have seen that, man. I'm telling you, I miss too much right now.
No, it's a bit of a trickier one, but it makes so much sense. So it was honestly 10 total might versus the 6. So just doing enough might to just take down the single Nidalee. And like we mentioned, the Windswept Hillock will be a key component to go ahead and try to inch their way to victory that much closer for Rengar. So just go ahead, rendezvous over to the other battlefield. 3 points to 0 is exactly where you want to be as our Rengar legend representative.
I like it. You immediately push the unseen in, and this is the 3rd Rengar unit that we've seen so far of of this Rengar deck. You were wondering if the Rengars were in. It looks like Sunburst is actually running all three. Very, very utility heavy, which I really like. Ezreal coming out for Tacolandia, being able to have that extra card draw in there is going to try, or no, this is dashing actually, movement base. Instead, moving around the battlefield, doing their best in that regard.
Right, this is Ezreal we don't see too often, but is actually decently powerful. When you move, you could go ahead. It doesn't do combat damage, which is the one downside to it. But when you do go ahead and try to attack, you do your might to a unit on a battlefield, or it might be anywhere. Let me double check. When I attack, oh, let me pull it up on the side. It never lets me hover.
You're trying. I give you credit. You're trying.
Right, it's always when they start moving cards, you can never truly hover, which is annoying. They should maybe edit that, but I don't think they were truly trying to tech TCGA for like spectator mode. But here it is, chat. For those that aren't familiar, when I attack or defend, deal damage equal to my might to an enemy unit here. And you can move it to your base, so kind of a bit of protection strategy with just a single mind rune recycled. So isn't able to go ahead and make full use of the dashing ability just yet, but something to be very mindful of going forward for the Rengar player, as it's still a little bit early to mid game so far.
I think for Sunburst, you're also preparing something a little bit different. Remember, in game one, I should say, you were much more focused on leaving some of the battlefields open and then applying pressure in. Granted, you're a little bit low on rune. You'll be sitting with 5 at the end of it, but no major ambushes. So at the current moment, so Tacolandia is able to develop that Lilia a little bit more as well, bring out an extra sprite. Granted, the sprite ain't going to be doing too much in the back line, and so you're just chilling. Multiple sprites, you are going to challenge. This is the other side that we are kind of wondering. An easy grab from that Gem Jammer, who the poor 2 mites done its job. Early game was controlled by Sunburst because of this little dude in a mech.
Yeah, kind of bringing that tempo back in your favor, but you do now have to deal with the current might, or the current board pressure played out from Rengar currently, and he is at that 5 total energy, so something like the Trophy Hunter will be online if he chooses to do so. And that's a Lilia completely tapped out. You don't have to worry about the on guards we saw before. You don't have to worry about the disciplines we saw before. It's rather straightforward. You can send in the Unseen over to either of these battlefields, and then Rengar Trophy Hunter, double Rengar, double the problem, should be able to conquer both of these battlefields, I want to say.
Yeah, that's as clean as it gets. That feels reminiscent of game 1 once more, where the Lilia got dropped early. It kind of negated a lot of what Tacolandia wanted to do and what they wanted to develop in between. So I think for Tacolandia, now you're kind of applying that pressure of, I'm really hoping I can keep control over Duskrow's lab to continue the card draw feature, right? That's going to be your main source of drawing cards, being able to kind of push the envelope with what you can get away with. For Sunburst, though, feels great. You're feeling pretty dang happy about the current state of things.
Yeah, I will say, thinking about it a little further ahead, just the same position Lilia finds herself in, being completely tapped out. If you go ahead and play that Trophy Hunter, now you're going to be the one completely tapped out, perhaps allowing Lilia to get a bit of an upper hand one more time. Things like a Sprite Burst, develop out 2 Sprite tokens ready, is technically enough to take down a Trophy Hunter, but if you send in 2 that way, you know, he still did it anyway, so up to 5 points. So let's see if Lilia had a game plan all along. He knew that he was a bit overextended, a bit exposed to something like a double conqueror, but does he have the cards in hand? Because he definitely has plenty of runes to work with this turn, and with the dashing online, something like an on guard on the dashing could take down, without even doing anything before combat, the Unseen. And then we'll see what can maybe take down this Trophy Hunter. As we said, I believe it was the Sprite Burst. He could at least trade 6 for 6 on that side.
I mean, it's available. At the same time, I don't know if Tacolandia has the right cards for it. We've seen a lot of the denial tools, right? The Defy was a big one that you're always holding on to. Granted, the Defy can't be used anymore, or will be used, but for a different reason. You're not saving the Lilia. It's a tap of 3, so you have something available. Nope. Tacolandia is like, I tapped it, said no thank you, I don't want to do that, I'm going to wait. 8 runes is a lot, but I don't think we've seen a lot of straight up spell damage. It's a lot of token generation and then swarming in there, and I don't know if Tacolandia has the right spells for it.
Right, we'll see. You know, speaking of spells, Chaz bringing up an excellent point. We haven't seen any kill spells coming out from Lilia because they do have
That's what I
access
was
to one
mentioning,
of the
yeah.
better kill spells in the current format. And it is Singularity, 6 cost, take down 2 units from your opponent's side. Does feel pretty impactful in this exact scenario, but doesn't look to have those pieces online. Goes ahead with the sprite call, goes ahead and plays out a sprite token as he does before, so has the ability to use the legend ability to get another ready sprite token, but stupefying before doing so. Maybe thinking about trading 1-for-1, 3-3, because we didn't see the stupefied target. He must have said it on the voice chat there.
Yeah, maybe we ask them in the future, like, "Guy, can you just draw the arrows? Like at least one of them, please. Give us an arrow so we know what's going on." And you know, because as observers and as viewers, we like to know. We like to have the clarity. You know, normally if it's a top down, we're watching. You know, the fingers get pointed at different
Right.
cards and all that stuff. We don't have that here. But I had mentioned that earlier. This Lilia deck feels very much, instead of any sort of removal, it is very much just like, can I generate enough tokens? Which is why watching this Lilia hurts me a little bit more each time, right? The Lilia getting removed so early on always feels like a benefit, which is why I think Sunburst was so willing to tap out for full removal in that sense. You are going to lose not your chosen champion, but just the 4-cost Rengar, the acceleration, you know, the extra power, which I don't think you're too upset about. I think you're okay in this sense. It could be a multi-might swing though here with the sprites as well. And you called it earlier. This is a full good board wipe. Double Rengar's gone.
It was, and I think it's a worthy investment to go ahead and just take down the trophy hunter while you can, to make sure no kind of ambush shenanigans are available on your opponent's turn. So this was a good play, just kinda doing the best you can, making sure you capitalize on the fact that your opponent's tapped out so they don't have any tricks up their sleeves. But now, just like we see this back and forth going down, Lilia with just a single rune available. But keep in mind, guys, dashing reads when you attack and defend, so it makes things very interesting, especially if you can react with something like an on guard before that attack and defend. I believe that's how it would work. You would apply the might increase, and then the dashing ability would do the double damage, or not double damage, but increase might damage onto your opponent's side. And that's not even with the consideration of the hidden card that might just be something like the smoke and mirrors, or probably more impactfully the sprite call we saw previously.
Yeah. For right now, we're just watching kind of this play out. Tacolandia really trying to hold on to that windswept hillock, but leaving open the Dusk Rose.
Yeah, and just like we saw
I'm
in that
trying to
game
think. I'm
too.
trying to think right now. Plus, like, I'm wondering what Sunburst currently has in hand, because you had to know that the Rengars were going to get deleted, right? You had to know that. And so I wonder what other units you have available to kind of play out the battlefield.
Yeah, he had to have some kind of idea that he probably wasn't going to be sticking around with both of those Tigers too much longer. So trying to think of one
Yeah,
step ahead. He is ahead on points by quite a bit, right? 3-6. Is
true.
feeling in a decently comfortable position. So not sweating just yet. But if he doesn't kind of develop out anything greater here, he's always at a risk of these ready sprite tokens looking straight at that other battlefield and try to take it away from him, right? Because just 4 defending might is not really all that much. But okay, this gets a little bit more interesting. A hidden
Ooh.
card, and if you leave enough runes available, Lilia is always guessing what is in the hand. What ambush potential can Raingard go ahead and establish out? But first things first, a nice little massive
Ooh.
foresight to start this turn off.
Yeah, and then the turn on the sprite call. Yeah, I really do think Tacolandia actually opted out of any damage or removal. You're really playing off of just basic token draw and just trying to swarm with the threes. I don't have chat pulled up, but I'm guessing they're wondering why the singularity isn't in there, so I could agree with that, if that makes sense. But it's just, it is kind of rough. So a lot of the weight is right now on Tacolandia, as you recognize if it's a hold or hold battle, you're not gonna really win that out. You need to go on the aggressive. Here comes the ganking. Question though, is Taco willing to also push the Ezreal in and risk? Or do you just send to try and remove one unit for the moment?
No, I think for right now, this is a fantastic play for Lilia. Keep in mind, the Massive Foresight is online, so you want to only send in your
Oh,
units one at
true.
a time. So I love the breakpoint currently for the Sprite token. Not only did it receive the +1, but it's technically 4-4. 2 might on both of
Yeah,
the Rengar side and 4 might on your side. So he's saying, reveal your hidden card, play your ambush card,
there it
because I
is.
have 2 more units left that can go ahead and contest this battlefield if I need them.
Yeah, but here's the thing. So Pocket Cub also gets one from the Rengar. You are going to delete Gem Jammer as well as Mischievous. So now you're left with a 4-4. And now you swing again. It's going to be another removal here. Well played by Tacolandia. You called it out. I hate not remembering that one, Mask of Foresight. I literally run it in one of my other decks, and I keep forgetting that it works like this.
Right.
And
It's a good card.
here comes the spell. Here comes the spell. So Sunburst recognizing that something needs to happen. Well played, other unit side.
I
Oh,
love
he's
this.
aggressing. I like this call. Ezreal now in trouble.
Brilliant play, saying, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and attack you before the Massive Foresight gets any value. But realizing Pocket Club doesn't have the ambush the same way that Trophy Hunter has, you actually can't play it on a battlefield that you don't have any units that you control currently. So having to pivot from that side and saying, wait a minute, it's still actually 3-4 now because you lost the buff. Actually, no, you played the unit again, so still 4-4 currently.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a bit of a rewind. He's not going to be playing out the Thrill of the Hunt, it looks like.
He's allowed. I think he had the same thought as us. I can ambush. Nope, not allowed. Sorry. It's just so Tacolandia, good guy Tacolandia. I think allowing that rewind and allowing that that redo for Sunburst here. Honestly, by the way, plus you built an amazing community for that specifically. Like huge shout out to all the competitors. I don't think I've run into many so far that have been like Hardstone. Everyone's willing to understand that we're learning right now.
More so, yeah, absolutely. In these set 3 tournaments is a lot more forgiving. When we put a bit like $1,000 on the line,
Yeah,
then these
that's a
guys
whole
get a
different
little
story.
bit more,
That's a whole different one.
stingy, if you will. But I believe Rengar added 1 more energy. I thought they only had 3 energy last turn, but that might be me forgetting something. Either or, Pocket Club does trade 1 for 1, allowing the dash and a gank on over from the Windswept Haylock. And look at where we're finding ourselves in. Quite close in terms of points, 6-5, a whole lot better for Lilia than it was earlier when it was 6-3, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge turnaround in just 2 turns, pretty much. But that's a huge dump right now. Sunburst might have drawn what they want. They held on, and I've been waiting for this card. Another card that a lot of people said really needed to get banned, but it's played in such a defensive position that Tacolandia is still allowed to play the game. Normally, a Brynher comes out and is the de facto shutdown in a double conquer, right? Like you just can't play cards, you can't do anything. It's a might for might challenge, but this is played in a devastating moment where you just need a unit.
Yeah, not feeling in a great position, I will say so, because when you have to play a Thunder Song and you don't really get too much value from playing out that Thunder Song, you know it's not a bit of a desperate play, but something close to that. As we see, the dashing does hold, the Sprite token does push forward, so 7 points to 6, 1 more point away from locking this game number 3, which Rengar was firing on everything he had to start off this game. But somehow Lilia kept her composure throughout this game 3 and finding a bit of a comeback victory, I feel like.
I did not respect, I think, the movement with Foresight. I really don't think I did it enough justice here, and so I take back my words. Granted, there's 9 available 4 cards in hand. I think Sunburst can do a lot of work here. Eyes out right now. Foresight not going to work over on Windswept because of the Sprite token, because of the student over there. So it's just a straight up 3-2 unless there's movement behind. You are looking on to the Rose Lab side with Ezreal. Would be looking at a 4 might drop. So I think for Thunder Song alone, you could try and either clear Windswept or look to try and force a hidden out of Dusk Rose.
Here we go.
Okay.
There's one card that kind of gets him out of here. Ooh.
Oh no, it's the Blide. Oh, it was a good try. It was a good try. I appreciate that so much. You were trying to reactivate Storm, and you have another. You have the third. It's another Defy. Are you kidding me? Double Defy at the end. That was it. That was the play, man.
Unbelievable sequences of events, right? Double Thrill the Hunt into the double Defy. Thunder Song won't get into the battlefield effect any bit, and that doesn't allow him to conquer any of these battlefields, and that is a guaranteed hold for our Lilia player. Well played. What a crazy matchup there at the end.
And I think it really does show the understanding on both ends that Thrill the Hunt can be such a game changer in multiple scenarios, right? We've seen it used before to use the ambush tactic, moving from battlefield to battlefield with the Rengar. In this instance, it was going to be used to reactivate Thunder Song to become a brutal shellacking. In that way, you know, pinning down the opponent and then being able to force an extra movement out of there. It was going to be quite a bit. So fact that Tacolandia had the foresight after, you know, pun intended, the foresight to see, hey, you know, this card is still in effect. There's most likely 2 more. Held double Defies just on the off chance and was able to draw it. Well thought out by both of these opponents.
Yeah, that was an epic way to start off today's event. I was wondering, what can Rengar bring to the table? And we were able to see a good, clean display of his power in that game number 1. But Lilia saying, wait, you could take 1 game away from me, but let's go ahead and put in these sideboard pieces, or just kind of figure out the game plan that he was going for. If he has some runes available, keep a big lookout on those ambush tokens, or the ambush units rather. And I think the biggest ones there we were able to see, it was the Trophy Hunter and the Nidalee, and I believe the Inferno. Those might be the key ambush targets for Rengar. So if you keep those in mind every time you go ahead and push into a battlefield, if they have 3 runes available, you could almost estimate there might be a Nidalee around the corner. So I think Lilia played really good. It shows them they have good experience so far in this Unleashed meta.
And not just that, without Singularity, we were talking about it, and I want to drop some knowledge now. Plus, I had to go back and double check because it's 100% true. Not having some, I want to say immediate removal, you know, power. Am I allowed to talk about, you know, what we see in their decks? Am I allowed to do that here, or do we want to shy away from that? I guess.
It is closed deck list, but you got me. You teased me over though. I'm curious now. I really want to know.
Well, I mean, in 3 games you don't see it. In 3 games you don't see it, and I feel like that is a very crazy thing here. So there's a very high chance that even with the sideboard, Tacolandia isn't running any removals, and
wow,
Tacolandia did that without any major removal spells. Like, you have to give credit there. This was a beautiful display from Tacolandia, even without Lilia, for half that game, right? Like, that was, I don't know how much more respect I can give to this player when, like, at this inference, you can understand that, yeah, there's no Singularity most likely coming out, and if it is, maybe it's a sideboard angle. Tacolandia did that just with sprite movement and just with card coverage or unit coverage. Very well done.
Right, to your point, it just goes to show you the power level of a Lilia deck, because it's just honestly non-stop pressure every single turn. You could never take a turn off. Usually in a normal game of Riftbound, you always have like 1 turn to kind of chill and kind of establish out your units, develop out your board, and then going for the push. Lilia is the type of deck that you don't have that 1 turn off, so it's just, as we said, non-stop conquer after conquer. If you're not able to keep up to the speed, which we just saw here in this best of 3 series, Rengar just wasn't able to keep up to the speed, keep up to the card advantage over and over. You're gonna inevitably fall a bit behind and end up losing the game, as we saw. Incredible stuff. I'm down to see a little bit more Lilia throughout the remaining of today's tournament. But let me take a look how much time we have available. Those matches were quicker, but it looks like we have 10 minutes left. We can maybe catch the tail end of 1 game, but there's only 2 games left, so I'm willing to bet they're probably finishing up pretty soon. What do you think, Orbital? Should we try to tune in, or maybe head to a short little break in the meantime?
I think we're okay. I think we got to discuss a little bit about what was going on, and I think in those 10 minutes, I think it's more than fair that players also get a little break, and I would agree. I think the changes in the bans have obviously made the rounds go faster. I honestly don't know what we could catch in 10 minutes.
Right,
in like
that's what I'm thinking as well.
Like, yeah. Plus, you know, give us a little chance to talk about some awesome people in the community and how things are going for the tournament.
Right, exactly right. And Bandit, welcome on in. I see you there in chat. People are sleeping on the power of temporary. Yeah, Bandit, temporary seems to be a key piece in set 3, right? You have temporary from the reflections tokens from LeBlanc. You have temporary from the sprite tokens from the power of Lilia. So I'm excited for this. And it seems to be really shaping the way set 3 will be developing out in the next set. But you know, funny enough, Orbital, speaking of LeBlanc there and her reflections tokens, when I posted those videos on YouTube, people are already tired of LeBlanc. I'm like, it's been one event. I'm like, chat, what are you guys talking about? It's been one event. And I'm getting like 3 or 4 comments saying LeBlanc boring. I'm like, how is this real? They're saying it's the new Draven, which it makes sense.
No.
But how do you feel about that, Orbital?
I don't care. I love LeBlanc. I don't care what anyone says. You know what? If there are 100 LeBlanc haters, I'm the one LeBlanc lover in there. I'm gonna say that no matter what, it's not Draven. I don't think it's not. You know, it's not the Ezreal side of things. I like the style of LeBlanc, which is you hold a gun to your opponent and they better find a way to like remove the bullets from it. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and those bullets are loaded and locked in on your opponent. Those Ruin Wrecks are incredibly powerful, especially when you pair them up with the Karthus. I mean, that card has continued to increase. I believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of like $9-10 when it was originally like a $2 card, I believe it was. So if you still haven't got your Karthus, it might be a good idea to say so. But some people in chat saying LeBlanc is a good card or a good legend, but people like KM Guitar saying LeBlanc is super beatable, which I love that you're saying that because it's been one event. Yes, LeBlanc popped off on her first set 1 tournament, or first set 3 tournament, but that's just one event, right? We haven't seen a full picture from set 3. I'm willing to bet there's ways to combat, because if you think about it, she only starts getting ridiculous when she conquers her hold. So maybe things that if you kind of keep them away from a battlefield, of course, a little easier said than done. But if you find a way of like stunning the units coming in or kind of pushing back those units, maybe they can't kind of get those wheels churning that much faster. So I think there is ways to beat it. Maybe we'll find out in today's tournament ways to beat it.
Yeah, I hope so. I think we had, when I was double checking, LeBlanc and Vex, obviously two legends that have obviously dominated in Unleashed so far. I believe we have 4 players on each, the most that we have signed up, at least in the opening here. Second would be a Master Yi and Draven. We had 2 decks apiece, and then everyone else trickling afterwards as individuals. So 100%, if we are going to see some differences in there, as people still are figuring out, you know, exactly what style of decks they want to run, it might be interesting to tune in and take a look at a LeBlanc and see if something has changed from the artillery line to maybe just a multi, you know, duplication process.
Right. I'm interested to see as well if someone brought a little bit different spice to the table in today's event. And Bandit saying, sell me on Vex. And Bandit, I love Vex. Vex is what I'm currently playing. I think there's a handful of Vex signed up today. So we're definitely going to see a bit of Vex. But real quick before we throw it over to the break, because it looks like there's just one more match running. What are some legends you guys want to see? Maybe Bandit wants to see a Vex coming up. But what other legends? Because I believe the only other legend we haven't seen a full game on is Kha'Zix, right? Or Kha'Zix or Kha'Zix? Same thing, no?
Oh, you're gonna get murdered in the League of Legends side. Just move past that one. Well, we'll watch the bug play. That's what we'll say.
Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix sounds cleaner to me, so Kha'Zix it is. But yeah, there's one Kha'Zix in today's tournament, and we haven't seen a full Kha'Zix match. We saw like a little bit of a sneak preview of one last week, but that's the one we're leaning towards for this next match, unless players like to drop in round 1, which is really unlikely. So we're probably going to be tuning into a Kha'Zix match. But going forward, let's see what we have. But before we go on a short little break, I do want to give a quick shout out to today's event sponsors. Today's a shorter event, but they wanted to go ahead and sponsor because it is a set 3 event. So Orbital, we'll be right back, and I'll let these guys know about our sponsors. But guys, we'll be right back for round number 2, okay? Guys, one more time, if you guys been a fan of Runes and Rift from the past, you guys know we worked with cardnexus previously, so just a massive shout out to them for working with us one more time. For those that I said don't remember this or are newer to the streams, cardnexus is just a tool to help you track and organize your Riftbound collection as well as other TCGs, and they make it super easy. So it's really completely free and built for players and collectors. And guys, if you guys remember, they promised us some newer features previously, like a month ago. Those new features are finally here. Their mobile app is now live. It comes with an instant card scanner. As you guys see these videos, I'm scanning cards myself and it's ridiculously fast. On top of the card scanner, the TCG marketplace directly on cardnexus is now live as well, so you can scan your cards and directly sell them all in the same app slash website. So yeah, you could go ahead and scan those cards, as I said, get the value of the cards. I think if you saw in the video, I tuned in, I hovered over or scanned over a Karthus, and then you could click the Karthus and you could see the value increase over time, as you see in the video right now. I think I'm looking at it now. So yeah, $9.37, that's TCGA prices. If you're on the UK or EU region, you could do card market prices. So awesome stuff cardnexus is building out for all of us. And if you're looking to buy or sell some cards, cardnexus has a nice little promo code for you guys. The first $15 order you guys order off the marketplace, you will get $5 off. So make sure to use our promo code RunesRift05. Exclamation point cardnexus if you guys want to go ahead and sign up on the website. And last but not least, you guys know cardnexus likes to do it big. So just to start off, the Chinese release set 3, it is a giveaway sponsored by cardnexus, of course, guys. So exclamation point cardnexus, use that link in the chat to be entered into the Unleashed giveaway booster box raffle. And I believe the raffle will be drawn after the Atlanta regional, so you guys have some time. So make sure you hop in that giveaway. But one more time, big ol' love to cardnexus, guys. We'll be right back for round 2.
Welcome back here, everyone. We are set for round number 2 of this Unleashed tournament. Very, very fun with set 3 so far. I missed about 17 triggers in the last one, so hopefully I don't do that this time. We are looking at a different type of plus, but all around it brings a positive vibe. We got Mr. Plus here to sub in for Plus RB for this round. Mr. Plus, how you doing today?
Good, good. Thanks for asking. How's the first round been for yourself?
I forgot that a +1 went on like 7 different units, and I very much got called out for it, so I appreciate it. But we're having fun and I'm enjoying it. Have you been enjoying set 3 as well?
Oh yeah, set three's been super fun to test. I've been enjoying every single champion, honestly, that I've got to try. I haven't felt like any single one of them has been just a complete dud, so I'm really excited for
Mhm.
set three.
Awesome, awesome. Well, hopefully we get a little bit more of a view. Last time we got to see the Rengar and the Lilia. Lilia obviously rising in priority for a lot of players and very much enjoying the sprite triggers, but looking at the Rengar, it was a lot of ambush and a lot of fun. We are looking at, I believe, another unit and champion and legend that is going to be utilizing that. We are looking at the matchup between Duofish and E-Gage, and E-Gage, I believe, is running the Kha'Zix. The other side of the jungle matchup, utilizing the ambush tactics with Duofish, who is running one of the signature Vex decks.
Very cool. I'm very excited to see some Kha'Zix gameplay. I was happy to see Rengar too. I think these two being staples of the jungle, being a part of Unleashed is really, really fun to see. And I'm
Mhm.
hoping to get to see that matchup at some point, a good old Rengar versus Kha'Zix game.
They have to have the League of Legends submission as well in there. If one of
Yeah.
them wins like the first game, they get an amp up. What do they get? They start with the extra 2 runes. That
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 would
would be
be
broken.
funny.
Don't do that. Don't
Yeah.
do that. That would. Or no, no, no. If they do, if they go to a game 3, both of them start with like 2 or 3 extra runes because it just amps up like that. They both completed the mission. I would cry so bad. I would hate life so much. Looking at this though, I believe the players are ready to go. So talk to us a little bit. You mentioned the ambush has been very very fun and interesting. Not only that, it's thematically good. But what in your mindset works best for a Kha'Zix ambush? That's technically different than the Rengar.
Yeah, Kha'Zix is interesting because Kha'Zix, unlike the Rengar, who kind of wants to swarm with a bunch of units and keep up ambushing out to trigger the leader power to keep getting those +1 might buffs you mentioned prior. Kha'Zix wants to isolate his targets and kind of take on 1v1s when he can to get that chosen champion of his to generate some extra bonus might and bonus XP.
Okay. I like it. Now, at the same time, we do have to mention that this is probably one of the worst matchups I feel for an ambush deck. You're talking about, using the apathetic Vex, which when an opponent plays a unit while I'm at a battlefield, you stun it. So it's like ambush is also kind of left on the wayside. I feel like here, right? Is that how they interact?
Yeah, ambush is definitely tough into a Vex matchup, and it really comes down to whether or not they're able to remove that Vex pretty cleanly without having to face down a bunch of defies, not so fast, and things like that. So it's going to come down to how well the Vex is able to protect that Vex apathetic. And thanks to Purple from Kha'Zix, unlike Rengar ambushing, Purple does have some pretty good hard spot removal in the form of stuff like Starcrossed or Rebuke. So there are ways to get that Vex off the battlefield.
Yeah, very, very useful at the end of the day. But a little bit of a slow start for both sides. We got the Star Spring. First time a player plays a non-token unit here each turn, they may move another unit they control here to its base. And then on the other side is Vilema's Lair, the linchpin of you're ready to fight, you're ready to fight. You know, it is what it is over there. So depending on who decides to challenge, it will be fun to watch. Full stack, though, over on Star Spring for Duo Fish.
Yeah, so Vex getting the turn 1 treasure hunter going, getting some gold generated, early conquer onto that first battlefield, the Star Spring. The interesting thing is that she decided not to deploy the Vex onto the battlefield immediately already, which is kind of goes back to what we were just saying about being able to protect the Vex, because it's going to be basically the linchpin of how they win this matchup. And depending on whether or not this player runs extra copies of Apathetic in the main deck or just the Chosen Champion, it's going to be really crucial to keep it alive. And without something like Zanya's or GA already established, electing to just play it safe and develop a overzealous fan over there and then move the treasure hunter back to base and make some more gold.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions in there. First challenge coming in from E-Gage, dropping in the Insightful Investigator, a 3-3 over against the 2-2 Overzealous Fan. Has a chance just to go ahead and move a unit or so. Either way, you're not really going to be able to stay safe over there. So instead, going ahead and knocking themselves out and just ensuring that E-Gage can't go up another point, I believe.
Yeah, so Overzealous Fan looks like it was utilized. Gonna push back this investigator and gonna respond actually before the pushback happens with the ambush from the Chosen Champion zone. Here
I respect
comes
that, actually.
Isaac.
Yeah, I respect that a lot, actually, which is quite interesting because now you can also bring the Kazakhs back, I believe, because of Star Spring, right? First time a player plays a non-token unit, you are theoretically, I think, allowed to...
No, it's another unit here. So
so you'd have to swap. Dang it. I for some reason was thinking token. I'm still stuck on Lilia, man. I'm still stuck on Lilia over there. Dang it.
yeah, so we do get the conquer out, but unfortunately, no solo kill, I believe, unless it looks like, yeah, they're just putting out the XP tracker now. But yeah, it's this Kazakh's Chosen Champion, when it fights a unit alone, will get +2 might and gain 2 XP when it just attacks or defends an enemy unit alone. So a good XP generator, good ambush card, and a very solid way to get things rolling for Kazakhs to be able to use their legend ability.
Looking at it overall, we'll be interested to see exactly how this continues onwards. So far, already an expenditure, I believe, of that 1 XP that was picked up and buffing up the Kazakhs to 5 for the current moment, without attacking or defending, I should say.
Yeah, just taking that 1 XP from the combat victory off of the legend ability and then immediately spending it to get a buff. That way they can keep this Kazakhs here, because it's interesting when you're playing against Vex, whether or not you're a hold deck yourself, you still end up wanting to play a more hold-oriented game plan to prevent them from being able to establish a hold onto a battlefield, because once they get a solid hold going, it is very hard to take it back thanks to that Vex Apathetic.
Yeah, it's a tough one, as we are going to get that trigger call. Moves up to, I believe, 7 might in there, if I'm counting correctly.
Yes,
not only that,
might.
you get an extra 2 XP behind, so a lot of generation here for E-Gage off of this singular treasure hunter. I believe Discipline was attempted to be played, which is still gonna give a +2, but it might just be for a card draw on the back end for Duo Fish.
Yeah, we'll see how many resources Vex is willing to commit here to try to get over this Kazakhs right now.
Right.
Looking at 3 to 7, gonna need a couple more disciplines. In fact, all of the remaining copies just to make it a tie. So more than likely not gonna be able to get over this Kazakhs without something a little bit more spicy than some disciplines. maybe did not take into account that +2 might bonus from the
Hmm.
Kha'Zix's defend alone ability.
I could see that as well. We've had back in round one a lot of retcons of cards just because you weren't aware of a certain ability. You didn't know that's Yep, there it. Okay, so we have insider knowledge. Obviously, the two players are actively, chatting, I believe, but they are using the chat box, and you called it out a little bit. Forgot about the +2, which does happen. So unfortunately, that is a wasted turn by Duo Fish, and now they're a beat behind. It's just an unfortunate moment there.
It looks like now they're gonna tap 4 down and just deploy Apathetic to the base, and
Mhm.
hopefully this doesn't come back to bite them with something like the likes of a challenge. Now that they're tapped out, they have no way to stop anything from attacking this Vex in the back row, and our Kha'Zix being at 5 might, thanks to that buff, has enough to get through with a challenge. It'll cost them an extra rune thanks to the deflect, but once Apathetic is gone, Kha'Zix feeling a lot more comfortable in this matchup.
I mean, not just that, you're also looking at the fact that there are situations where, like the signature spell for a Kha'Zix, right? That challenge of forcing units to move, you could theoretically force the Vex to move in and face off against a Kha'Zix 1v1, which would also amplify up that extra +2 situation again. And because they're tapped out, that could be an easy clear as well. There are just so many things it feels like as you're searching through your deck, the stacked deck situation. E-Gage is looking for even more removal aspects in here. I love what E-Gage has done so far, and not only grasping early control over the specific the Star Spring, but just loading their hand up for the ensuing battles. I really do appreciate that.
Yeah, and again, what you just mentioned about the Kha'Zix signature spell is a really interesting or point of power for this legend, because we all know that Vex themselves likes to utilize things like Charm once they get a big hold going to
Hmm.
bring in your units, make you fight when you're not prepared to, and that has been a huge boon in these green purple decks since set 1. Any green deck really, Charm has been a huge card, just a staple inclusion in most green decks, and now we have a purple orange deck that essentially has a charm of their own thanks to Kha'Zix's legend ability. So definitely something to look out for, something that you ordinarily wouldn't have to plan around and expect out of these color combinations. Now all of a sudden, wow, my Vex might actually get pulled out of the base and be forced to solo this Kha'Zix, which is not a fight that they're gonna win. But looks like we didn't find that actually for our Kha'Zix. Just gonna go with their Conquer onto Vilemon's Lair and the deployment of a stack deck and pass it back over. So Vex kind of getting away with murder there, a little bit unscathed after risking it all with that tapped out deploy of the Vex Apathetic. Ended
Yeah.
up not being punished. So let's see how they start working on this comeback.
Okay, and this is a big scary moment as well. Like you said, it's a loaded shotgun, right? The Vex deployed solo wasn't that much of a problem. Now you have 8 runes to work with and 6 cards in hand. This could be a huge showdown for either side because you are challenging with only 1 might over, and we know for a fact Orange Purple has not only removals and movement, but also has amp up. We've seen Orange specifically be able to punch, but E-Gage decides not to, which is surprising. We know oranges generally have, like, you can get some um, extra might built in if you have the right cards. And with 6, I would have been surprised that there isn't anything. So opting to allow Duo Fish to cover, E-Gage maybe being overly respectful of what could come out of Duo Fish's hands.
Yeah, we're gonna have to be mindful of what we were just talking about, like a potential charm or something. There could be a couple more units put onto this Vilemon's lair and then have this charmed over. And now we actually see the signature unit for Vex, the Shadow, which can, of course, tap and recycle a rune at action speed to stun an attacking enemy unit. So this is an example where if we see the charm come out, this Kha'Zix comes over, gets its +2 and its 2 XP, but then will be stunned by the shadow and deal no combat damage and get taken down. But instead just gonna pass up with 5 runes up. Very interesting back-to-back turns from both of these players
Yeah.
passing with so many runes up, kind of anticipating their opponent to do a little bit more. And now we're going to have to see how Kha'Zix adapts to having to get over the shadow, whether or not they're just going to kind of have a little bit of a standoff here at both battlefields and see who's going to attack the other one first. Kha'Zix being with the point lead here kind of feels maybe a little bit more confident to keep going on this strategy and say to Vex whether or not they have the ability to come stop them from continually or scoring this Star Spring.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're also. I mean, the whole thing that we talked about at the early stages was the fact that E-Gage was able to kind of early on temper the likes of Duo Fish's setup, right? We're talking about Vex. You need setup on a battlefield. You need to have a lot of these cards down. And E-Gage did well. You were removing a lot of these small pieces. You were taking away a lot of these unit powers, and you were ensuring that there wasn't any setup. Vex would need 2 or 3 turns. And in this moment, E-Gage actually gave over a Shadow plus Vex and allowed them to complete, I want to say, like step 1 through 3 of a battlefield combo. And now might be realizing that they got to do something else as they bring out their own Vex. Wait, what? I was not expecting this, I'll be honest. Does Kha'Zix normally run Vex?
I'm not sure, actually. That is an interesting inclusion. I mean, it makes sense, I suppose. And this is interesting here, too, because we get to see the Star Spring activation, which moves our Kha'Zix back to base, obviously maintaining the ready position. Now, could opt to move this Kha'Zix in and try to get over this. Of course, there is still that stun from Shadow available, so we'll have to be worried about that. But actually, here comes that signature spell we mentioned before, Void Assault. Move a friendly unit, then move an enemy unit. So let's see how he decides to try and activate this card or utilize this card, and whether or not it's even going to go through. 5 runes up for a
There it is.
Defy.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah, so Defy is not going to let this happen, but unfortunately, we do not get to see the cool Kha'Zix signature spell in action, but perhaps at a later point in this game once there's a few less Defies at the ready.
Yeah, I wonder if you were trying to make sure that you weren't going to stick Kha'Zix on that same battlefield, right? On Vilemon's Lair, and you were trying to, hard swap and keep the Vex alive as well. A lot of different things that could have gone on there. I don't know where they're amping to go for. However, that Defy hold, we mentioned, the longer that E-Gage kind of waits, the longer Duofish has to continue to prep their hand. Right now, you have a very good fortress wall of the Shadow and the Vex, and you've loaded your entire hand 6 cards deep with beautiful removal tools. Obviously, the Defy is there, meaning for E-Gage, you're now doubly worried. We literally just watched last round a double Thrill the Hunt go into a double Defy. Like, we just watched that situation go down. So I don't know if E-Gage was watching, but now you're worried about another Defy or another removal of your spells. And Duofish just, for free, feels like gets to keep playing these build-up moments. And we're talking about the castle walls. The ramparts are being built now.
Yeah, this is interesting because, like I had stated before, with the point deficit, we actually do have Kha'Zix in the lead still. So even though this fortress is becoming rather mighty over at the Vilemon's Lair, it still is on the Vex to find a way to break the point disparity and get us back to at least a tie game. Because at the current moment, if they just keep holding like this, Kha'Zix is going to get to 8 first. So even though it does feel like Vex is in a pretty strong position here, another attempted Void Assault coming out. Let's see if there's another Defy ready, or in this case, even a not so fast could stop this Void Assault from going through. So it's going to see if Duofish has one of their many counters at the ready.
And if it goes through, what are you moving? Are you just swapping out the Vex? Are you trying to move the Vexes over? There's the not so fast like you called. Okay. I do like that. So that's the second one down, and that actually hurts E-Gage a lot now, I think. Granted, the point system is still in your favor, like you said, but it's still... I mean, that's your signature to move that Vex apart. So, if the point swaps, you're going to be down a lot of utility in your deck. So... out comes the Fizz. There's the third Void Assault. You're really swinging for the fences right now. Does Duofish have an answer?
Nice. I wasn't even considering the Fizz to keep getting multiple Void Assaults. I was just thinking it's a little bit skewed that the the Kha'Zix only has 3 copies of this card, while there are at least 6 counter spells at Vex's disposal to stop
Right,
it. But at
right.
least Fizz will give us potentially another 3 copies of it, thanks to the ability to play this from the drop. And now it actually does get to resolve. We move the shadow out of the way so that they cannot stun the Kha'Zix as Kha'Zix moves in. And now with 4 runes up on the offense, will Kha'Zix be able to get over the Vex duo here with Apathetic and Mocking sitting here together?
Well, it's a 9 versus 7, right? It's a 9 versus
Yeah.
7 at the current moment, so there might need to be a little bit more. And because it's a double showdown, both players are trying to figure out how to resolve this right away. This is a lot of movement. This is the new fun, by the way, of Unleashed, I feel like. There is chaos abound right now.
Yeah, this is an interesting card because it does say move an enemy unit, then move your unit. So the enemy unit went over to Star Spring first, so technically that should be the first showdown, but it's all one resolution of Void Assault, and turn player should be also determining turn or the order. Honestly, being so early into set 3, I myself am not completely privy to exactly how this ruling would go
wait.
down.
You said Void Assault does enemy unit first, or
I believe so. If you hover over, we can give it another read.
it says move a friendly unit first. Am I?
Then move an enemy unit. Oh, but it is
Yeah.
all one sentence, just separated by a comma. So
Yeah.
I'm not really sure. Again, like I said, I'm not going to faux.
Yeah. We're good. We're
knowledge
good.
here.
I'm just double checking.
Yeah, we don't know exactly how this would go down in an official tournament setting, like at OP level.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but I think in this scenario we're gonna have the turn player choose the order and see which showdown is gonna start us off, whether or not it would be the showdown at Star Spring or the showdown at Vile Maw. It looks like it was the showdown at Star Spring, which the Vex player decided not to try to save their shadow, just let it go ahead and die to the Vex Apathetic. So that's one part of the problem out of the way for our Kha'Zix. Now can they deal with the Vex duo that they're currently staring down over at Viamaw's lair?
Yeah, and 100% back you on that one. It was a turn choice by E-Gage. Main difference here is wondering does the Kha'Zix have any buff up abilities, right? We were talking about this earlier. Orange has a lot. You have 4 out of 6. You can play quite a bit out of your hand if you have the right abilities. You only need 2 might to wipe, 3 to stay alive with the Kha'Zix right now. So that's what I'm going to be looking at personally. Are you going for heavy? You're going for the Grim Resolve, which is beautiful tactics. +3, just enough to get over that hump in there, I believe, to clear both Vexes. Does Duofish have a response?
Plus, you get a little bit of extra XP if you win this combat. Obviously, Kha'Zix already granting you XP when you win a combat, but an extra 2 for the dub never hurts. Wanting to have plenty of XP at the ready to be able to use any of their XP reliant effects, like perhaps the Blood Rose, which we've seen in certain Kha'Zix lists to get an extra untap of units and some extra movement going around. 2 runes still up for Vex to see if they have a response, maybe another discipline or something to get over this Kha'Zix, but there is always that looming and ever worrisome threat of Punch First also from an orange player, which there it is. Punch First comes out and is going to make this Kha'Zix far too big for these Vexes to deal with, unless they have something like a Thwonk that they've been holding on to. Oh,
there it is. You called it. My misnumbering because it wasn't an isolation. It doesn't matter. Everything has been denied. Welcome to the honeypots. Got suckered in. Dropped. What was that? A Punch First. A Grim Resolve. That was what? Nearly.
That's +8 onto the 5, so it was a 13 might Kha'Zix going in against just the 9 might I guess the shield proc, the 10 might of these two Vexes. So getting over by 3, there wasn't a buff available that could get the job done. So instead, just a stun, which will not kill the Kha'Zix because of the obvious might disparity, but will push him back and keep this hold going. And now with only 1 rune left and quite a bit of runes sacked during that turn, it's looking pretty favorable for our Vex. Was able to finally get this fortress established in earnest now, because 10 runes to defend double Vex is going to be a mighty tall task for Kha'Zix to come over. Of course, we do have that point lead still, so it is still a little bit on our Vex player to break this Star Spring, but must be feeling good after that exchange.
Oh, extremely so. You were waiting, you were biding your time, just constantly saying, "Hey, are you gonna lay down more?" And it was that point in total. So very nicely done by Duofish, and we've seen an exceptional amount of removal. The defies were being used, the not so fast. But other than that, it's a big question of, is Duofish going to develop a little bit more? With 10, you can play just about anything. I think you might be able to have another unit drop if you want to, but I mean, at the current moment, it feels like Duofish has the world at their leisure, and they can do anything to take out, I guess, their mirrored clone on the other side. This Vex that has a singular buff up at 5 over there.
Yeah, just trying to think of a way to break that battlefield potentially. Obviously, they're more than capable of holding the Vilemon's lair at this point with this level of establishment here.
Yeah.
And this many runes at their disposal, but they do need to figure out a way to answer the board state. There also is that Fizz there over in the base, so while although we were mostly focusing on Fizz for the Void Assault redeployment, it is still a 3 might unit that's going to add to that overall might total for the offensive of our Kha'Zix player. And a Tide Turner coming out. Let's see if there is an actual swap and an attempt to go attack onto the Star Spring. No
just bringing
swap.
out the shadow. Unless you have a movement tech in there.
The Vilemon's Lair, of course, actually would not allow you to swap thanks to the fact that you cannot move back to base.
Yeah, no. Unless that's what you're hoping for, but the only way I do see this is you're just going to try and toss might now. I feel like Duofish is recognizing things might not be exactly what they're hoping for.
Yeah, the Vilemon's Lair also makes this overzealous fan not work either, so
yeah,
kind of getting a little bit hosed on 2 fronts by their own battlefield here. Not something that obviously probably comes up very much for this Vex or for Vex players. Usually Vilemon's Lair is kind of a boon for them, but in this rare instance, it's actually kind of biting them a little bit.
Okay. So E-Gage also recognizes that Duofish might have swung with something heavier in the back. All 12 runes. I haven't seen this in ages, by the way. 12 full runes up and available to tap to utilize here for Duofish. And they are going to draw 1 more. They have 4 cards in hand. And now you look at E-Gage, who is looking like they are amping themselves up for a massive swing or a massive takeover, whatever battlefield they want. Vex, Kha'Zix, and Fizz all in the bank. Maybe not the highest power, but enough to do some damage.
Yeah, and an interesting play to pull the Vex back and leave this battlefield open. This is an instance that the Vex kind of was hoping for. I would think that the ability to conquer this battlefield, equalize that point total, and then maybe even start establishing a hold over there too. With this many runes at their disposal, there is always the capability of the infamous Vilemaw ambush coming out on defense as well. So even just a lonely Tide Turner at the Star Spring could spell doom for Kha'Zix, as we are going into a showdown thanks to Charm, a card we spoke about quite a bit in the early stages of this game. Trying to charm our Kha'Zix chosen champion into Vilemaw's lair to take it out, but a ride the win in response from our Kha'Zix player looking to try to score on their opponent's turn could actually have big brained us all by moving this Vex off of the Star Spring, enabling them to ride the win on their opponent's turn and score, bringing them up 7, and then if Vex is not able to break that battlefield, as she hasn't been all game, we'll just hold up to 8 and steal the victory away right here and there. There are only 3 cards in hand for our Vex player. Also, if there's not a counter to this, I'm not sure how they answer.
Yeah, I'm looking for outs for duo fish. I'm really trying to find an out right now, and I think E-Gage just had a much better handle on the movement. And I have to give credit where credit is due. You called it out earlier. That hold on Starspring was amazing, right? It was just a very long run on, and if this comes down to it, if it comes down to just a 1 point difference or a situation, that is going to be a little bit crazy. It looks like the stun is being debated right now.
I think they perhaps missequenced a little bit here. Obviously, the charm coming out does make the Kha'Zix the attacker, so Kha'Zix should have had first action priority to be able to ride the wind before the action speed effect of the shadow to stun. And perhaps Kha'Zix, for some reason, passed focus and allowed the stun to go through, and then when action went back to them, then tried to ride the wind. I'm not sure exactly how that all transpired on their end, but nonetheless, there is no negate for the Ride the Wind. It is able to resolve, so Kha'Zix is going to move over here to the Starspring and attempt to conquer.
Oh, existential dread being dropped, though. If a unit is stunned, or you stun an attacking enemy unit, if it's already stunned, return it to its owner's hand instead. It's not a full, you're not discarding it, but you are trying to limit how many units are on the board right now for E-Gage. We
and
see
it's
a tap
stopping
on
him
the
from
Kha'Zix.
winning.
Yeah.
They're a little bit confused about the wording of this card. It seems our players are discussing in the in-game chat how this works. Obviously, getting a little bit hung up on the stun and attacking enemy unit, whether or not this Kha'Zix is considered attacking, but that is not really the purpose of this deployment of the card at the current juncture. Vex is using it to bounce the Kha'Zix back to hand since it is already stunned from the way that the last showdown worked out at the Vilemon's lair. Thanks to that shadow, Kha'Zix moved over to Starspring already stunned, not indicated by our players, utilizing those little buff markers on their units, but didn't use the stun marker to show that the stun did in fact go through. Perhaps now trying to figure out where they're at in this whole resolution chain. Let's see if we can get some clarification over here. It looks like they're actually asking for a judge call.
We're in reaction 17 of the 25 chain at this point. We're moving along here. This is honestly pretty interesting. This is I want to say this is a very interesting trade as well because of the forest situation. This is one of those complicated scenarios where, just like the double showdown situation before, it's very interesting watching a lot of these interactions nowadays, and what we're probably going to see more of as we see more Unleashed.
Yeah, so I think the big hang-up here is that they want to use the second effect of the already unit being stunned, but because the first sentence of the card is stun an attacking enemy unit, that means the valid target for the card needs to be an attacking enemy unit. So they're at a point where they're debating whether or not Kha'Zix is considered attacking, coming over to the Starspring, because it is an empty battlefield. It should be a open showdown, a non-combat showdown, not an attacking and defending designation assigned. So in theory, or in actuality, this Kha'Zix it should not be a legal target for Existential Dread, regardless of the fact that it was already stunned.
Yeah, there's just a lot going on, of course. There's and learning how to do it is part of the game. We give a lot of credit to it, but let's go back to this. We talked about the fact that for a Kha'Zix, this multi-stun situation, I think was going to make it a very tough matchup either way. How do you think the Kha'Zix is faring so far in this matchup, and arguably one of its worst matchups out there?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for what seemed like it could have been a very difficult matchup, they've made it very close, despite looking like in the current state that they are kind of behind board wise. But again, they are up point wise, and there is something to be said about deploying this Ride the Wind on one of the other units in the back, perhaps the Vex, putting the Vex over to the Star Spring instead of using the Kha'Zix, just to avoid this whole kerfuffle altogether with existential dread. But opting to try to keep the Kha'Zix alive in the event that they do not succeed in this little gambit they've deployed, at least their Kha'Zix would still be around potentially. But hopefully we'll see a swift resolution to this judge call. Overall, this has been a very entertaining game one, and definitely bodes well for the rest of this set.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of technical choices as well. I feel like the battlefields have also caused a little bit of a culmination in the process and slowed down that pace of play. This is one of our longer games of the day. We've been talking, plus RB and I have been talking a little bit about how it does feel like the games have been much faster since the removal of the full deck checks basically with the called shot and the constant searching. This does bring us back to a much in line with the Vex, by the way. Feels very apathetic in there. Just this very slow play of, I'm going to build this up. Do we expect this to continue, or do you feel like this is because of, maybe some of the battlefields that we've also seen? The Valmaz Lair not allowing you to move from the battlefield to the base. Do you think these have all had a hand, or do you just think this is how Vex games are going to go?
Yeah, I'm not sure that the Vilemaw's Lair has done much other than inhibit Vex themselves this game, it feels like.
Sure.
So we'll see if any of the other battlefields within this Vex list are going to be more of a hindrance to Kha'Zix. I think the big watershed moment of this game was the apathetic deployed to base tapped out and not being able to answer it as the Kha'Zix player. Thinking they kind of got away with murder there a little bit of highway robbery. I think if Vex player chooses to go down that path or a similar line in the next game and risk their Vex apathetic in such a manner, and the Kha'Zix is actually able to punish, then we'll see a much different game on our hands. Because right now, even after avoiding that near disaster, they're still having to fight tooth and nail just to stay in this game, as Kha'Zix is actually threatening lethal here with this Ride the Wind.
Yeah, it's a very dangerous moment, so I give credit. I am very impressed at what we're seeing here. It looks like we are getting rulings coming in, so very shortly we will have a resolve of what goes down, and we will make sure it is brought up here. But I agree. This Kha'Zix E-Gage has done very well for themselves in determining, how they are applying that pressure, and I do wonder if they can do it. I do wonder if they're going to be able to do it again, right? Because in game 2, with the time running out as well, I believe there's no OT in this set 3 tournament here. I'm very interested to see if they're able to kind of reproduce this early start to the game, getting over the hump, getting away, and maybe not letting these moments go to pass where you were talking about it before. Hopefully not allowing these, kind of small mistakes to slip by them.
Yeah. I think the confusion I from our Vex player is that because they were in a combat showdown with the Kha'Zix, who was granted the attacker designation, the showdown is still in progress even after the Ride the Wind resolves. That would put the Kha'Zix over to Star Spring and trigger a new open showdown. However, the original combat showdown was not resolved yet, as focus was passed back to Vex, and Vex was trying to utilize existential dread, thinking that the Kha'Zix was still considered an attacker from the original Vilemaw's Lair combat showdown. I think that's where the confusion really came in. So that's why we've had this prolonged judge call. It's something that, to all of you out there who plan on going out to any events and locals or anything of the sort, don't be afraid to call a judge. This is complex game. There are complex rulings, and there's no reason to feel bad about wanting extra clarification on some rules that you might be a little bit shaky on.
Yeah, it's not just that, it's also trying to learn and being open to being taught as well. I think it's very important that when you go to the locals, recognizing that everyone is there to still learn. This game is still, I would say, fairly new, right? Like we're looking what 4 months into it, really, if we're thinking about it at a, or maybe closer to 5 to 6. But it's like people are still learning. People are still trying to figure out how things adjust and work with each other, and how they work together. And it's only going to increase, as
Mhm.
future sets release throughout the year. We're going to be called back to situations like this. It's just going to continue. So always have an open mind, be willing to learn, and be willing to play and get a little bit crazy with some of your antics. It looks like we have gotten a resolution, which I believe has seen existential dread work and Kha'Zix recalled to the hand.
Okay, so um, yeah, so we are having a judge determine that because the showdown was still open at Vialma's lair, that they were able to use the existential dread to return the Kha'Zix to hand.
Mm-hmm. So, with all that being said, Duofish still has to deal with another couple units on the board right now. And with only 2 cards in hand, your options are dwindling. Granted, you have 9 runes, plenty of space to work with, so to each their own. We'll see if Duofish can pull this out.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of discussion in the chat over this. I think it'll probably be debated here for a little bit, but
Yeah.
let's just try to keep things civil, guys, as we move forward here with our excellent tournament today. Some unleashed action. Obviously, everything can't be perfect all the time. This is our second event with Unleashed, so still working out exactly how everything is going to work when this set does come out in English release. But for the time
Yep.
being, just trying to get some experience with these cards and have some fun and some interesting, good gameplay. So, moving on from the way this was resolved, we do have our Vex player coming in with a Last Right equipped onto their Tide Turner to move it in onto Starspring. Opting to get a Conquer with 6 runes available, they could resummon something from the trash here potentially.
Yeah, I like it. Duofish now covering both battlefields, and for the first time, it feels like capping on Starspring. It's been ages since they've done it earlier, really full stacking that Valma's lair. E-Gage now, maybe working from a little bit further behind, wondering, okay, we got to get the Kha'Zix back out if we want to play, if the turn is turned over to them. At the same time, do they have much more removal? Remember, they have used a lot of their movement tech already. Double Void Assaults, which turned into triple, thanks to some very nifty footwork. But they've also used their Punch First and a Grim Resolve, so a lot of those amp up abilities that are just no longer in play now. Wondering what goes next. It looks like, I believe we are waiting on. I wonder if it's E-Gage trying to figure out exactly what they want to do here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There's no discussion happening in the chat right now, so not really sure what's going through either player's head at the moment, what we're waiting to resolve. But in any case, we do have quite a close game on our hands now. With only 1 card left in hand for Vex, they don't have very much left to defend with if Kha'Zix is able to mount a good offensive. Of course, Kha'Zix only having 2 cards of their own outside of that Kha'Zix chosen champion that was returned to hand. It looks like maybe they went back to the well of discussing this whole interaction with. So they went back because of some judge ruling. We of course have a judge request chat for our live events here at Runes and Rift. So there was a request to get some more judge involvement and some more rules being deployed out. Rules 322.5 was the rule used in question here to kind of determine whether or not this attacker defender designation was assigned or removed appropriately. They're still trying to work through that a little bit, but it looks like they've determined that the ruling was already accepted prior that Kha'Zix was a legal target and returned to hand, so they're just going to move on and use the last rites to redeploy our Shadow to the Star Spring, and now it looks really difficult for Kha'Zix to be able to double conquer here against 4 units at Viamal's Lair and 2 units over at Star Spring, one of which at both battlefields is a Shadow.
And that Shadow just pretty much nullifies anything that you're really hoping for at the end. It is going to be a tough one. This is game number 1, though, in this BO3. However, of course, time might not be on their side. We're reaching about an hour limit now, I believe, with how long this singular game has gone on, and it's taken a little bit longer than they would have liked, so now they recognize that and have to kind of keep moving forward here. Starcross being dropped, return a friendly unit and an enemy unit to their owner's hands. Very quick shuffle of the identification, but unfortunately for E-Gage, you're running a little bit low in the rune power. I don't know if you can bring a Kha'Zix back out. Even if you did, it wouldn't... I don't know if it'd feel great. Maybe you can try and stomp on Star Spring for a moment, but might be a little bit last-ditch effort here.
Yeah, Kha'Zix may be thinking whether or not that last card in hand is a buff or something of the sort, with Tide Turner only being at 4 might with that last rights equipped. Thanks to the buff on Vex Apathetic, this Vex is at 5, so could walk over the Tide Turner should that last card in hand not be a buff. But instead, looks like we're going to tapping and recycling to maybe redeploy the Fizz that was just returned to hand. It looks like that is the case. Fizz coming out. This could mean Void Assault coming back out to play once again.
True. No,
it'll
they're
just
gonna
be
play Starcrossed again. They're just trying to put everything back in the hand of Duo Fish. I actually appreciate this a lot. Just like, dude, take them all back. I don't want to see them on the board anymore. You can play them again at a different time. Just take them all back.
This is a play line I actually really enjoy, and purple decks in set 3, I've been utilizing this a lot myself. I really like being able to Star-Crossed, return a problematic unit of your opponent's back to hand, and then return your Fizz back to hand, and then once that Star-Cross goes to the trash, you can play Fizz and use Star-Cross again and get double dip on that one use of the spell to remove 2 problematic units off the board, and also kind of keep your Fizz safe so that you can keep utilizing it. There's just so many good spells that you want to keep playing out of your trash with Fizz, so being able to return him to hand to keep getting that effect used over and over again is really powerful for purple decks going forward into set 3.
Yeah, you know what that reminds me of? It's like a Jin recycle, right? It's like what Jin was hoping to be coming into this set. It's like, can I recycle? Can I keep playing it from like remove from play? Can I keep doing this? And you know, Fizz says I can do it for free like 3 times. I got you. Just let me take a moment. Let me show you how it's done. Looks like there is going to be a conquer attempt from E-Gage over onto Star Spring once again. We did see a discipline being dropped for Duo Fish, just trying to build up that hand strength a little bit more and to garner a little bit more support in that factor, looking for a larger swing of a battlefield here. E-Gage is going to go up to 7, but with not much else on the board and fully tapped out, it's all up to Duo Fish. Does Duo Fish have enough to overcome a 5 mighty Vex? I would assume so, but only time will tell.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty easy cleanup. I mean, of course, they do have to be able to get a unit over there. Currently not looking like they have a way outside of potentially proccing this green Vex. If I remember correctly, green Vex can move over to a unit when it's stunned. I might be misremembering the exact text of that unit, but we are seeing Nami deployed who can pay a green rune as an additional cost, and if they do, they stun an enemy unit. So this is the stun that we were looking for here. Will this trigger our green Vex?
Yes, it will.
It does. Yep. When you stun an enemy unit at a battlefield, you may move me to that battlefield. Okay, so I was remembering how this card works a little bit, and that is going to wrap it up for our Vex player is going to take game 1. Unfortunately, I think that this whole situation could have been avoided if our Kha'Zix had simply deployed the Ride the Wind when they had the focus in the first place as the attacker. Allowing the Shadow to come through and stun the Kha'Zix is really what caused this entire point of contention. Of course, Ride the Wind is an action speed spell, not a reaction, so could not just let the tap come out from Shadow and then respond to it with Ride the Wind. Had to allow it to resolve, come back, and then move it over. Still shaky on the entire ordeal
Yeah.
with how
Hey,
the
it's okay.
existential dread works, but
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, we're learning. I think that's, rule number one for anyone tuning in. We're learning and we're trying to figure this out as we go. These new interactions, like we don't normally get these types of interactions, right? These are interactions that I think Unleash will continue to bring forward, and we will have continued clarification over the next coming weeks as players also in physical form will be learning a lot more about this as well. So a lot of time being taken, but it's a good learning experience. Looking into game number 2, we do have new battlefields as well as new ideas. Targon's Peak will go ahead and have its availability for Duo Fish. E-Gauge dropping the arena's greatest, both players starting at 1, so a little bit of an accelerated pace of play for both these squads.
yeah, and then they're going to have to. I'm not sure if we're giving a little bit of an extension here for those judge calls, but in any case, it looks like we are going to actually confirm that we do get a 5-minute extension here thanks to the judge calls in that first game. But regardless of that, there has been a large portion of the clock taken out from that first game. So gonna have to play pretty quickly with 19 minutes left on their clock here for game 2. Game 1 going over to Vex. Kha'Zix is gonna have to play at lightning speed, which is what he aimed to do by deploying the arena's greatest here for their battlefield in game 2, starting off with that first point and a mischievous or this is not mischievous, I'm sorry, this is a I can't hover over this card, irresistible Fey Folk.
Yeah, giving a little bit of time and having a little bit of fun. It's a 2-1. It's a 2 cost, 2 tap into 1. When you move to a battlefield, you may move an enemy unit to a battlefield and be a little bit silly with it all the way around. You are going to look to try and conquer, or at least try and fight it out. Of course, the poor bunny might not enjoy this one as much. This poor Fae will be in for a rough stuff. So it is passed over. Looks like
Yeah, an unfortunate rune deployment for Kha'Zix, getting all 4 orange runes going into turn 2, not actually able to ambush out their Kha'Zix.
I wonder if you got more in there. Looks like you got a different one, though. You got the orange side of the ambush. It's a Nidalee coming out to say hello. It's a very good answer right there from E-Gauge.
Yeah, this will net them a draw and 1 XP from both Nidalee and the Kha'Zix legend abilities, so not a bad exchange for that 1 rune recycle onto the Nidalee. Of course, giving away our irresistible Fey Folk for the cause, but taking out an overzealous fan. It's not a bad trade, I should say, for this irresistible Fey Folk. Going 1-for-1 with a card that is a big nuisance to deal with in this Vex deck, as now we see another rune actually recycled for our Kha'Zix player to hide a unit or hide a card over at Targon's Peak, giving the ability to perhaps surprise our Vex player if they try to move in and attack Targon's Peak. Of course, going down to only 2 runes is going to make their follow-up turn a little bit awkward. Now, if they want to deploy Kha'Zix, that'll be their entire turn and then set them back to 3 runes yet again. So a little bit of a expensive play line from our Kha'Zix player, but one that has afforded them another hold onto Targon's Peak nonetheless.
I mean, I like it. You always like having those runes available to yourselves, but this time around, there's the multi-tap. You have a chance to go ahead and bring on a heavy play of your own. Will be a recycle. Looks like it is not the Kha'Zix. Instead, it's a little bit of a bloom in there. Blast Clone. Clone? Not clone. Cone. Blast Cone being played and forcing out the Tide Turner to move into the battlefield, forcing a showdown here.
And then obviously also being able to tap it to stun. Yeah, so this Tide Turner coming in stunned, even though there are 3 runes up for Vex, cannot utilize them to come over the top of this Nidalee with some disciplines or things of the sort, but can also respond with back off a stun of their own to stun this Nidalee and keep their Tide Turner alive. Interesting decision, valuing this Tide Turner, maybe wanting to keep it alive so that they can conquer the arena's greatest next turn and start holding over there. But we are seeing Evelyn now deployed at the Targon's Peak. This was the card that was hidden alongside Nidalee previously.
And it looks like they were trying, but yeah, that was a tap from Duo Fish. But Evelyn has Backline, a new tag that has been brought in here in Unleashed. It's a little bit frustrating to deal with, but Backline forcing an opponent to choose a different unit at a battlefield. Instead, you have to choose the Backline last, which means both units get to stay for E-Gage. Very well done.
Yeah, so even after the stun from back off caused the Tide Turner to fail in its attack and just be pushed back to base, Evelyn said, "Come back here. We're not done with you yet." And they took down this Tide Turner and now opted to move the Nidalee back into base, give it the opportunity to go ahead and go over to Arena's greatest next turn to get that conquer. Now Vex being deployed, Vex apathetic to the back row, 3 runes up to defend it this time. But let's see how many ways Kha'Zix has to attack it, and whether or not Kha'Zix even opts to go for a line like that and wants to try to use something like Challenge and or Void Assault, something of the sort, to get this Vex off the board early.
Yeah, for right now, it's just a double conk. Put yourself up at 5, and this is that extended lead that we saw back in game number 1, but at a much higher pace. You're looking at 4 so far between the two. And now there's the big question. We saw E-Gage before, like you said, have a challenge in there, maybe a sideboard angle as well, something to draw this Vex into the battlefield and not allow it to cycle into a higher power. We mentioned it before in game 1 where we saw the Vex just kind of sit there, be allowed to stew in the back line, be able to build out into a developed board. This time around, I feel like E-Gage is also thinking the same thing as us. Try and remove it, but no, you leave the Vex once more, 9 runes available, so Duofish gets another chance to have a little bit of fun with the Vex.
Yeah, it's interesting because usually you would see a deck like this keeping these runes up on defense to utilize the effect of ambush. However, with this Vex apathetic, ambush becomes a lot less valuable. So it's very interesting to see why our Kha'Zix player continually decides to leave up a full rune count on defense. What their plans to utilize these runes are on defense are, if their hand just maybe isn't as sculpted as they would like and they didn't have any other plays to do on their turn, that only time will tell. But Vex is moving into Targon's Peak and thinking about getting this big fortress established on Targon's Peak as quickly as they can, more than likely.
This time around, it might be a much earlier response. Quick tap 2, toss, ride the wind, which we saw earlier. And it looks like they are going to try and move their way on in. They are moving Nidalee over towards Targon's Peak. No response from Duofish. And that is a 5 versus 4. Is there going to be anything? Duofish has everything in the bank to try and respond. And there it is. Discipline right on back. Dropping an extra 2. Pushing it to a 6 versus 5. A draw 1 as well means that if there's a response from E-Gage, Duofish might have just the extra card to bounce him a little bit higher. 3 tap, E-Gage recognizing that this might be the end of this showdown, and it could determine quite a bit as you bring another Nidalee! Nidalee bringing out another friend from the jungle. Is that going to be enough? That is a total of 9 to swing against 6. What are you looking for, Duofish? Come on, you got something. You got something. I know you got something in the bank.
Nidalee's
Plus,
stunned,
Mr.
however.
Plus, what do we got? What do we got?
I'm not sure that our Kha'Zix player was paying attention to the fact that this Nidalee still does come in stunned. Vex just says, "While I'm at a battlefield."
No, yeah, it's true.
While
No.
I control a battlefield or anything of the sort. So even while she's attacking, she's still there, so her effect is still active, and this Nidalee comes out stunned. So not working out the way that they planned. I thought perhaps this Kha'Zix was gearing up for maybe like a double punch first or something crazy, but instead kind of getting blown out of the water here, not playing around Vex apathetic correctly. again, let's just reiterate that this is early days of set 3. We don't even physically have these cards yet, people. These are people trying to test this stuff out for the first time, so give them a little bit of grace if they don't know exactly how everything works out. You know, we've all been there and made a blunder here or there once or twice, so just
I made 17 in a viewer broadcast. Like, bro, come on, cut them some slack. All right. Okay. Oh, you're stunning another unit. Okay, so this is what we were talking about, right? If there was a push, it would have been one Nidalee gone, I think. Which I think you're trying to do again, is that right? It's a multi-stun, so both Nidalees are being stunned out here. So no combat damage would just be a double push then? Or one Nidalee gone and then one pushed back?
Looks like they're just saying go next after that because both Nidalees are stunned after the back off. Or at least that's what we're reading in the game
Is it also
chat.
time? Oh, yeah, she was the attacker. I thought E-Gage was attacker for some reason.
Okay, so it looks like there's a little bit of confusion once again from both of our players here. Nidalee was, or Vex was the attacker, so Vex should have, regardless of both Nidalees being stunned and not having enough might to get over the top of both Nidalees, been pushed back regardless. And I think our players just kind of missed that and moved on to game 3.
Yeah. I think there was a misclick, which unfortunately does occur when it comes down to online play. A lot of buttons are very close together. Yeah. Mr. Plus, I'm a little bit lost here. I think things have gone a little bit sideways here. We were doing well in the forward and backwards, and then our card decided to do a do-si-do.
Yeah, we're gonna chalk this one up to technical difficulties. I think there was a misclick.
I'm gonna call to the void if we can go to a short break to get ready for next, I think, or at least to give time to see if this can all kind of resolve here. I think. Let's see.
Somehow, I don't think Kha'Zix, one of his evolutions is to transform into Jinx, so definitely a misclick happens somewhere.
They clicked the wrong deck in there, I think. I think you're able to choose, so. Nope.
There's something strange happening in the land of TCG Arena currently. Our players trying to get it sorted out. Something's going on with deck selection. Keeps trying to select Kha'Zix and keeps getting Jinx, so they're just gonna reset the lobby.
That's a jinx if I've ever heard one right there. That's a jinx if I've ever heard one right there. Just messing with people all day long.
God Jinx, yeah, I like that. Change is good. That is something that Kha'Zix likes to say quite a bit in League of Legends. So, guess he decided to change into the the poster child of Arcane.
It's a little bit too real in there. Poor Jinx has slid down the tier list as well. Oh, the thoughts, the horrors in there. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, so looks like we're gonna attempt to get a game 3 started here for these players. Of course, the clock is gonna be next to empty at this point, even with the extension from our previous judge call. Not gonna be a lot of time to get this game decided. Kha'Zix may be on the advantage in this particular scenario, given the ability to play at a little bit faster pace. Of course, overtime rules, having to be 2 points ahead of your opponent, do make that a rather tough thing to accomplish with only 5 minutes to go. But we'll see if one player is able to come out ahead here as we go into game 3.
Well, right now, riding high, we got the star-tipped peak as well as the forbidding waste. Forbidding waste, one of the ones that's a little bit difficult, I think, for any member. You got to go ahead and swing a little bit more, because if you're defending alone, it is a -2 to your might. Very dangerous in there. First play from Duo Fish, they're going to start things up. 5 cards in hand, tap 2, immediate drop of the Tide Turner. Turn over to E-Gage. E-Gage drawing 2, putting a 3rd on the board. Tapping 2, swinging out with a something. Stack deck, never mind, 1 tap.
Yeah, see if there's a 2 drop off the stack deck to give our Kha'Zix a turn 1 play. Vex being the first turn player here did start with Tide Turner turn 1, so if it is a race to see who can score first, yeah, Tide Turner will get you there. So Vex starting off strong in the lead, for going to be the first one to score here, most likely moving in with this Tide Turner. We did find a unit though for our Kha'Zix, the Irresistible Feyfolk, back out to play. Then a Conquer coming over onto Star Tip Peak with a backup deployed of Shadow to Star Tip Peak. So definitely trying to keep this battlefield off the table for our Kha'Zix player. Of course, Irresistible Feyfolk can make that a little bit tricky by moving that enemy unit.
Yep, and that's exactly what's going to happen. E-Gage pushing on that gas, trying to speed things up a little bit. Keep in mind, though, if you draw him over, it is going to be an attack and defense situation, which I think might cause a little bit of trouble here as well. They're going to force in a Kha'Zix to try and murder out this Tide Turner. So very, very hard pump on that end. I kind of like that at the end of the day.
So Kha'Zix coming to get that extra XP here from being a solo attacker or solo defender in the Tide Turner. Gonna be able to generate us 2 XP and then an additional XP here from the Kha'Zix, a innate legend ability. Now using 2 of that XP to move the Irresistible Feyfolk back and just leave the Kha'Zix there.
But Duo Fish still having the Shadow out on the opposite side battlefield on the star-tipped peak means that you also get to channel a Rune Exhausted, moving into that 7 range, so able to slam down a bit more power if need be. Looking at the Kha'Zix though, how do you deal with it is the big question. You don't want to go 1v1, but you could negate a little bit of the Kha'Zix power if you swing onto that other battlefield. We are getting a time check as well, so the players recognize that they're on a very stringent limit right now.
Yeah, 2-minute warning coming out here.
Okay. Still stack onto the peak. I like that. Eyes out for the Overzealous Fan. A little bit of hold. E-Gage goes up to 2, 3, 4 tapped here. And it looks like you're going to drop one as well. What are we pulling out here? It is another Blast Cone. Okay, forcing more movement. You might even stun it and give Kha'Zix even more ground to work with.
Yeah, he can move this Shadow over here and take care of that rather easily. Of course, 4 runes up for our Vex player does have the capability to not so fast this Blast Cone if they want to keep that Shadow there.
I mean, the Shadow, I feel, is a very key component as well, so it's definitely want to try and keep that alive, but yeah, it is an ability in there. They're recognizing, trying to get the wording down, and as you said, not so fast, easy coverage, blocking that one, and it is going to be just a little bit of hold at the end. And they go with the Feyfolk though, but there's another way. Not so fast eliminated means that you get to drag a different one in. Poor Shadow being tugged one way or another. That's the way you do it. Shadow is in the battlefield, and once again, as a defender, will be dropped to just 1 tiny might. I don't know if you like that one at all, and it looks like that is going to be time at the end. We are tied at 2-2, no matter what. Interesting end to the match. Interesting end to the match there, I think.
Shadow is attacking here since Kha'Zix was already at the Forbidden Waste, so not going to get the -2, but obviously that -2 not going to be much of a
Oh,
factor
fair.
here against Kha'Zix. Looks like we did run out of time. It is just going to be a tie, unfortunately. We got a 2-minute warning, and we blew through those 2 minutes already. Unfortunately, that game was super interesting and very, very fun to watch in that game one. Although it did take a long time to resolve, we had a couple judge calls, a couple confusing rulings happening throughout the course of that match, but it was still fun to see nonetheless. Of course, we got a rabid discussion going on in our chats for all of this that has transpired in this game. But hopefully you guys were able to still enjoy your time seeing this Kha'Zix versus Vex matchup and see just how difficult of a matchup this can be for Kha'Zix trying to deal with the unceasing amount of stuns and manipulation and all of the things that Vex has at their disposal to make it difficult for Kha'Zix to do what he wants to do.
Yep, it's a quiet and interesting matchup here. Well, I wouldn't say quiet. It's a very, very intense one at the end of the day. Hopefully, in the future, we get to see the full matchup and get to see where that game 3 decides to take us. However, that is going to be the end of this matchup. We got round 3 headed to you very, very quickly. Mr. Plus, any big shout outs anywhere we can find you at the end of the day?
Uh, I think
Oh, he does. Never mind. Never mind. You're here. You're here. You're here. This next one. I am so sorry. I can be found at orbital_casting on most socials though, because we are heading into round number 3. Mr. Plus will be sticking around and actually casting with Plus at the end as well. So make sure to stay tuned for that one. You can find me all over the place, but of course, main thing you're here for is Riftbound. So make sure to stay tuned to the matchup. Check out round 3 and see what other matches we'll be able to spot. We'll see y'all in a bit.
And just like that, guys, we are back and looking to get started with our third round for today's Riftbound Unleashed tournament, our second set 3 tournament we've done. And we have a really awesome matchup for you guys in our third round. It is 2 undefeated players, and not just undefeated players. These are 2 well-known community members. We have our last week set 3 champion, Nurov. He's no longer running LeBlanc, but he might be on something that you guys may love or hate. What is he on, Mr. Plus?
He is on our set 2 menace, Draven, the glorious executioner.
Yeah, so trying to put a bit of a set 3 twist on Draven. We'll see what he has cooking, because he was just a champion, so he didn't really want to run it back with LeBlanc. So let's see if he can get the same thing done with a Draven. But on the other side, it is Terra. You guys know, I believe he's even streaming right now, but Terra is running Diana, and he's undefeated as well. So a little reminiscent to Ezreal v Draven, but instead is the set 3 version, a set 3 variant of Draven. We have no idea what he's running. And then Diana, that's going to be our third match. So since we're already running a little bit behind, side note, the judge calls were tough, but it ended up being, in hindsight, you do lose the designation when you ride the win, but that's a topic for another, that's a discussion for another time, guys. Let's just go ahead and leave that in the past. We'll move on forward into this third round, and let's dive into our feature match for today.
Yeah, so Nurov, obviously our previous week champion on LeBlanc, has heard the rumors, all the whispers of people saying, LeBlanc's the new Draven. Oh no, LeBlanc's the Draven of set 3, and has decided to come this week with Draven and offer the idea that maybe Draven is still the Draven of set 3. So let's see if he's able to make this new version of Draven sing and be able to come over the top of our Diana, our brand new Mind Chaos champion from set 3.
The first thing that kind of comes to mind, we were discussing it earlier with the Kazakhs having it, is the Vex Apathetic. Do you think Dravens are likely to run something like a Vex Apathetic? Because they got rid of, per the ban list, they got rid of their best 4-drop cost card. Now Vex Apathetic kind of introducing a really good 4-drop card in this new meta. And speak of the emo Yordle, here he is to play on top of Targon's Peak, so you're not truly tapped out. This is an impressive start, to say the least, for Draven.
Yeah, ironically enough, this is a start that you would see out of a Vex Apathetic, or rather a Vex legend in a lot of scenarios. You come in and conquer Targon's Peak, deploy that Apathetic there, and then have 2 runes up on the defense to keep her defended. So a very strong start for our Draven player at the beginning of this game. Now coming over to our Diana player, who did elect to deploy the Chosen Champion on their turn 1. Now coming into their turn 2, has 5 runes at the ready and is going to get our first showdown underway at Targon's Peak.
And when a showdown does go ahead and become live, you do get the option of paying an extra energy, but because of your Diana Legend, you get an extra energy on showdown, so you don't have to pay anything. Instead, you just get to go ahead and predict one. So look at the top card of your deck and choose to leave it there or put it at the bottom, of course. So that's gone down right now. Legend ability has been utilized. Now 5 runes available to try to get this Vex and the Treasure Hunter off the board. A Moonfall will be a step in the right direction. So choose a battlefield. And is that a reaction speed gust I'm seeing, Mr. Plus?
Wow, the reaction speed gust. This is a set 1 card that we saw used quite a bit back in the days of set 1 with things like MF Aurora and Annie, a strong card to stifle that early aggression. And now with things like, or with the advent of Fight or Flight being taken out of the deck, looking for other ways to find that type of combat trick removal for a Draven to facilitate the easy draws that Fight or Flight was able to. And Gust, surprisingly enough, is one of those cards. One cheaper than the Fight or Flight, obviously, and a reaction speed innately, not needing to be hidden. And then, of course, does in fact return the unit to hand rather than just to base. So all around a very strong card. Of course, having that 3 might limitation is really what held this card back in set 2. but Diana being that 3 might chosen champion unit is just right in that threshold and is able to be taken down by the Gust, put back to hand, and net our Draven player a draw and keep this Vex Apathetic alive, more importantly. So a huge win for our Draven after Diana tried to get a cheeky moonfall to play around that deflect.
Right. Not feeling too comfortable currently for Diana. And on the other side, Draven feeling rather good about everything that's gone down. Playing very similar to what we just saw our previous Vex player in round 2 play. He had the Treasure Hunters. He had the overzealous fans. Granted, most Dravens tend to play fan either way, as it is Draven's greatest fan. But more so, he's playing so similar to how we've seen Vexes of the past. The only difference here, instead of just drawing when you defend, or when you hold rather, now Draven allows you to capitalize on the good use of Vex Apathetic's defensive capabilities. So every time you defend now, you're able to draw, as we saw on that hold, or not on the hold, but on the defense when the Diana went in. So maybe Draven is the better Apathetic legend, crazy enough.
Yeah, this is definitely a deck building question that I ask myself quite often. There's a lot of times where I see a deck archetype, say like we just mentioned with Vex, the legend, and the strategy that that deck tries to employ. Does another legend potentially have the means to deploy the same or similar strategy should they be in a different color? Like, of course, Draven is. Obviously, there's a lot of overlap in these two lists with the Chaos color. There's so many of the units and spells that Vex utilizes in her build are purple. So Draven having access to that same card pool can copy all of that and start there. And then from there, we have to determine whether or not there's suitable replacements in the red card pool to come in and replace all of the things that Vex has access to in green. And I gotta say, I think that may be the case, and this is an interesting idea to try and basically mimic what Vex Apathetic, or the Vex Legend is trying to do, with Draven, and rather than getting those draws on hold, getting a draw every time you win a combat. So maybe even drawing a little bit more than Vex on average, and then having a little bit more hard and consistent removal out of the red color.
It does make sense. You have that removal options like we've seen in the past, those piercing lights, those falling stars on top of it to make these hold potentials even harder to break. Are cards like Spinning Axe that are tried and true in these Draven decks. I even think post-ban, Dravens were running, at least in the mid-range version, they weren't running all 3 Spinning Axes, were they? I know you were running Draven out in Vegas pre-bans. Were you going full on the full set for Spinning Axe, or just 1 or 2?
Yeah, at the time I only had 2, but I would definitely see the use of like coming up to 3 now with fight or flight going the wayside to the wayside. But we did see Gus come in as potentially a replacement for that, and now we get to see another new card from set 3, a card that I'm really excited about, Bone Skewer. This is a 2 energy 1 power chaos spell that can be hidden and says choose a battlefield. An opponent reveals their hand. You may choose a unit from it. They play that unit to that battlefield, ignoring any and all costs, and when they do, stun it. So this is a way to not only get some well-needed information out of your opponent's hand, but also pick out a key unit potentially, get an extra combat win, more importantly for Draven, another way to draw cards, and a card that I'm very excited to see come into play more going forward into set 3. Of course, this time around, it was all spells in Diana's hand, so nothing to Bone Skewer out of the hand.
You know, it does make so much sense, and it works so well in the Draven. As you mentioned before, you're forcing the combat. You're forcing you to get those combat wins, aka draw and gain more card advantage. So Bone Skewer seems like an obvious pickup for the Dravens deck coming into set 3. But of course, no spells, or rather no units in the hand for Diana. So not capitalizing on that Bone Skewer this turn around. But on paper, it sounds super impactful for Dravens going forward. Let's see, because right now, Draven's setting up quite the impenetrable wall on Targon's Peak. 2 overzealous fan, and Vex is stunning every single unit that goes in on this very same turn. So Diana trying to put some pieces together, trying to say, what can I do to try to crack this battlefield battlefield. I would imagine something like raw kill spells, maybe like a singularity, might be taking you in the right direction.
Yeah, we do see the Wages of Pain to come answer one of these overzealous fan. There is always the question of whether or not Draven is running our favorite little spell that we just saw, the Existential Dread. This could come in to be with this 2 resources open here and a gold at their disposal. They can go ahead and use Existential Dread to potentially answer this Diana no longer human, who's getting quite big after 2 spells deployed already, with 3 runes still active and ready to sling some more spells out and get this Diana to quite a huge threshold of might. But first, we're going to start off by throwing in our Diana Light with Ravenbloom student, who only gets +1 on each spell, but the original, the progenitor of this effect, is going to come in and force out that overzealous fan activation. And this is big because now there's no overzealous fan to push back the Diana, so the Draven does need something very particular here to answer this. He's going to need either a rebuke or something to get this Diana out of the way, as it's coming in for a big 7 currently.
Yeah, and it looks like that was a Draven combat win, getting pushed back, so it does get a draw 1, but as you mentioned, something like a rebuke, we already saw 1 bounce spell with the Gus. Maybe he has another one. There's just 3 cards remaining though, so Stupefy trying to bring down. Unfortunately, you do have to pay deflect for that, but bring it down to just 3. So collective total of 4 total might versus the 7. Actually, you even get 2 more because of Stupefy getting deployed out. This Diana could really get out of control, up at 10. Or is that 9, 2, 4, 6 plus the 3? So yeah, 9 total might going in. And we were wondering, how is it possible for Diana to break that Targon's Peak? And it looks like we're getting answers right here, but an answer with the Draven rebuke it is, as you called it out.
Hard bargain. Abandon something. Diana, please have the negate for this rebuke, or this Diana's going back to the hand and stopping this huge push. Just gonna try to Stupefy to get an extra draw.
Or to get the counter, if you stupefied into hard bargain, perhaps is the only window of hope. But no, saying no cigar, and Draven gets double draw that turn.
Yeah, big for our Draven player. I mean, well played by Diana. Really went about this attack in a very systematic, calculated way. Tried to play to their outs the best they could. Went ahead and got rid of both of those overzealous fans, and we got this Diana really big and really well played, honestly, at the end of the day. But unfortunately, just too many removal spells for our Draven player, able to get that Diana out of the way. And now double Vex Apathetic, 1 on each battlefield, is going to be quite a lot to get over. And unfortunately, the thing about that the Diana purple unit going back to hand is that now, if it does come back out to play, it will be stunned, so it's going to need a whole nother turn before it can actually impact anything. Big setback for Diana, but not over yet. Decent hand size, double Ravenbloom student on board. Let's hold out hope that our Diana can orchestrate a comeback here as Draven moves his Treasure Hunter and Vex Apathetic off of Targon's Peak, and now is thinking about what to do with these 9 runes that he's got sitting here at his disposal.
Yeah, didn't feel too confident holding that other battlefield. So as you mentioned, recalled everything back. But with the total runes available, it might be time to deploy out your newest, aka oldest chosen champion from that champ zone. You have your old school, I don't even remember his true name, Draven Showboat it is, but no, actually running all 3 sets of the Apathetic, which makes sense since you don't have the luxury of having a Vex Legend. You want to make sure you're always drawing it as consistently as possible, so might as well run all 3 since he has to be one of the better purple cards coming into the Unleashed format. And man, this is going to be tricky for Diana, but at the minimum, she should be able to at least single conquer, and actually should be able to double conquer, because if we look at the hand, Draven only 2 cards in hand, and the board state, it's impressive, but it's nothing that's too threatening for Diana to handle, I want to say.
Yeah, of course, you mentioned before, Spinning Axe is still there at or being threatened here with the 3 runes up, so do have to be mindful of that. But plenty of spells in the hand for our Diana, as we saw earlier by the Bone Skewer. So able to deploy 1 more Wages of Pain, take out that final Overzealous Fan, and give both of our Ravenbloom students a +1 buff for the trouble. And now going into combat over here at Zon Warrens is going to elect to deploy out Eclipse, a new mind spell from set 3 reaction spell that gives a unit -4 and predicts. So electing to give this Vex -4, paying through the deflect, and going to get 1 Vex Apathetic out of the way with still 2 more to go sitting there in base for Draven.
Yeah, and I love the new direction Riftbound is heading. After set 1, they are allowing cards to now go into that 0 territory, even negative, but effectively works the same way as 0, because usually in the set 1 cards, they say to a minimum of 1. Eclipse is another card that doesn't have that restriction of minimum of 1, so that Vex was just chilling at 0 might, so no impact on that combat. A double conquer as we anticipated, but this is where things get a little bit tricky for Diana. You did conquer, you did go up to 4, but now you're leaving 2 units a bit extended on these battlefields, and that is the position Draven tends to thrive. But these 4 cards could kind of make a difference. We have to see how it plays out, of course.
Yeah, we have 5 runes up on defense for our Diana player, who did have quite a few spells, but running a little low on hand now. Only 4 cards left in hand. Should still offer enough to threaten the ability to get over this Vex Apathetic at the Zon Warrens, but 11 runes on the side of our Draven player is quite a bit of their own. This time actually going to be a rebuke courtesy of Diana, after having their Diana rebuke just a few turns ago. Is going to return the favor and get this Vex Apathetic put back to hand. Unfortunately, unlike the glorious Executioner, Diana does not net a draw from such a play. So just going to go down to 3 cards in hand, and now Draven coming in again for a second try at this Ravenbloom student.
And this is almost setting up to be a double conquer turn for the likes of Draven. Vex gets pushed up 1 more, so 4-3 as it currently stands. But it seems to me that Terra had a game plan all along, trying to use the remaining runes, so 3 runes and a lunar boon just to get another might increase on both of these Ravenblooms. And you do get to draw 2 pitch 1, of course, but that just means the other battlefield is looking to get conquered from this Darius in the back line, as the second card of the turn has been played out, and that is a heck of a second card, making it able to conquer not just the Zon Warrens, able to conquer the Targon's Peak as well, going up to, I believe, 7 total points, and telling Diana, conquer both or I am running away with this game number 1.
Yeah, excellent play from Nurov here to deploy the Darius before the showdown, knowing that more than likely he's going to need to utilize the Spinning Axe in hand during this next showdown to enable the victory. Wanted to have the Darius already deployed so it will get ready. Obviously, wanting to, or there could have been potentially some more answers from Diana that Draven was worried about, so wanted to ensure Darius was already on board and could be procced and wouldn't accidentally miss out on the second card played if he would have to use more than 1 combat trick during that combat. So heads up play from Nurov to get a double conquer here, and like you said, just put that question on pose that question to Diana. Can you conquer both battlefields here? Something that, when Vex Apathetic is one of the factors in this decision, is probably making that question really, really hard to answer for Diana.
It really is. There's just no kind of interaction, right? If you try to ride the wind something, yes, actually, I don't even think you can move it with the ride the wind, because Vex second line attacks, not only do you stun units that get played out on that turn, you also don't allow them to move. So it just gives you so much breathing room. All you have to work with for this entire turn is the Diana currently already established on the base. You push it towards a 5-might Darius. You might not even get the conquer if there's something like a Spinning Axe lurking behind the Draven's hand, but a stacked deck just to try to see what more answers they can find. Because I guess theoretically, if you do have enough might decreases, and then to ride the win, I guess is not impossible to conquer both of these battlefields on a single turn. Just highly unlikely, it feels like.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is kind of the wrong Diana for the job. If we were using our purple Diana that we had deployed earlier, this could definitely seem a little bit more feasible as that unit just continues to grow with each spell deployed. Unfortunately, here, having to rely on our chosen champion, our Diana Lunari, to try and clean this up, which is going to be difficult as Moonfall is deployed here, so going to move our treasure hunter over. And of course, this nets our Draven player gold, but more importantly, it's going to give the -2 over to both of these units and drop Darius down to 3 might, making this a tie currently, 3-3. But there's that second spinning axe that you sniffed out looming, now bringing Darius all the way back up to 5, but Starcrossed actually going to
Oh wait, no. I
add it
thought for
back to
some
hand,
reason you
but
could
that
bring back the Vex on the other side, but now you're tapped out. That's a hold to 8, and that is a GG Draven locking
yeah.
it in. What a fantastic series. Not a series, but fantastic game one. It looks like Draven started off hot and never really let go of the gas too much.
Yeah, like you said, he was just able to do that Vex cosplay here and just set up a hold that was not able to be broken by our Diana player thanks to the apathetic just being such a nuisance. And really it came down to that big rebuke that was able to answer the Diana no longer human and get that off of the board, because if Diana could have kept that unit around and broken that hold at Targon's Peak, we very well could have seen the game swing the other way. But Rebuke, still being one of the best cards in our game of Riftbound, was able to get that Diana out of the way and secure Draven that game one, essentially from that point on, being able to just continually compound his advantage after that.
You know, this game two should be a bit of a different game as Diana should be going on the play, allowing her to most likely get onto a battlefield first. And that kind of slows down the Draven game plan because Draven really benefited on getting on that battlefield first, establishing out the apathetic, and then things just were just under his control from there on out. So we'll see. I mean, we said it before, he probably does have access to a bit more removal than we've seen those Vex Legends because green, you only have things like Charm. Maybe in the late game, you could have things like Blitzcrank, but you don't have any raw, pure removal like the Dravens tend to have with those falling stars, with those piercing lights. We haven't seen him yet, but I could only imagine he might be running at least 1 or 2 of those in the deck, but we'll see if they do come out in this game number 2. I don't feel like Diana was that far off. It was the one rebuke turn where things went for a turn for the worse, but without that rebuke, I feel like he was still in that game.
Yeah, 100%. And now, like you said, we get to start with Diana on the play. Unfortunately, no turn 1 unit for Diana. No Ravenbloom student to start us off, but a double stack deck to get us going, trying to find the cards that are going to help get us going in the next turn. But let's look at the battlefields here just for a moment. We do have Ravenbloom Conservatory for our Diana, trying to draw some extra spells out of the deck. A deck that is very spell heavy, obviously, and can already facilitate those draws of spells with their chosen champion here, the Diana Lunari. And now with Ravenbloom Conservatory added on top of that, you could start drawing through quite a bit of your deck and start gathering those spells that you need to win these combats.
Yeah, we'll see. It looks like despite being, as we mentioned before, Diana being the first to play, it looks like Draven will be the first to score a point. And now it leaves the door open. Is the Vex apathetic in the hand, leaving everything on the line, or everything to do all the work on this current Diana Lunari, as you mentioned, because everything that enters, as we said before, will enter stun, will not be able to move as it goes on forward. He has 3 in the deck, but no, plays out a Noxus, hopeful for the full 4 cost. We rarely ever see that.
Yeah, and usually when you see that, that's a pretty big indication that hand's not shaping up to be exactly what you want, which is a good sign for our Diana player. Definitely have to feel a little bit more hopeful after seeing the Noxus hopeful come out for 4. Now, will they be able to capitalize 1 mana up on defense, which we know could mean a gust, since Gust was another big spell used in the previous game to stop that early aggression from Diana being able to return this very unit, the Diana Lunari last game. Let's see if it happens again. Nope, just a pass of focus. So Diana is now on the board. Got our first point for Diana and now has the conservatory under their control, can start trying to draw some extra spells by defending it, as our first instance of that is going to occur right off the bat with Noxus Hopeful moving into the Ravenbloom Sanctuary, or Conservatory.
Right, and lots of triggers going on. So Ravenloom Conservatory triggers. It looks like it was a spell. It looks like it was a Lunar Boon gets picked up. So a potential draw 2 down the line. Now Showdown has begun. So Legend ability able to give them up to 2 total runes on the defense. So does use the energy, does tap a rune, and a Ride the Wind gets deployed out. Lunari trying to move to the other battlefield, but all gets stopped in his tracks thanks to the Abandon coming out. Doesn't take care of it outright, but since you're tapped out, you definitely do take care of it for this turn.
And that's a good thing to mention here. Something worthy of discussing in your deck building going forward as a Chaos player is whether or not you value the potential immediate and permanent removal of a spell thanks to Hard Bargain, should they not be able to pay for it, as they were not in this scenario, or the guaranteed removal of Abandon, but the potential to have that card come back later in the game and bite you, since it does just go back to hand. So now we do know that there's a Ride the Wind in our Diana's hand, so Draven's just going to have to be mindful of that for the rest of the game until he sees that card get deployed. He's going to have to play around that Ride the Wind.
Right, always at the back of his mind, so trying to play around the best he can, but just goes ahead and establishes out the Survivor in the back line. Doesn't want to accelerate, wants to leave that potential Gus online in case he catches the Ravenbloom student off guard, but defending for 4 total might, so not completely unreasonable for this Diana to overcome. 6 energy to work with, so we know the other Diana champion could come online, and more importantly, a complete 180 that we saw in set 1, or in game number 1. There is 0 Vexes currently online, so Diana feeling good about that, because you can play something, and we do have the Ride to Win to make sure you're able to bring it into one of these battlefields as soon as possible. But the Singularity coming out, taking care of both of these units, this is exactly where Diana wants to be. An empty board state for Draven, and not the most healthy hand size as well for this Draven player.
Yeah, Diana got a couple draws thanks to their Ravenbloom Conservatory plus the Diana chosen champion, the Diana Lunari. So getting a little bit of hand advantage going early on, and then not forfeiting too many combats outside of the previous one to Draven to try to stifle Draven's draw power, and kind of gauging the fact that Draven had to deploy that Noxus Hopeful for 4 means that their hand's probably not that good, and now having to just throw out the Showboat for a measly 5 might with only 2 points scored so far and nothing else on their turn. Definitely a night and day difference in terms of our start for our Draven player, with last game getting those apathetics online so quickly, and so all 3 of them so rapidly, that he was able to just close out Diana for playing this time around, having a much more meager beginning. And Diana's looking to capitalize as best as she can, as now that Ride the Wind that was returned to hand from Abandon gets to come back out again and offer us a conquer on the Forbidden Waste with our Ravenbloom, who can now move back to safety and continue to deny draws from Draven by not allowing him to win combats.
Yeah, I love that play, right? Exactly how most people are playing against Draven these days, doing exactly the same way and proving to be effective as you're denying any kind of combat wins for this legend. And that's how you kind of get the upper hand. But speaking of the upper hand, he tasted the kill spell himself. Now it's time for him to repay the favor of Falling Star coming down. Is there anything like a retreat? I mean, there's a way to get the Ravenbloom student out of the range, but that's 2 spells with only 3 energies, so very unlikely. So takes down the entire board for Diana, And maybe this is where Draven needs to kind of stabilize this game out. And these are some big boys, Mr. Plus. That is a 9 might or a 6 might Draven, and then another 6 might unit in the back with that Ferris Forerunner.
Yeah, Ferris Forerunner being a staple, a very big MVP for Fury decks out of set 2. Still obviously seeing quite a bit of love going into, especially post-ban, set 2, going into set 3 as well. Still just a immensely valuable unit. And now actually looking pretty good for our Draven player. Despite still being down in hand, they do have a dominant board position with 2 6 might units on board to Diana's empty board. So Diana gonna have to work to claw back into a state of comfortability here, as they do still have a lead, but now needs to start finding units to be able to mount an offensive against this Draven, who's only going to get bigger as now the hold comes out to buff it up to 7 might, and then once this Ferris Forerunner comes over to the Frozen Waste, we'll be at 8 might on our Draven Showboat. So big units have to overcome, but let's see how Raven decides to use these 10 runes. If he does have more card removal, another Falling Star, perhaps a Fizz to bring out that same Falling Star, something like that going down, as now Vex Apathetic finally is seen for our Draven and deployed to the base.
Yeah, so far just playing it rather safe. So actually, instead of going for the more proactive and progressing kind of your game plan forward, getting up to 5 points, just goes and decides to stay put on that Raven Blue Conservatory to try to get a little bit more card advantages, what he probably has in mind. So just trading places with the Showboat, saying I'm offering up the trade here, or it could be a bit of a bait saying it looks like I'm offering up the trade, but I really do have something like a spinning axe in hand waiting for you to come in, and that's going to be defending for a total of 9 potential might. So we'll see where Diana decides to go, because right now, if you just ignore the Ferris Forerunner, you do go up to 5. You technically have the point tempo. If you have carbs like the Eclipse we saw previously, you're able to bring that Draven Showboat a little down to size where you're 5 might Hui. And then even if you push in your Ezreal, that should almost be enough to kind of defend that. And if you just play the hold game, you just have to play it for 2 more turns as you conquer to 5, hold to 6, hold to 7, and of course you have to do 1 more hold. Is looking like a tough path, but sometimes that might be the only way out, unless there's something as simple as a rebuke in hand. That would change everything for Diana.
Diana could also look to do some cheeky plays around this Forbidden Waste, utilizing their signature spell. Can move over here and then pull a unit over, making it a surprise defender to trigger the -2 for defending alone.
Okay.
Should Diana want to go for something like that, but instead is just going to attack the problem head on, move in our way, who of course is a big new champion unit for mine decks, a unit that you're most likely going to see quite a bit of in most mine lists going forward, being able to draw 1 then discard 1 and get 3 different effects depending on the type of card discarded. In this case, discarding a spell, offering us a draw 1. So coming in just for 5 currently, not winning this bout just yet, but could have the answer in the form of something like Rebuke, like you mentioned.
He's tapping more than 2, tapping 2 plus the showdown for the legend, or plus the extra energy in the showdown. So Eclipse -4, so down to just 2 might currently for the Ferris Forerunner. So should be enough, because right now he's saying you could go ahead and play your spinning axe, but it's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade currently, which wouldn't be the worst. So maybe he's inviting that trade over, but something as a simple Stupefy might change that, of course. So he's doing the predict right now. And, you know, just recently I finally got the full difference between predict and vision. It's essentially just one is on units, one is on spells, being like one on activation, one on resolution, something like that.
Yeah, just the difference of whether or not the spell resolves, you get to predict, but on vision just comes in once the unit comes into play. So interesting that those are 2 separate keywords for the same effect that are more or less, yeah, interchangeable. But regardless, we do see the star-crossed come out now for our Draven player, actually, who is choosing his own Vex. Maybe a little bit concerned that Vex might be in danger here of getting pulled in from something like the signature spell, like we mentioned before, or some type of hard removal targeting maybe another singularity as we saw prior, or something like that. So opting to just play it safe, add their Vex back to hand, and answer this attack with Starcrossed now netting a draw, thanks to Draven always winning these combats. Netting these draws is always going to be something to have to worry about every time you come in and challenge him to a fight. So card advantage still being firmly in the favor of our Diana player, but now will they be able to overcome this Forerunner? And not only that, will they be able to answer the mechs at the on the back end, should they even be able to overcome it?
Right, interesting play. It looks like he had the Starcross in mind the whole time and didn't really think about trying to take away that battlefield from Draven. He just wanted to go ahead and pretend, bait out something like a spinning axe, and then do Starcross all along. But the only downside of it, that's a hold up to 5 for Draven. That's a conquer up to 6 for a Draven player. So that is exactly where he's feeling in the best position. Just 2 more points away from closing out this game in a 2-0 fashion. But with that interesting play Terra just did this previous turn, I could only imagine he is cooking up something. Something is in the hand for Diana, because you don't do a play like that if you don't feel confident that you can most likely remove all these units from the battlefield. But how are we truly doing that when there's a Vex apathetic online on a battlefield? I guess your Diana feels okay to do so, but it's still a bit of an uphill climb.
Yeah, heads up play from Diana here to play around the fact that the Starcross came out, removed the Vex apathetic off the board, knowing that Vex would most likely then be redeployed to a battlefield to enable that stun effect. So getting ahead of that by playing the no longer human out preemptively, not looking to take advantage of its ambush ability, instead just wanting to have it available to come in for this attack. Of course, Thousand Tail Watcher is a huge card to break the holds for many decks in Riftbound. However, in this instance, our Draven player is showing a little bit of grace to our Diana player, notifying them that, hey, your Thousand Tail Watcher there is going to come in stunned and not be able to move, so you probably don't want to spend that extra rune to accelerate it.
Right, nice guy there, knowing it's a bit of more casual weekly event. Nothing's truly crazy amount on the line, but of course the Into the Battlefield effect does go off, so -3 on every single unit. So Forerunner defending for 3, and then on the left hand side I believe is 6 and 1, so just a total of 7 total might. There's no spells activated just yet, so Diana's still sitting right there at that 3 total might. So still has to play a little bit more, and all remaining is just 4 runes available for Diana. I don't know, Mr. Plus. I don't think he's cracking both of these battlefields on this turn.
Yeah, and still no spinning axes deployed for Draven yet either, so have to be mindful of that too. We got those -3s out from the Thousand Tail Watcher, but a +3 might be right behind it with a spinning axe. 3 runes at the ready for our Draven players, so definitely want to be cautious that they could get blown out by a combat trick like that here. Of course, electing now to deploy a Bellows Breath. Let's see who he targets here. I'm imagining he's just going to go for one of the Vexes to finish it off. Is actually looking to repeat it thanks to our Ezreal. Of course, Ezreal Prodigy and MVP in Chaos, especially when you're looking to repeat spells, having to, of course, recycle 2 runes to pay for the double deflect, but this will remove both apathetics should Draven not have one of those combat tricks to answer.
Right, could have one of those to go ahead and get it out of the range of the Bellows Breath, taking him down, but that is an expensive Bellows Breath, but you are very close to going down. But as you mentioned, almost spoken into existence, the spinning axe coming down, getting the one down in the base out of the range of the Bellows Breath. So I believe, unless it wasn't repeated, no, I figured it was repeated, so the one on the battlefield does fall. And now just leaving behind, I believe, 6 total might. Diana's getting a bit up there, currently at 5. So one more spell does effectively get her over. An acceptable loss is a
Oh,
fantastic card in this position. It does cost you your seal. You probably should have floated your energy, unless he's not going to use it this turn.
yeah, you're right. I mean, you can float the power and then utilize it later if it comes up, but if it doesn't, no big deal. The main thing here is that this one mana gear removal not only got rid of a spinning X, but also resulted in killing this Vex. So big acceptable losses for our Diana here. Very, very clutch play, and being such a cheap spell still affords Diana 2 more energy to play some more spells out and get this Diana no longer human even bigger, but the 7 might is going to be enough already to get over our Draven Showboat, who was sitting at only 6 thanks to the Thousand Tail Watcher. And now with only one rune up for defense, not a whole lot for Draven do to protect his units. Will we see Diana come in with our Ezreal Prodigy to take out this Forerunner? No, actually, we're going to see Moonfall. Interesting here to
Oh.
see this come out, because we could have, in fact, opted to trade our Ezreal away and killed the Forerunner and then Moonfalled in one of the mechs instead, but wanting to
Right.
keep
Unless it's just
Ezreal
from a
alive.
battlefield. Let's double read it. Unless choose a battlefield where they have units. You have to move one enemy unit to that battlefield, then give enemy units their -2. So it doesn't say enemy unit at a battlefield. You just choose your battlefield.
Yeah, so you can pull units from base with Moonfall, Moonfall being essentially a charm, and could have utilized this to get rid of one of these mechs spawned off of our Ferris Forerunner, but obviously opting to value the Ezreal Prodigy's life a little bit more than that and keep it alive, putting it over at the Ravenbloom Conservatory, giving him the opportunity to trigger that battlefield's effect if one of these mechs comes in to attack Ezreal. Coming a little bit short on hand count now, in a pretty dominant hand position lead for most of this game, now finally dwindling down to just 2 cards, is probably trying to rebolster that hand a little bit with the Conservatory.
Right, but made really good use of that hand size throughout this entire game, pushing in the mech. It looks like Draven has in mind with the spinning axe in mind. Before doing so, the little conservatory does pick up, I believe, a stupefy for that next turn, but Draven conquering up to 7 total points. So all he has to do is hold one more time. Can 4 cards, does he go ahead and just stack that entire battlefield and pray something like a watcher or even a watcher number 2 can't get the job done? But interesting decision to go a bit more on the offensive, trying to trade 1-for-1 on the Diana. You don't win, but the survivor coming in at accelerated speed. Elry sniffing out another spinning axe. No, it's actually a Starcross
Oh,
taking everything down, and that is a double conquer turn for our Draven player. Brilliantly and masterfully sequenced there, and that end game. No one could anticipated that. Only Nurov, our previous champion, saw the line and got it done there.
very well played once again by Nurov. I mean, just amazing utilization of Starcrossed across both games. This is one of my favorite new cards out of set 3. I can't believe it's only a common. It is so powerful, and this card here just able to enable that free walk in and conquer. I was thinking that they were going to utilize the -2 on Forbidden Waste and then maybe come in with another spinning axe just to seal the deal with Kaisa, but Starcross is able to do that just a little bit cleaner and easier. Just answer it right away, get it off the board, and move in for a nice 2-0 victory for Nurov.
Exactly right. Looking like he wants to take another set 3 tournament down as we head back to our commentary booth. Chat, since that was a 2-0 game, there's about 20 minutes remaining. I believe that should be enough time for us to catch a bit of a game 2/game 3 going on in one of these other games. So give us a little bit of time as we search and see who we could tune in with. When there's just 3 matches left, I'm just gonna pick around. Let's see. The Mange I hear has some spicy tech for today's event. I almost want to save him for a full match because the word around the street is he's running a Volley Bear Miracle version. I guess that means
Ooh.
dragons. I think there's a dragon when you play a dragon,
Yeah.
ready to runes. I think that's what his game plan is. Should we save it for the next round or see what he's up to now?
I mean, I'm not to be biased, but I'd love to take a peek at that Volibear list. I think that sounds like a really cool deck.
All right, chat. Let's go ahead and see what he's cooking up. And yeah, Starcross. I don't know why I tend to call it Starcross lovers. I've said it before, but the Starcross card in general is such a huge card. A lot of people, I saw two types of people online. Some people were saying this is disgusting. It's a broken card, which I kind of tend to agree more on that side. And then there's the other side. It's just a worse rebuke. It's not going to see enough play. Where do you stand on that card, Mr. Plus? Because I think it's pretty good.
I love this card. I think it's one of the best cards Chaos got, honestly. It's so strong. I mean, being able to rebuke in base, like that in and of itself is huge, and no limitations on this card. You just have to have a unit of your own on board, and I think you're going to see a lot of Star-Crossed. I've been maining it in every purple deck I build. I think this card is incredible.
It really is. I think we're going to see a whole lot more play. But guys, we are tuning into what seems to be a game 3 predicament, I believe, because it's just early game is 0 points for the Mange and 2 points for Keen Nye. Leona versus Volibear back in good old set 1 meta, but it looks to be filled with a whole lot of set 3 cards as we see the Nami already online on the battlefield. And then we see a really good card, I feel like a good addition for these Volibear decks is the nice little 2-drop that gives you energy. So you're just nonstop ramping in this deck, I feel like, in set 3 for Volibear.
Yeah, the Sage card is really great for Volibear. I mean, obviously a card that you're a little bit skeptical about running in a pure Dazzling Aurora list is not a card that you want to hit off the top of an Aurora. But in a deck like this that's trying to play this low to the ground aggro dragon spam miracle type deal, having just a turn 1 play that is essentially a mobilize on a body that'll keep mobilizing you every turn is very strong. I think this card is probably going to see a lot of play in quite a few orange decks, to be honest.
Right, it almost seems to me, I don't think Volibear necessarily has to rely so heavily on Dazzling Aurora going into set 3. It almost didn't have to in set 2 in Spirit Forge, but more so because of this card. And let me remember one more time, Dragon Soul Sage, because it allows you to get that much more energy, and then your legend ability getting one for you playing mighty units as well. You don't necessarily have to rely, as we said, on that DA because you're able to get into that late game that much faster. And speaking of the late game, the red Volibear coming out to play, you rarely see that played out when it's 3 points to 0. This is definitely early for that red bear.
Yeah, and it's a big card coming up here for attacking this hold being established by our Leona player over at the Sunken Temple, Nami and Sona holding it down, but gonna have a difficult time keeping that held once Volibear comes in. Of course, there is always the possibility of the Volibear signature spell coming out as well to answer any type of big hold. A spell that, of course, is very powerful, and you don't see quite a lot. I mean, we just don't see Volibear quite a lot, to be honest, but when you do see this card come out and show its impact, you are kind of taken aback at just how powerful of a card it really is, and a little bit confused at why you don't see it more often, because it can enable some huge turns for Volibear.
Yeah, I feel like the signature spell, we're definitely going to see a whole lot more play coming into set 3. But if you had it here onto something like this, onto this red Volibear, it would definitely do a good amount of work. Something for Volibear to keep in mind is the sheer amount of runes available for our Leona players. 6 runes. You have to think about something like a Hidden Blade, Facebreaker, a Twonk. There's even the new ones in set 3, like Back Off is a new addition. I think there's a couple new additions for Leona. What was another stun she got coming up in Unleashed?
I'm not sure about another stun in yellow potentially. I know back off was the big one in green, but there's definitely some new protection cards as well. The new yellow spell that is essentially a yellow Zanya's to keep something like your Sona alive, to keep this engine rolling is another big thing that Leona got. I'm actually excited to see if Leona will find their way into the meta eventually as more and more cards get added into Riftbound. It's a leader that I think is very underrepresented in terms of how powerful she can actually be with the amount of stunning that the decks usually operate on. And as more stun cards get added, like you said, with the additions in set 3 and going forward, I think this deck's just going to keep becoming stronger and stronger to a point where eventually you will see Leonas start to become a force to be reckoned with, as now we go into Volibear, who seems to be contemplating whether or not they want to tap, what is this, 9 mana, to 9 energy here to deploy.
Maybe
No,
another
taking it back.
Cadrigan, but no, going for a Dune Drake first. It is a dragon, so effectively only costs 3 energy to do so. So 2 back from the Gentle Gem Dragon. I believe that's the name. Let me hover over again. Gentle. Either way, that's the card he wanted to play out. The Cadrigan coming down, and that is an insane amount of draw. I don't think we ever seen that much draw in a single turn. That's 2, 4, 5 single draws right here available on this turn. So 1, 2. Okay, I'll stop counting there, but he's going to draw a whole lot of cards on this turn. And I think this is where he starts to stabilize, because he is significantly behind as he still finds himself with 0 points on the board. Something like a challenge could do a good amount of work, but that just leaves the door open for something like a not so fast from our Leona player as well. So let's see what they have to end off this turn. Okay, that's impactful.
Yeah, like you said, there's a lot of runes up and a lot of potential to answer any type of aggression from our Volibear players. So opting to just sabotage the hand and get a peek in there to see what Leona has available to stop him. And now we get to see for ourselves. We have Call to Glory, Discipline, Not So Fast, Back Off, and I believe this is Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide, a bit of a green flash, but has some good cards. Back Off is the one that will be kind of getting the biggest value when we think about these huge, mighty units on Volibear's side. So I'm almost keen to go there, but a Not So Fast could stop a play like a challenge in the future. So I don't know which one we're leaning here, because I'm thinking so far Not So Fast or that Back Off. I'm saying.
Yeah, Not So Fast being the choice. Obviously, our player put it in the wrong area. Doesn't go to the drop. Supposed to be recycled to the bottom of the deck. But there is something to be said about the fact that this Back Off from hand will draw a card, as well as Discipline will draw a card. So right now, Volibear operating on perfect information. But once these disciplines and this Discipline and this Back Off get deployed, and we see 2 new cards, there could be another answer drawn off the top that Volibear didn't account for, so still has to be a little bit wary, opting to send in 2 of his big units here just to be safe. Volibear coming in, proccing its on attack effect to deal 5 damage split amongst enemy units there.
It looks like a reaction speed spell should be coming out to try to get either of these units out of that 5 might. We saw the Call to Glory should be enough to take out both of these units. That way you have the full amount of might. But thinking about it a little bit further, you still have a good amount of units in the back line, more so in that Gem Dragon, having 8 total might remaining. So I don't know. I mean, we are talking about 19 total might. The discipline and the call to glory is just not going to be able to get there. But we did see he left the back off. So we're only have to think about 9 total might. And I do think you get up to 9 because of the discipline brings it up to 6. And Nami alone is already at 9. Call to Glory does the remaining, as you could use the buff on the Leona in the back line to pay for nothing. And then the back off comes down. So I think there's a world you at least back these pushing units for this turn. But then I don't know about the oncoming pressure coming out with the remaining units on Volley's side.
Yeah, not to mention you do get the buffs from Leona's leader ability as well once you do get that stun from the back off. So not only going to stun one of these attackers, but also draw him a card and buff one of these two here as we see Nami get this first discipline, or the second copy of discipline. Evidently, discipline drew us into discipline, so coming up to 5, unless I missed what happened to that first discipline.
I think that was the first discipline.
Okay. Getting a little bit ahead of myself here. So discipline coming out, like you said, bringing us up to 9, and now Call to Glory being paid for by the buff off of the Leona in base to bring our Sona up to 7. So both of them up to a decent might threshold. Unfortunately, though, I'm not sure whether or not... Where, did we get a target clarification on where the 5 damage from Volibear went?
Right, I believe this is in reaction to the Volibear target, so we didn't get to see where he was targeting. Most likely he was targeting the Sona, as she's the one out of the range. Oh, he split it up a little bit. He did 4 damage on the Nami and then 1 damage on the Sona, which is why the discipline was just out of the range of that 4 mark damage from the Volibear. So it makes sense now, but now with the back off, I still think you're dying to the dragon alone. We see the back off regardless coming out, so a buff should allow him to come in, or should allow him to get proc here from the Leona legend ability, and you get the additional draw. But I still think you're losing this battlefield, aren't you?
Yeah, this Volibear also notably has Deflect 2, so this is going to cost him 2 runes to stun the Volibear. Of course, the one that you want to stun because it's the bigger of the two, but maybe not valuing that 1 extra might as much as the 2 runes it would cost to target it, instead opting to target Cadrigan and stun Cadrigan instead. So now 10 might coming in as the attack for our Volibear, who is facing down a combined total of 12 might here, but then a second Call to Glory now being deployed using that buff granted by the stun from Leona's legend ability, now bringing our Nami up an extra 3 might, so bringing us to a grand total of 15. Still not big enough to take out both units, but big enough to take out at least the bear.
At least the bear, and you save 1 unit at the end of the day. And now the Gem Dragon allowed to get pushed in. You only have the 7 might Sona, so that should be a conquer and first point of the day for this Volibear player. So finally getting on the board, feeling decent about that. Sabotage with the Dragon Mage coming out to try to take out anything left in the hand. And it looks to be only available is the Emperor's Divide, so left behind with a single Nami. This is an oppressive playstyle, I want to say, from Volibear. You pick apart the hand, and then with your units, just the sheer size of these units, you kind of pick apart the board state as well, or the game, or the board in general. Weirdly enough, as behind as Volibear is, he might have just turned the corner on this turn.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, Leona felt pretty comfortable having both units over at the Sunken Temple, 8 runes up for defense, and quite a bit of cards in hand, thinking that they could keep that hold going. And, of course, at the end of the day, big numbers are big numbers, and Volibear loves presenting big numbers, and lots of them. So, too many big numbers back-to-back for Leona to get over the top of, even with all of those cards at her disposal. She gave it her all, tried to stop this unending push from Volibear, but he was able to break through, clear the board, and get rid of almost every card in hand. And what was once looking like a commanding position for Leona, it seems to have completely flipped 180, and now looks like Volibear's in the driver's seat.
Right, this is the one downside of running the weeklies is that we don't do overtime. For anyone new here, on the bigger events, they're more cash prizing events. We obviously have the traditional core rules, tournament rules, I should say, of the overtime, 3 turns, so on and so forth. But for our weeklies, just to keep it sustainable at a good pace every single week, we have no overtime. And what I'm getting at is that the time is up, chat. So that is it. Leona being ahead of Oliver player should take this win. Let me go ahead and notify everyone playing because the timer has just hit 0. And just to be fair to everyone in the previous rounds, I know this is the feature match and we want to continue watching it. As much as I know and understand, Volibear definitely has this one locked in. The rules are the rules, and you are ahead by the 1 to 2 points. So Leona should be winning this one. I guess kind of stealing it from the Volibear player, but that just goes to happens when you're playing and piloting a more of a late game deck. It takes some time to build up this presence.
Yeah, I mean, you can moan about it all you want, that Volibear is clearly in a position to win this game, but at the end of the day, like you said, rules are rules. You have to be mindful of the clock and play at a pace that can facilitate you winning, regardless of the looming doom, I guess you could say, of the timer. So even though he did have the sauce to get there, didn't have the sauce quick enough, and unfortunately, he's going to have to fall to timing rules. But that's the name of the game. You got to play at a pace that you can win your 2 required games in a reasonable enough fashion.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and head back to our costume. I know everyone wants it. Everyone wants to see the end of this match. Guys, we know Volibear would have won, but the rules are the rules. I can't change them in the middle of the tournament. Should be 10 minutes overtime. Sophomore, it shouldn't be 10 minutes overtime. It should be 3 turns overtime, which we always do for our bigger events. But guys, if you're running weekly events and back-to-back weekends of 2 events back-to-back, just to be fair to all the staff, the casters, and even the players, because it's not sustainable when you have to. Sometimes you think overtime is just 3 turns. Sometimes that overtime extends things by like 30 minutes, honestly. And then we have to pair and do the drops after those 30 minutes. So it really, at the end of the day, it makes the distance, or it makes the time spent in a tournament with overtime way crazier than a non-overtime, which if you're not new here, or if you're new here, maybe it's new to you, but for those that have been watching us from the beginning or from some time now, it's nothing new, guys. We know, you guys know in the weeklies we don't do overtime, so hopefully that's understandable. We do got another tournament tomorrow, which is why we do this one, a bit of a smaller one for set 3. But it is what it is, chat. Hopefully you guys can understand. And Leona should have won that matchup. I would, to be fair, maybe we'll catch a man's game next time in this round number 4, as it will be the last round of Swiss. But before we head on over to this final round of Swiss, any little final closing remarks on your side, Mr. Plus, as I believe this is the last round together.
Yeah, so thank you again for having me for another one of these weeklies. I really enjoy getting to see some set 3 gameplay early and ahead of time, and despite all the kerfuffles we had in that first round, it was still a greatly entertaining game to watch. And Nurov came into play with that Draven deck in the following round and really showed us that Draven still has the capabilities to put in work against all these new legends. So just a great time, and I want to thank everybody for tuning in.
Definitely. I mean, despite, as you said, the little bit of a hiccup with the judge call, but we live and we learn. I know for sure I learned that interaction now going forward. So I would be able to step in if that ever happens again as well. But guys, we will start our round 4 very shortly. But I believe if you want to go ahead and catch Mr. Plus anytime where he's not on these Runes and Rift streams, I posted his links there on the Twitch chat, and I'll copy paste it onto the YouTube chat as well, guys. So show Mr. Plus a little bit of love here, and his Twitter, and I believe it's either his Twitch. I think it is his Twitch, right?
Yeah.
There it is. You can catch him there
Twitch
as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I really hope I can interact with the community a little bit more. I love being part of the Runes and Rift community, and hopefully try to build one of my own that can go along hand in hand, side by side with your community that has been nothing but super welcoming and super kind to me so far. So hope to see you guys out there. It's been great getting to work with you again, Plus.
For sure. I feel the same way. And guys, we'll definitely see more Mr. Plus down the road. We have, I believe, next weekend is the Leo Regional Co-Stream. So maybe we'll keep an eye out for that one.
Yeah.
Okay, but Mr. Plus, I'll go ahead and let you go. Before we go into this round number 4, I just have a quick little word from our sponsors one more time. So let's go ahead and head over to that little sponsor segment. And Chad, just one more time for anyone joining in. If you guys know, we've worked with cardnexus before, so big O shout out again for wanting to work with us one more time. So big O love to them. And guys, for those that aren't too familiar with this is just a platform that helps you track and organize your collection. So Riftbound particularly, but they actually do a whole lot of other TCGs as well. They make it super easy for players and collectors to track everything. And as they said before, I believe a month ago was the Cash Cup they sponsored. They said the roadmap was on, something on the roadmap was the mobile app, was the card scanner, and then the marketplace, and those are now finally online. If you guys see the video, you guys saw me doing that card scanner. It works impressively well and is pretty instant. On top of that, once you scan your cards, you're able to pretty much instantly put them up for sale once you filled out your account directly on that cardnexus marketplace. So not too bad. And if you're looking to buy cards off the cardnexus marketplace, we have a nice little promo code for you. So any order over 15 for your first purchase, you can get $5 off if you use that little promo code RunesRiff05. So exclamation point cardnexus if you want more info. And of course, like cardnexus loves to do and takes care of us here at Runes and Riff, we also have a giveaway going on. So again, like I said, big ol' love to cardnexus. They have an Unleashed booster box giveaway. The drawing is going to happen after the Atlanta regional. So if you guys want to go ahead and sign up, the only way to enter is by signing up on the website. So exclamation point cardnexus, make a free account, and then you're entered into the giveaway for Unleashed. And then once you're on the website, feel free to check out those features like the mobile app I talked about. All right guys, stay tuned. We'll be right back for round number 4. And Bandit W. Oh.
A warm and hearty welcome back. We are about to enter round number 4, the last Swiss round for our second Unleashed tournament in Runes and Rift territory. Dubby, how are we feeling right now?
Oh man, we're feeling good. We're feeling very ready for this show. I'm excited to be here for some set 3 too. You know, a bit of a preview, a bit of a teaser to see what's to come. Set 3 has now been released in China, so I'm sure we'll be seeing some decks coming out from there. But tonight, we get to see what the Runes and Rift community have been building.
Right, we are on the absolute precipice of a new era of Riftbound playing, a new meta shaping up with plenty of new faces and some familiar boogeyman making a return. Now, for this upcoming round, I can already spoil you that we have a familiar face coming back all the way from round 1, undefeated still. Our Lilia representative, Tacolandia, will be facing off against Hey's Fiora. And you can't get me to shut up about Lilia and the power of temporary units. To me, it is one of the most exciting techs to come through, and the ceiling feels unlimited. Picking and choosing your moments on when to peak, how to apply that, you feel like a surgeon at work.
Because temporary, it's been there since the start, but it's a risky thing, right? It's at the start of your beginning phase that unit will die unless you prevent it in some kind of other cardly mechanic.
Temporary has been around forever.
Yeah, it's always temporary. Has been there since the Big Bang. But no, it's always been there since the start, and it's just the management of your temporary units, keeping them alive is what's essential here. And there's a lot of tools you can do to use it, and it's how you pilot that, like you mentioned. That is where the skill ceiling goes higher and higher and higher, because there are going to be lots of ways to be competitive and creative with it.
And for me, when you're looking at Fiora, a legend that we have seen put up some serious results before, never winning one of the major tournaments, but getting a finals, going toe to toe with some of the best decks out there, and in a game state where the tempo has seemed to have slowed down a little bit, where more breathing room is allowed. Decks that can acquire themselves more resources can really start to hit harder.
Yeah, I think Fiora is the one that can keep your resources flowing, because whenever you make the unit mighty, you can exhaust the legend and get that rune back. And in a lot of situations, the way you make the unit mighty is through paying that power cost. So you get that back and you can keep on scaling. Now, what's interesting is I want to see their deck. I want to see what kind of new cards they're using from set 3, because we've seen a lot of new cards come in, a lot of different combinations. The big thing that Fiora already had access to was the counter spell that is her signature card. But there's also a new card in the game, only costs 1 energy and 1 power, and it can also counter spell damage directly. So now Fiora has even more opportunities to counter spells outside of her chosen signature spell. So that right there is also another reason it could be really good.
More flexibility, and this is the environment to really try out your craziest brews. Now you have to really push it to the limit, see what works, see what doesn't work, and we will be finding out right now as we are getting ready to hop into game number 1.
Yeah, game number 1, best of 3 coming up. And to be clear, if I'm not mistaken, Bandit, these are both undefeated right now, right? So the winner of this should be going to our final. That's coming up after this game. So this is a very high stakes game. It's basically the do or die moment for either player, because if you win it, you're on to the finals, and if you lose it, it's looking rough.
And let's just talk immediately about one of the major issues that Fiora has been experiencing, what has been holding her back, and it is running out of gas. It has been not being able to match your rune supply with cards in hand, and that's why contending this monastery of Hirana is going to be so important. Making the translational move from your buffs to cards in hand is going to be pivotal.
We see them beginning to get that tempo out. We were talking about the temporary units, and right there, the Lilia being able to use that Sprite to just get into the battlefield, to get an early 2 points, Lonely Part on the side to give you some card draw, gives you a great setup here, making the Fiora now choose which they prioritize, because through conquering this, They will give a card draw over to the Lilia. They get a rune channeled through that Bone Shiver. But at the risk of, hey, you've given another card to the Lilia.
Yeah, and right now they are keeping up whilst ramping themselves. So winning on some fronts at the cost of a few victory points. It will be very important for them to start on that, keeping up with the tempo set by Lilia. Because if you are not careful and you fall behind that murderous tempo she can set, do not sleep on this meta pacing. Even though holding has become more favorable, if you fall asleep at the wheel, you will be left behind in the dust.
Right there, as they are able to play some other units to base. We do see the Lilia coming out, that chosen champion option to play accelerated, but even more important, the new mechanic of, well, new to her at least, getting that sprite token out when you move the unit, just giving you even more pressure and threats of might. As now banned, I think this is your favorite card in the game right there, the Sabotage.
You know it is.
Yeah.
You know it is. And what we see right here is some more filtering coming through. And if your hand is full of creatures, then you will be losing 0 cards against the Sabotage. But knowing what you are up against as the Fiora here makes conquering these battlefields feel so much safer.
To see all those cards, there are no spells, so nothing to be removed. But look at the sprite mothers there, giving you even more sprites. That Lilia will be happy to do it. Ravenblum Student, also a great card to just stack up that might. So that right there is a nice opportunity to just give the Fiora player an idea of what's going on, what they need to play for. Because they have an easy opportunity here with Lucian to go in, get a point, get a rune, and get out. The question is now, how do they set up for their next turns?
And to you as well, you know that you haven't seen a single counterspell come through just yet. And with every turn, with every card that Lilia accrues for herself, you will have to be more and more careful with how you play. So right now, you have to get back on your principal goal of making sure you have plenty of cards in hand as Fiora. Fighting over Hirana is going to be extremely important. Currently, Lucian, as far as I can tell, not buffed. But we're at the right start of the turn. Anything can happen still.
Here we see them go for the Conquer into the Forge there, which will allow them to get some kind of reduction in their gears played if they so choose. So we'll see what they opt into drop, tapping a lot of runes there. And this is where I want to know, what are the new cards for Fiora? Or is this going to be a situation where we just see a lot of the same? And right there comes the BF sword, equipping, making this Lucian even stronger. I mean, that's a bonus 5 might already.
That is a lot of eggs in a Lucian-shaped basket. And to me, that starts to become... I'm starting to get worried, even though that is a very high might unit. To rely on a singular unit always feels a little tricky. Still not buffed up. We are slowly trickling out of cards. Now, luckily, those gears will be sticking around. And you have to face off against a lot of temporary units. And that is kind of where the pain starts to set in my opinion at least, where you have to start maybe investing cards that do cost you something to get rid of tokens, which are practically free. And that's how you fall more and more behind. Can they prevent themselves falling victim to that trap?
See, as there we go. We get one of those new gears out, the Sprite Fountain. Another card allowing you to get all the sprites you could ever want for is... We now see 3 sprites in base for this Lilia player. And that Sprout Fountain was the card they pulled on this turn after the Sabotage. So that right there, we're seeing it pay absolute insane dividends. It's not 1, not 2, but 3 sprites are being sent in to this Lucian. 9 might total. But the Call to Glory will say no.
Will say no. A single energy left for Lilia. That will do it. And even though normally this would be a back-breaking turn to be losing 3 units to a single hold, but Lilia doesn't play by the same rules. She is out in the pasture. She is settling new lands and is not giving in that easily, even after the hold, keeping up with victory points still. Now, losing out on your Lilia, that is definitely hamstringing your future options and those endless streams of sprites will temporarily at least be mitigated a little bit.
It will, but the Lilia Legend having that ability to play one on her turn as well is still something. They will go to 8 runes on this next turn, even giving them the opportunity to play one of the other sprite cards that was introduced, the Sprite Queen, if they do have it. As now we see that gear going away and getting replaced immediately with another one on the draw. So here we see even more sprites being summoned, and the question is, what are they going to do to try and overcome these battlefields? Because the Lucian with 8 does mean you're going to need 3 sprites, and they do have the 3 sprites. We'll have to see if they want to try and risk committing them again.
Yeah, and don't lose sight of the ever-dwindling amount of cards in hand for Fiora. Still only sitting on 2. Yeah, you have a bunch of gear sitting on a battlefield, but what kind of options do you have left? Cards like Riposte, definitely cards you have to keep your eyes out for. But currently, you are geared for some major pain whilst you're defending the battlefield you can't go without.
Look at the army of sprites coming out. They're sending 3 with the Sprite Mother to just really try to maximize your opportunities. And as you said, Bandit, these cards are dropping more and more as the Death Grip is being used to sacrifice the Lucian to really buff up this Fiora. That Fiora is going from 5 to 13 on that play, getting a new draw as well.
And that is a major investment coming through. And another instance of all those tokens just getting hit in the face, going down without any fame or glory, but they do get the job done. They do get rid of the Fiora, and currently it is a wasteland on Fiora's side of the battlefield. With only 3 cards in hand, she has to get mobilized fast.
Yes, and using that Fiora champion.
Oh, that'll do it.
Right there. We have coming. Oh, okay. Never mind. I was about to say losing the Fiora Worthy would be a problem, but never mind that. Playing it from your grave and now being able to equip all these gears to make your units mighty, pay that extra rune to ready them, will allow for so much more aggression. Lonely Poro getting taken out does give another draw to this Lilia player, but the point tempo for this Fiora is getting there.
Yeah, it has swung completely, getting to move out twice. And it somehow feels reminiscent of Irelia decks that used to dominate all over Asia. And at the cost of a few runes that they will just be ramping up to in the next few turns. Anyway, they find themselves that oh so important 6th victory point. And now it is up to Lilia to show what she can get done. Which battlefield it will be. The first sprite is entering, ready for a fight. And now still not out of danger just yet. 3 energy from Fiora means that you have to be mindful of potential tomfoolery. Riposte, one of the first things that springs to mind.
An even bigger risk here is that battlefield with the Unsung Hero is at 5 might. It is mighty, so when it dies, the Fiora will draw 2 cards. And that's one thing that this Fiora deck does lack, is card draw. But the situations like yourself, when you can maximize Unsung Hero, when you can use those cards together, gives you that extra card draw. And that's what makes it so strong in these situations. To the point where you even have to consider, hey, is it even worth me trying to attack this? Because do I want to give them the draw? They will commit to it right here by sending those 2 sprites because they need the points. They need to stop the Fiora from holding. But giving those extra draws does hurt.
Yeah, and well, I will be able to share with you that there is some smiley faces being shared with their opponent. Let's see what tricks they have up their sleeve. A final card in their hand, and they will let it go just to refill the tank that little bit. And now it's really up to Lilia to show that they can contend on that second battlefield, because if not, you have to put up a real stronghold on that one battlefield to get through. It is what we see happening right in front of us, and I feel like the resistance out there with a single energy left, it is in dire straits, especially when challenge will settle something, will get the fight through. No to our first challenge, but with 2 fresh cards in hand, we will be saying no to their no consent is very important. However, it will be shoved to the wayside. And that is all she wrote for the first game.
That's it. And just to add insult to injury, using the riposte would mean that the Fiora gets even more mighty before it resolves, and the challenge would just do more damage. It's just so much overkill at that point. And like you said, Bandit, it ends in that moment, and we're already getting the first win in this best of 3 to the Fiora.
Yeah, and whilst we were talking through our options at the very start of the game, you said to me this was going to be something a little bit slower. Holding is more important. Meanwhile, here we are absolutely speed running through to the finals.
I mean, if they get the second win that quick, it could be a situation where we can jump onto another matchup to check out what we have going. But what I like here is, before we were on the stream, Brandon, you and I were discussing about what's good and what we see in the meta. And one thing I wanted to mention was aggression, right? And look at the Lilia here, using the arena's greatest as their battlefield to get that first point. Getting their own legend to the point where they can accelerate all these sprites to just get as many points as fast as possible is just gonna be their win con in this game. Don't give time for the Fiora to develop.
Yeah, here we go from the very start. Units from turn 1 hitting the ground running, and once again you see another battlefield being fielded to cover up that lack of natural card draw coming through from Fiora, kind of grasping at straw harms just to make sure that she can keep up with the rate that she burns through her cards. So important that you get value out of the plays you make. And once again, the Lucian so pivotal in our very first game. Can he get it done a second time? It does make it so that you get to decide where you get to attack. You don't have to worry about getting overrun with sprites. Instead, you will be treating to your base safe and sound.
Yeah, Lucian just being such a great card in Spirit Forged. And Bandit, it's got me asking, I don't know if you noticed, Eddie, but in this game 1, I did not see this Fiora play any of the new cards from Unleashed. We could be seeing a repeat from a similar tournament we had a week ago where the Rek'Sai deck managed to be incredibly successful by only using Unleashed. So this right here could be another example of that, as the Lucian is able to conquer there, bouncing in and out, gets their point, and is now going to pay the full 5 and play out the set. This card was just built for Fiora. Becoming mighty on play to get the rune back from playing it is just so absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and it makes it so tricky because you are in the driver's seat with Set. You can decide when you will be pumping up that might, when you are allowing. They have to always take into account that you can pump him up. Meanwhile, as if you're a player, you have that agency, that ability to pull the trigger, yes or no. How much do you want to invest? Ensure it will always be the worst outcome for your opponent. And when we're looking at the Lilia, not a lot coming from the ground just yet. 3 energy left open with a Lilia on her base. Does mean that you are maybe getting into some troubled waters.
Yeah, but I like it there. I see it because you can take your time right now. You have the point lead. Even, very likely your opponent double conquers here and matches you at 4. You then have that opportunity on your turn to try and conquer back, take down some of your opposing units, and then get the point tempo in your favor. So sending in your, being able to develop your Lilia now and getting it on the board means you can prep for a stronger attack in your next turn, rather than just sending in a sprite to just be a little bit of a sacrifice. So I don't hate that entirely, and it makes me think that they're planning something that they need 8 runes available for. Now, the set has been set in. They have spent their buff to make it mighty, to make it up to 8, and it will take down that Ravenbloom student, getting so incredibly strong. And we'll have to see if they tap the rune to draw. Yep, there it is.
And here you see the situations where this Fiora deck is firing on all cylinders, ramping left and right, drawing cards because of that, meaning you can pump out these large, big, swingy power plays of spells. Meanwhile, it's not costing you too much in the rune department. And it's a self-sustaining cycle if it can be perpetuated. But it has to sustain this absolute threat of a turn 8 energy at Lilia's disposal.
They start off by moving in the Lilia champion unit into the battlefield, getting a point because, well, not much that, Fiora can do there outside of a challenge to try and take it down. And now, with their 8 open, they're gonna have to do something to get over this set. Only at 5, but there's loads of opportunities, loads of cards in this Fiora's deck that can do it. I mean, we saw it last game, right? The signature spell from Fiora just paying such strong abilities to buff up champion units, to counter spells, and make them even stronger. So that's something we might want to consider as they attempt to decide to do this attack.
And they still have to attack into not only the powerful set itself, but then also whatever shenanigans are lying in wait from Fiora's side. Because you're facing against 5 cards, and don't forget, with all of the new cards coming out, the potential of stunning, which is not as effective with more swarmy decks, but we don't have to wait anymore on guard coming out, meaning it's going to be a little tougher to push this set over the edge.
We'll only give the +1 and then +2 essentially for
but not when a Death Grip comes over.
Yeah, Death Grip is such a great card. Leaving 2 runes open brings up some of the threat. You do kill your Lucian. Yes, you do.
No,
and now it's a matter of what Lydia's got.
Yeah, the fight does come out, and the Death Grip will be countered. Now, this will save the Lucian's life, as the Death Trigger is not a cost, but part of the resolving of that spell. So not a complete disaster. And in count, you will be losing out on the Ravenbloom student. But they get the job done. They get rid of the set. And now giving a gear temporary, that BF sword is not long for this world.
Great way to just deny any kind of opportunity to get rid of a card right there, to remove it. Now, if I'm not mistaken, does that sword die because it is temporary, and that even if it's covered by the Lucian, it will still go away?
It's the start of the turn. The gear goes bye-bye. However, despite the fact that they are in a bit of a bind right now, this Lilia is starting to run out of cards. We'll only have 3 available starting next turn. Those sprites will be gone. If Fiora can match the tempo, this is not done just yet. We're getting started off with a Doran's Blade, a Mighty Trigger, another ramp. If they get to conquer here, they will be able to draw once more, and that is the key to this game.
Yes, getting the draw there and the conquer is essential, and now you have to do something to try and get this other battlefield. You don't want to let this Lydia hold to 7 and use all these sprites to take over that other battlefield, so it's essential that you try to do something to play to take down the hold opportunities. You can also opt in to go for the hold yourself here, but then Lilia can just double down and do that as well.
But be mindful of that single energy. Like, if you start to challenge now, most likely you're going to run into the fight. So you have to be very meticulous about the timing of your spells. Can you bait it out?
They're going to opt into play here. They do still have that champion unit Fiora ready to play. Instead, we will see the Fiora Worthy played directly into the battlefield. And then they will hide a card, passing the turn. They are being confident to hold this, and then maybe play to swing over to the other battlefield in their next turn.
Yeah, Lilia will be holding all the way up to 7. Only 3 cards available. But will it be enough? It will be tight, because dealing with 2 units on Lilia's side is not the only thing. Getting over that hidden card, we know what you can hide in order. We know that it can be hidden blades to make your attacking even harder. Once again, into Lilia with all those sprites, not as effective, but being able to take out the general that is leading the assault can be disastrous, especially when you're only sitting on 3 cards in hand.
Exactly that, and they opt to use the Legend's ability, the Lilia here, to get that ready sprite. It's not nearly enough to get over either of these units on the Fiora. Now the question is, where do they decide to move it? Because they played it to base, and now it can be moving either way if they want to opt to move it into this battlefield to go for a hold here to win the game, or if they have something they can do with these 4 runes up. This last 4 bits of energy to hold this battlefield here to net them the win. They do have to keep in mind that the Fiora will be able to gank across if it gets only +1 might, and there's a lot of other tools that this Fiora can use, like to get these ready units into the battlefield. So holding could be a bit scarier as they undo the sprite play. They're not too sure about that one, and we'll have to see what they decide on next.
Yeah, no matter how you twist or turn it, you have to come down not only in this turn, but onto the next as well, as Fiora cannot finish the game in their upcoming turn. This should give some breathing room to the Lilia. However, you have to be meticulous. Are you only threatening? Oh no, we're not being meticulous. We are going for the hit, and we are going for it now. But you're fighting into the hidden. You're fighting into the hidden. It is the hidden blade. And that is, with one fell swoop, will be taking care of the entirety of that turn. It will be refueling the hand just that little bit. But now it is up to them. There is no way they can recover in this turn just yet.
Like this right here, moving the Lilia back to just leave that sprite token behind to hold, because it just forces your opponent to try and get into the battlefield. They will move the Lucian back. First mate being played to help hold, accelerating that Lucian into the battlefield. And now we can see what other hidden card is there. That is Smoke and Mirrors, but will just be discarded.
Will be just a puff of smoke, and we can just kind of waft that away like it never really happened. But now the tables have turned, and Fiora is holding a firm grasp on this game. Big problems ahead right now when the Yordle Explorer comes through, and it will be drawing you even more. I think it's a very interesting way to go with your deck, because that is a major developmental play. How many double power cards are you actually running in that deck?
I mean, there is the signature spell for it. There's also the unit that lets you play one of your own units.
They're gonna try again. They're gonna try again as a 1,000 Till Watcher comes out accelerated, and once again, it's gonna cost him the entire turn. But will it be enough to deal with the Lucian, who is sitting on 5 might afterwards? Even if they do make it through, they can just hardcast a Hidden Blade if they have it. 2 power being recycled. Punch first comes out. That will be a draw. Pumping up the might. Will this be the end of our last Swiss round?
I mean, Bandit, the punch first does buff this Lucian up to 7, and even conquering this one battlefield does mean that it's not going to give them much more. They get a draw for whatever reason, and they'll send in the Lilia, the desperate attempt to do something. But Bandit, I don't see anything else happening there, as that is a GG's for the Fiora, getting a 2-0 in a very, very swift matchup.
Very swift indeed, and despite the last few plays being one of desperation, this is the power that Order still has. Those Hidden Blades, if you over-invest in singular units so much, it can be an early curtains call. Lilia, despite her swarming nature, could not overcome those obstacles set out by Fiora, who will be taking her rightful seat into our first finals tonight.
Yeah, and again, Bandit, this seems to be a Fiora that's just not using any of these new cards, right? Like, this is showing the power that Unleashed was, or maybe Unleashed is maybe lacking. I don't know. I mean, I know Unleashed is strong. There's a lot of new cards, but Spirit Forged is holding strong, and this Fiora player is just showing excellent piloting of these decks. And it does mean that there's still a lot of time, right? There's still a lot of time for these players to learn how to pilot these Unleashed decks, how to combo them correctly. So the advantage is there to play one of the decks that you're already comfortable with rather than playing something new. And when we get to these finals, we'll have to see what deck ends up bringing the ultimate challenge for this Fiora.
And I mean, if you really want to get nitty and gritty with it, when you are bringing a revamped deck into a new environment and you suddenly start losing, It is kind of hard to pinpoint. Is it the new cards that are making me uncomfortable? Is it my opponent that is making me uncomfortable? And by having a less variable deck and just bring it out onto the mat, see where those weak points are, if there are any, and there seem to be not too many currently around for this Fiora, I feel like your feedback from the matches that you're getting might be a lot more concise and concentrated, pinpointing you towards your optimal brew.
Definitely all right there, Bandit. We'll have to see if we get another game coming through. As I don't know, we have to. I'm a bit stunned how quickly that was.
Let's take a moment to kind of recap on this first one, right? As I think we are getting ready to jump into a second one. But where did Lilia end up falling short? Because to me, it didn't feel like she was doing too much wrong until she kind of face planted into a Hidden Blade.
One point I'll give before we got over this game. I think the struggle came from just not being able to match might numbers in your units that the Fiora was able to, right? You had to send in a lot of small units that weren't able to compete with the big units that Fiora played. And you're focusing a lot onto one battlefield, and the Death Claws coming in the Death Grip, being able to deny those plays was the huge ones.
And with that match behind you, we are ready to move on forward with an eye on the horizon. And I do believe we see two of your little pets decks now, aren't we, Dubby?
I mean, you're not wrong there. I have now personally swapped over away from Draven to Master Yi, so I'm very excited to see how this deck pilots out. And even more there, we do see the Leona. And my hot take is that I think Leona is going to get better and better with each set, because the more cards added to Leona that give her stun interactions, it just makes more opportunities, more ways for you to play it and stuff. Especially this new card with the Nami. It's such an excellent stun card, has some really interesting interactions. And right here we see it. Nami played out with the Sona. Starting the hold is exactly what you want to do.
And I feel like your matchup is so favorable into Yi decks that do have a more solistic approach, that really get neutered by being stunned. It can be such a painful and humiliating retreat if you do be catching the dirt. Sabotaging in time will be key to make sure that the way is really clear, because I am not sleeping sound engaging into a Leona with 4 energy ready to go.
Exactly. Now, when we see the Sabotage resolve, removing that Zenith Blade Bandit, I'm kind of curious, and I'm sure we'll see more as this match plays out, on the choice of the legend here with Master Yi, because Yi is now the first legend where you have 2 different choices of what you want to play. Same going with the signature spells here, as we're seeing units focused around XP, but not necessarily using the XP-focused legend. So very curious on how this pans out as they go on the attack, and right now we're seeing the buff up Master Yi to 7.
Buffing it up and needs to take down this value engine that is currently being occupied by the Sona and the Nami. But here is that one card. He knows the way is clear and can fully commit, knowing what is hiding in the shadows. And if he does manage to take out both, this is an absolute disaster. That is so much energy going down the drain.
And the XP gain there, we briefly saw that spell, Grim Resolve, giving your unit the +3, and when it wins a combat this turn, gain 2. So right then and there, the hunt as well from both these units on the Conquer and their holds, giving the XP, even more XP, is now it's up to 6, which is going to start giving these units their breakpoints of strength. That one unit on the battlefield, we're seeing there on the left themselves having a level 6 buff, only when you play it. But still, now we're getting to have a better idea of what cards strengthen themselves through more XP.
And the pain is really double as the Scuttler comes out here, a minor developmental play. The pain is really double when you're going here, because not only are you addressing the entire value engine of your opponent, you are reaching new heights yourself. So the gap is widening twice as fast. And if you do manage to break that hold from Leona. She needs a lot of time to recuperate that strength. And how are you going to overcome a board state that looks like this?
I mean, that unit right there is so incredibly strong. Being able to play it out because you've hit that 11 XP breakpoint where it costs half. That is a 12 might unit, Bandit. And it has +2 when it defends alone. And it's alone right now on the Dreaming Tree, giving it an extra draw per turn. I mean, this game has in an instant just blown up towards the Master Yi, who is now held again and is at 7 points.
You have to address 2 battlefields right now. And stunning is not gonna do all that much for you if you can't overcome what is sitting there. If they manage to hold a single one, this gap is growing by the second. The options are being limited ever more. And even if you do manage to surpass your opponent, they are sitting on 11 energy next turn. They have everything ready to go and a full hand of cards and not a single Aurora in sight.
Is needed in this case. This is some form of mid-range XP Master Yi, and I am all for it. Now, Leona has attacked, and they do fail their attack. They have to pay the deflect cost for the buff, and the Master Yi gets that +2 from defending alone. But now they will play Munch right there, and if opponent controls a stun unit, it costs 2 less and enters ready, but that won't be enough as they pass the turn. And that should be it right there, Bandit.
Yeah, not even close. The moment Yi took off, he reached the stratosphere in the blink of an eye. And despite the fact that Leona does have more tools available, it was simply no match to be picking up the pieces after Yi just kicked in the door and never left.
You know, now that I'm like spending an extra moment thinking about this right here, Band, where we're having these 2 different Master Yi legends, right? The new Master Yi legend, it gives you breakpoints at 6 and 12 XP, one of which is giving your unit +1. Now, all units +1 is good, but the existing Master Yi already gives them +2 when they defend alone, so that is potentially considerable better. And then the other breakpoint at 12 XP, 11 XP is them entering ready. You're already ideally holding battlefields at that point that you don't need your units entering ready because you'll just play them directly onto the battlefield. So I see some kind of areas to play XP Focus Yi, but with the other legend.
I hear you, but what I just saw speaks for itself. It was absolutely wiping the floor with it. And I when you are looking at what is being played out there, right, there is, I mean, we saw how this one was already circumnavigating those more stun cards. There's situations where attacking alone would have been easier to deal with, even despite the bans of fight or flight being out there. Mm-hmm. And when you're looking at Vex, we have seen some situations where a single unit is quite vulnerable.
Yep. But Vex does have the advantage of at least having that new unit available to you. That does stop you from stopping your opponent from accelerating into you because they can't accelerate units and the units they play enter stunned. So that right there could be an answer to these aggressive decks we're seeing because you can try and stop that. But you know, I'm just excited. We've been going through games very, very quickly here, but we're getting such a nice tease of what the meta could bring, whether that's old beloved decks just still being strong or a new flavor of the things. I mean, I don't know, but I'm excited about Unleashed right now.
I mean, you only have to take a look right in front of you. We are getting the entire spread of what Unleashed has to offer. A potentially new Boogeyman or Draven who has gone through a metamorphosis to see if he can claw himself back into his seat. Maybe his death was just simply overly exaggerated.
That is true, as we're now at a game at the very start, Bandits. We can switch off, we can reset and lock ourselves into this one. It seems to be a game 3 situation, as so far this start for Draven is very standard. The treasure hunter there, giving them that early point and gold. But more interesting here, Bandit, I'm not seeing any units out for the Vex quite yet. So we'll have to see what units they can play here. to try and shut down this Draven as they tap the 4. That's gonna be the champion unit.
That is just the start for them. And most importantly, Draven is keeping up with cards in hand, matching the energy bases, going over the top, and is already with some gold in hand, ready to be laying down the hurt in this match. 3 gold, ready to go. Kai'Sa looking, well, not being invested here. Will not be drawing cards from that, but does he really need to when you are up in units, when you are up in resources, up in cards?
Yep. Everything, as they can also just play it a bit slow right here, get their points where they need, generate their gold, and just let this gold speak for itself, as you're going to be to the point where you're not going to be able to play these units accelerated, so whatever you can get out now is going to be stronger next turn against this Vex. We also see on the left a new battlefield being chosen, that being the Amateur Recital, and that's a nice little twitch right there for the Draven, because it lets you do what we just saw right there. You held it, you're able to move the Treasure Hunter back, get a gold, bounce it into the battlefield. It gives such a great, unique play on aggression.
Yeah, and even though they lost the harbor, right? This does it to a way less problematic degree, in my opinion. Way less assured you have to hold at the very first place. And when you're playing into the Vex, that might prove a little bit troublesome, or can open the door exactly right. The Wind will be coming in as a little emergency evacuation for our broker in the battlefield. Can they punish it? All the energy still up, and pretty much all the cards you could wish for as the Vex. As while this is getting resolved, let's just kind of analyze, why is Vex suddenly in such a comfortable position? Because holding a battlefield was like swearing during church. It was not done. Nobody liked it. It was the unpopular kid of the class. But now they've risen to notorious fame.
So obviously you've got the Vex Legend, which is when you hold, you can exhaust me to draw 1. So that right there is giving you an incentive on the deck saying, hey, you want to hold. Now with that new unit that we're seeing at the battlefield, which will be chasing down this treasure hoarder with the Ride the Wind, it also enables you to hold even better, because your opponent is not allowed to play any units accelerated, any units on aggressive pace, because they enter stunned, they cannot be accelerated, there's nothing you can do. So that is one opportunity right there. And they've just given all these extra stun cards to both Calm and some new stun cards and Spell Rip and counter spells to Chaos, that holding just feels so much stronger in this situation. As I like the Ride the Wind play right there, Bandit, chasing down that Treasure Hunter, not giving anything extra, and getting points themselves.
And to me, holding has changed the landscape quite a bit, because beforehand, I felt like the tools available to you to be holding were quite limited, and you were giving your opponent a lot of agency for them to solve the puzzle that you were putting in front of them. Meanwhile, the attacker usually had all the tricks up their sleeve to be impacting their combat in a more favorable manner. Now, when you're holding, you kind of have to put out a little more. And that is why Vex, in my eyes, is covering that weakness. By when you do successfully hold, you get some of those resources back, and you're not always lacking behind by investing into holding, when your opponent can say, all right, you've invested on A, I'll just shift my attention to B then. You can keep up, and that is why Vex is in that popular spot.
And holding is something that you see decks that run the Calm Rune really want to do, because they have a lot of opportunities. In a card like Emperor's Divide, right? You play that from hidden, you can move any amount of units to the base and bounce them to the other battlefield. So it's something when if you match your opponent's tempo, even if you're behind by 1, you can just keep spamming units onto that battlefield, and then use that spell to move them all back and jump into the other battlefield. Just gives you a lot of extra mobility in your own way. As now the Draven passes the turn.
Spread out a little thin, but with all that energy available, you can bet your bottom dollar that they are not done playing cards just yet. And as we are going into, well, the game state where Vex kind of has to get it done at this very moment, you have to consider that if Draven is winning this series, he's pretty much assured a spot in the final. So everything is on the line.
That it is. And with all that gold, with all those open energy, you really have to think about what opportunities the Vex has for attack. And even if you just hold one of these battlefield, that Draven Showboat is already at 8 might in that Chosen Champion slot and can go even higher once it holds points. So that right there is a card that just scales up so strong. At the start, the Dravens, they were in panic when they weren't sure about what legend to use instead, what unit was going to replace the previous Draven, but this one right here has been showing more and more popularity because you want to play aggressive, you want to get these early points, and then having a unit with that much might on Draven's board feels very, very good.
Just closing the game out efficiently. Now, already on 5, presenting the puzzle to Vex, saying, hey, these are the battlefields up for the taking. You commit to whatever one you want to, and I will be grabbing the other one. Now, single play here. Spinning axes, meeting Kai'Sa's hands, taking a firm grasp and threatening the life of Vex herself.
7. Vex enters with a second discipline. Will buff their own Vex up to 8. Well, ideally pass the priority back to the Draven. How many spinning axes do they have in hand? How many hand bounces do they have available to themselves? There is 4 cards for this Draven. What are they going to use?
You see another spinning axe coming out, and this is becoming quite a costly play, even though that's only costing them gold tokens at the very moment. If this Kai'Sa hits the dirt, and it will be when the rebuke comes over the top, is maybe liable to a wages.
Need to do something here. The repeat hard bargain is an opportunity. The abandon being used, which will return that rebuke. Now, the Vex can opt to play it again.
That is costly. That is so incredibly costly. But they might have to, because how do you deal with a Kai'Sa that's so buffed up?
Sure. What are they going to do? They have other cards available to themselves. They do take the rebuke back from the trash. There we go. They will tap the runes. They're going to play for it, Bandit. 4 power, double rebuke in the same turn. What does the Draven have left?
If you can't address it right now, how will you ever be able to address a double spinning X Kai'Sa? Not to even mention losing your own Vex. They have to take a stance at whatever cost, and the cost that they paid might just be one so large they cannot recover from it currently.
Get the Conquer there. They move in with the Overzealous Fan to just try and hold a bit more. But the Draven holds to 6 themselves right now. And we see the runes being tapped. The Falling Star being played to blow up that Vex. Taking down one more unit. The Overzealous Fan, the only one left. That guy is not looking too strong on his own.
And they can still always come over the top with a Draven. It will be an accelerated Kai'Sa now that the door has been opened up. It will be sent back, but that is the last unit done for. Now, if they... Just imagine the Draven coming in with 6 extra might to bully around whatever you can get on these battlefields. And it has to come out accelerated as well. And it has to come out right now. There can be no more dilly-dallying. And that is, that might be the white flag.
The Kai'Sa moves in. They're going to try and get that Conquer and draw. They just need to move in both these units to win the game. What does the Vex have left to try and deny this Conquer?
Well, the pass here is the very first answer. Existential Dread will be played, but the Abandon comes out over the top. No more energy left in the tank for Vex. And Draven, Boogeyman still will be taking the win.
I mean, I like that. I like this a lot. Seeing these players take these decks from set 2, from set 1, and adapting them to the new meta. And there was a lot of questions being floated around about Draven. Draven, the terrifying champion legend that he was, as he is still now, will he still be strong going into Unleashed? And right now, Bandit, we are seeing that strength right now. They take the win. They did go to the full 3 games, but that is a 3-0 Draven going into 4-0. And like you said, Bandit, if they take the win, we'll see them in the finals.
Yeah, who can stand in their way, pushing anyone aside with those spinning axes? Stand aside, for the king has returned. And this is kind of that issue of holdings that what we were talking about before. They are, up to a certain extent, momentum-based decks. If they can't get the ball rolling, then they never get off the starting line. Now, if you say, all right, what is the most impactful change that you have seen in this Draven deck?
It has more opportunities for counter spells, I think. Before Draven, what made Draven so good right now is having that hard bargain, right? Hard bargain was such a great way to deny your opponent's cards. Now having abandon as well, as we saw there, just forcing out your opponent to like even allowing them, saying, "Hey, you can play Rebuke, but you're gonna have to play it again." Those kind of situations, giving them more opportunities to just deny their opponent's play, is something that could be so good. Because having to play an abandon twice, that's 4 power bandit. That's so incredibly expensive.
It is incredible. Honestly, the card Abandon, it feels like a nightmare to play against. So
Yeah.
it feels fitting that it is in the domain that it's currently sitting in. Now, who can stand in the way of the glorious executioner himself? We will be finding out in the finals. We'll be throwing it to a short little break, and when we get back, we will be ready to crown our champion of the week.
Mhm.
And right back at it. There is so much to talk about. We can't afford to be getting on break here, Dubby. There's so much to talk about still, because despite being a set 3 tournament, the two legends sitting in finals have been here for a while.
Yeah, they've been playing through. I mean, the legends we have batted Fiora, Draven. Now, the fun part about this finals is we have, from what I can tell, is a Fiora player that has not really put in many new cards. They don't seem to be playing anything with Unleashed, and they are playing versus the new and improved Draven with the Infamous Abandon, with whatever other cards they might have slotted in. Bandon, how are we feeling about the changes?
Honestly, I feel like Abandon is a nasty, nasty card with that flexibility of either saving your own spells from being countered or making sure that your opponents are losing the maximum. It's that flexibility that we saw in cards like Fight or Flight that makes it such a notorious, such a scary card to be facing up against, because you know that when it comes out, it will always be the worst case scenario. And from the Battlefield's perspective, I feel like a lot of the strengths that Raven had are still there. However, we have lost some of our straight-lined railness. Like, you have to commit a little harder in the Raven, and I do like to see that.
You do, but they have been very creative with their new battlefields of choice, right? We already saw that one tease before that allows you to move a unit back to base after holding, which means that, hey, even if I hold, I can bounce my unit out. Because that was one of the options where we talk about bans. Fight or Flight was removed, and one of the ways you could use this card was to Fight or Flight your own unit back and be able to bounce it to the other battlefield, getting an easy kind of gank. Now we have a battlefield that replaces that, so that's already... Who cares that I don't have Fight or Flight? I can just use this battlefield. The adaptation there is great.
But that, I feel like that threshold is a lot higher, right? Because you have to survive the entire turn.
But Draven has so many resources for that. They have the spinning axes. They have those counter spells. Sure, you don't have the Fight or Flight to be able to send out the unit, but that's not the end of the world for Draven, if you ask me.
No, I feel like it's like you said, there are a lot of the same mechanics still available to them, but now they have to just work a little harder for it, and they do have to commit. And let me tell you, if that Kai'Sa didn't require 4 power and like 4 cards to be dealt with, that could have been the opening to kind of crawl yourself back into that game. Now, we didn't see that transpire, and their commitment pays off, but you can't always back out without feeling the hurt of your actions. And there are openings, and I really hope that that is what we can see this Fiora exploit, because despite all the changes that we have seen in this iteration of Draven, Fiora is sticking to her guns, staying true to her origins. I haven't seen a single card from set 3 be played by her.
No, it could just be that they're trying to test the waters. You know, how good does this deck match up to Unleashed? How, you know, putting a bit of a challenge to themselves, seeing how far they can succeed. But it also is just a matter of saying it's a great way to take the time now to learn other decks, to learn what other people are playing, to get that practice, to get those reps in, to prepare for these changes. So that's another thing I can see right there. But overall, I like it. I like the challenge. And you know what? We could just, maybe I change something up. They could just maybe have a set 3 card that's hidden in the deck that we haven't seen, Banner. The games we saw, they were very quick. I mean, they won very quickly.
It can go either way still, but it does. I will say, I was expecting at least a single set 3 legend to be represented in the finals. Not the case. And honestly, that sets the stage for such a fun narrative. It basically boils down this: the more things change, the more they stay the same. And with Draven having another appearance in our finals, can they get the job done, or has the tide finally turned upon the executioner himself? And with that out of the way, we have a plus for you, who has a quick little message, and when he is done, we will be jumping into the finals. Plus, take it away.
And guys, I was muted, forgive me. I was just saying we have the grand finals right around the corner. Bandit and W were listening to me, but you guys weren't listening to me. So this is the final. Shout out, big O love to cardnexus. They make it super easy and straightforward to track and organize your Riftbound collections. They just recently had the yeah, exactly, Ben. A little personal segment for you guys. But yeah, I hope you guys can hear me now. I'm not unmuted anymore. But guys, they recently came out with the newest updates to the cardnexus platform. They have a brand new mobile app, so download that in the store. They have a card scanner, as you guys can see in the video where I'm scanning in my Riftbound cards. On top of the card scanner that works really fast, they have a now new and improved TCG marketplace that you're able to buy and sell cards directly from your inventory. So you scan them and then upload them to the marketplace pretty much instantaneously. And if you guys are looking to buy and sell cards, go ahead and use that code RunesRiff05 for $5 off any order $15 or more. And then last but not least, I'll end off this little sponsored segment with the big ol' Unleashed Booster Box giveaway, guys. Exclamation point cardnexus. Use that link in that chat and go ahead and make a free account on the cardnexus website, and you are automatically entered into that booster box giveaway. So check out all their awesome features. And now, guys, it is grand finals time. Dubby and Bandit, take it away from here.
We are getting ready for our Unleashed Tournament number 2. Runes and Rift Grand Finals. Old familiar faces. Can they finally be kicked out of their top spot? Fiora will be taken away on the play. Is it time for a new ruler, or is stability still king?
That is what we will find out here. Fiora dropping the unit, Draven instantly matching with a unit of their own. As you know what, these first few turns of Riftbound can be so insanely quick sometimes. As now, the Fiora will decide how they want to play this out. They drop off their own Fiora, and I would not be surprised if they don't even send in the Unsung Hero, because you don't want to give any kind of opportunity for Draven to get a draw, even if that means not getting points yourself.
And I feel like Oni is right on it in the chat. It is swords against axes, and I can't wait to see Fiora finally lunge. I mean, even if it is on a smaller field, she deserves that crown. I mean, she's part of the guard for it, for heaven's sakes. Now, the first commitment has been made, and the gold has started to flow for our Draven. Can Fiora keep up with the tempo set? And I feel like with the might already on the board, this might be the opportunity to start to punish.
We do see the Vex coming out there, who's been a staple card in this Draven deck. Vex Apathetic has looked very, very good. They do run 3 of it from what I remember seeing earlier there, Bandit. So that is a new card that they really, really enjoy using themselves.
I mean, it's just the baseline of this card is just so high. Having 4 might on the board without it costing you a single power is on itself already a upside. We saw Fiora run something similar as well, but with the draw effect on double power spells. And the fact that it also has deflect, that it can also cover off some tricks and shenanigans coming through. There's only upside at such a low cost. It's an absolute bargain.
Absolute bargain indeed. As a good use of the Fiora that will gank it over to conquer both battlefields, giving themselves 2 points and a pretty strengthy hold here, because that Fiora has deflect, it has ganking, it has shield, it has everything you could ever want in one package. Does mean that the Draven is forced to go into the other battlefield here, and the runes are being tapped.
That is a major commitment, what will be hitting out of these gates, and it is the Ferris Forerunner. However, currently, the way things are going, Fiora doesn't have to take initiative on this one. She is currently winning this race, as being on the play means that she will tick over the 3 first. And in Fiora's world, it's really up to the Raven just to come and get it.
I think they could be happy to just play it slow here, develop that one battlefield, leaving the Ferris Forerunner there, and even trying to move their Vex back now if they so choose to get some kind of aggressive play, because they're going to have to try and match this tempo the Fiora is setting up here Bandit. The set coming out, giving so many opportunities as now that new card, Bone Skewer. I mean,
And this
you love hand rip. Tell me about this card.
I sure do. And just knowing what is laying in wait is such a valuable card to be played out, especially if it does mean you get to surgically remove these cards however you wish. Taking care of the matron, knowing that there is nothing that they can find currently in their trash.
That too, and the matron comes into the combat stunned as well, so it can't even trade back with the Vex. The only consideration is you can do is try to do something in the showdown, but no, they won't. Giving Draven a unit rip and a draw from winning the combat is such a great use of the hidden card right now.
Oh, and they're not
We're
done
seeing-
just yet. They will be bringing the fight over towards this Fiora. However, 2 energies still available on Fiora's side. But you're not out of it just yet. A spinning axis coming over on the top. But keep in mind that Abandon can just strike out of the shadows from nowhere. But a major gauntlet being thrown down. If this Fiora perishes, the tides are no longer alike. Will be coming out. Challenge will be brought out. And we will be getting a trade at least for this one. But that will mean the end of not only Fiora and Ferris Forerunner standing strong. And not even that will happen, because there you have it, the Abandon we were talking about earlier. And being denied everything. What good is a challenge if there's no big baddie waiting to lay down the law?
And the challenge is just denied. The deflect is paid, making it more expensive. And I just made this connection too. As Draven, you get to see the next card in your deck. You know what you're drawing when you inevitably win that combat showdown. Now able to cycle away that Noxus Hopeful, taking over both battlefields of themselves. Both units ready here as well, Bandit. They can bring them back to base and keep them there nice, happy, and safe if they want to.
Yeah, and you see how these cylinders are aligning for the Draven deck, where the consistency comes from, how they are setting up their future turns already. Look how they are upping the pressure. After an already winning turn, they still get to develop a few units here and there like it is nothing. Now, finally, down to 2 cards in hand, but only because all their cards are on the board.
4 cards on the board, and Draven here very happily on even tempo with the 4 points. They now know that this Fiora needs to try to commit to these battlefields, and it's something that the Draven can try and conquer back to replace the cards they used to play through these combat wins. Now, Fiora will start by spending the set buff, getting an extra rune channeled, and moving into the monastery.
Moving into the monastery, but you really feel uneasy leaving out those units out there when the spinning axes are flying round your ears, being caught at the most important moments. Now, there is a lot of energy to back this up, to really give some more oomph to these punches that are landing. The challenge has to come through, and this is where they really have to start capitalizing, because if they cannot take care of the Draven when he is stepped out, you will never recover.
Nice use of getting the buff back from the monastery, spending it again to buff the set, and then using the challenge to take out that Ferris Forerunner, removing the spinning axe. Does still leave 6 might on the board right there. But hey, still overall, it's a good play, and it's going to help them to try and hold this battlefield. They do move in the Unsung Hero as well, which makes me think they're going to try and equip it with something to get it up to the mighty state.
I mean, they sure have the energy, and we saw the BF swords that were flying around. No Lucian sighted just yet to kind of help evade these combats, but we do see the cost of running those abandons, because the challenge, it's not answered. You're simply procrastinating the confrontation, and when it then does hit, and you are not winning all of those combats, you do see that the options are starting to dwindle just a little bit. They're going to have to fight to get themselves onto these battlefields once again. Definitely still in a very, very strong position, but it's not all fun and glory and rainbows and unicorns when you're playing Draven.
Isn't, as we do see the Bone Shiver being discarded when they conquer that Zalmorans. I don't think they're too happy about that because sometimes you really have to think about, is it worth conquering this battlefield when I have so many cards that I like having? Now, they do spend the extra cost to equip that Dorn's Blade to the set to try and make it as strong as possible. 5 runes left open banded. How are they going to play this? The Deathclaw, maybe? We'll have to wait and see.
First will come through, and you know that these cards like Punch Firsts are... Oh, there you have it. Punch First immediately be seeing some play, making life a little more difficult for that little Mac token, but everything is ready to go on Draven's side. Only 3 cards in hand, but that will not be for long if he is allowed to start winning these combats.
What I like here is that by buffing up that hero, it becomes mighty.
It's allowed. It's allowed to go through, and the Rebuke will...
It doesn't die!
Yeah, it will be sticking through, and the Death Grip has to be invested to make sure that these draws will be coming through, making conquering that other battlefield even harder. Some draws coming through, but it is being tight. And what is Draven really losing?
Not much at all, Bandit. It does mean that this set is very big on the other side, so it might be a bit hard to overcome themselves. I really like the play there from the Fiora to make sure that the hero dies, to get that extra card draw, to buff up that set at only the risk of losing versus a mech. Very nicely played.
Yeah, they are refilling their hand, but what can they really get done with that when the rune reserve is looking a little thin? I will add to that as some more developing happening by Draven, not looking to pick a fight with an overbuffed set, looking to scout for some noses to use as a landing zone for his fists. And we are in a similar game state where we were before, where Fiora is at an advantage. She can hold the race if you want, however, not as solid as we saw before, as there are already 3 units in the base of Draven. What is the correct way to approach here? Is it to let Draven get on 2 battlefields and see if you can pick one off? Because he can't win in the next turn.
Exactly that, and we can see the hourglass coming out. Is they're going to take some time to think it over. Because you're at 6 points right now, you've held to 6, you need to conquer. You can't win on this turn, but neither can your opponent. Which also means that you're going to be the first one that's going to have an opportunity to win. So you should not play to develop a win this turn, because you can't. Your options are, how do I win on the next turn? And that's going to be either through a hold if they conquer one, or conquering both the next option they have. So it's really going to come down to what cards they have in hand. And if these cards are more like, hey, let me just play some units into my base, let me just take a moment to set things up, or if we're going for the aggression, because if they can get over this battlefield here, Bandit, if they can kill this Vex and this Mech, it gets them at a very, very good spot.
And using a turn to fully develop might be beneficial, but there's just so much raw might already available on the battlefield of our Draven, where I feel like he can just fully commit to a singular battlefield. And it might be very, very tough to be answered unless you're gonna start swinging around some very costly cards. Either the Hidden Blades have to get some real work done, but the longer you take, the more you allow this Draven to entrench himself to make sure he is decked out with all of the tools he needs. And he's already gone through half his deck. And I can assure you, there's more than one abandon laying in those piles.
I really like the setup from the Fiora here, using the Pit Rookie to buff up the set, playing out the BF Sword to make that Pit Rookie mighty, getting out another gear that you can use, channeling that extra rune. Like, the setup here to double conquer is so incredibly strong. And now it's a matter of how many runes can the Draven not invest here to ensure themselves an opportunity to win by holding.
And here are some of those nasty tricks from before that you are already quite familiar with. These overzealous fans are just so painful when you're already sitting on a limited amount of bodies. Now, will be spreading himself out rather thinly. That can prove his undoing, but Hidden Blades coming forth regardless. More hidden cards being put away. We actually not sure why Hidden Blade came out there. That is one of the cards they won't be hiding. I can assure you that.
If they do, we got problems. But I don't think so.
Yeah.
But this is interesting, Bandit, because they have tapped themselves out on this hold. They have invested everything. And you know what? Draven Showboat at 10 might. Why not use it in this situation to just make it as strong as possible? This does give the Fiora an opportunity here to be as creative as possible. I like this. Send in only that Fiora, but the Bone Skewer now coming out does mean that this Fiora is in danger.
In danger for sure, and they only have so many lives to be spending. I mean, the Spectral Matron that we see revealed in hand, a very powerful card normally, but when you need to get it done this very turn, it's not really the answers that you are looking for. And a Bone Skewer might just be that tinge of interaction to make sure you are safe and sound.
Matron will be played to the battlefield stunned from
I can only get the Unsung
card.
Hero back, really.
What do you hear? As you said, the Unsung Hero could come out for the trash. Hidden Blade will be tapped to kill that Draven.
And it's practically free, right? Because there's no energy available for the Draven to really capitalize on these extra cards. These extra cards do not matter. Unsung Hero will be coming out, some extra might. And will that be enough to swing the tides? Because this Sat can definitely punch far above his weight on the remaining battlefield.
Matron was opted in to play that unit to the battlefield here. Directly in that ability. Now, it will enter stunned as well. What does the Fiora have left here? They do have the Call to Glory. That is something that they can try and buff up, because both these units are stunned. They are not dealing any damage, Bandit. They are going to the grave here. The question is, how much might can they put onto this Fiora to try and take something down? And even more so, how are they going to be able to take over both battlefields here? They've got a lot of gear. This set can get buffed up to ridiculous numbers. Is it going to be enough?
It will be requiring some gymnastics coming from the Crown Guard themselves. And don't forget still that overzealous fan is still sitting there. So with 2 stunned, even if they can come over the top with Fiora, it might simply not be enough. Call to Glory is being used on the Fiora first. Can they ready her from here on out? It has to be.
To use it.
They kind of have to. They don't have a lot of options left at their disposal.
What are they going to have to do here? The issue is they will be able to take down 2. That Fiora went up to 6. And ideally, they're going to have to choose. Well, what is the question? They can only take down 6. They're going to take down the Vex and the Overzealous fan is what I imagine. But just the fact that this unit enters stunned is so painful for this Fiora. You cannot deal any damage right there. And with that, all their units will die. Some may even retreat back to the base. But it's not going to be enough. And now it's a matter of how do they use the rest of these units to try and conquer. They don't, okay, let me out bad. They don't have to conquer both. They just need to stop the opponent from holding either one. So can they match their mights correctly? Can they use their gears to the best opportunity to take over the boat? Now there's a bit of thinking going on whether onto which units the Fiora wants to take down here.
It feels like a lost cause with the tools available to them. However, don't discount it. But we pretty much have perfect information here. This seems like a done deal. When I do feel like you can see all the synergies coming together right now. You can see how the Bone Skewers are complementing the Vexes, how the Abandons are complementing the card draw of the Draven to sustain yourself forward still. And can they find an answer with this final little cycle that they get to go through? Now they have cleared out the battlefield. That is going to be a big deal. And the final BF sword might be able to punch over. And don't count them out just yet. This Fiora on the brink of death comes back to life roaring.
Check everything happened there. They went to the game very quickly.
Yeah, so they have the might down and they have the movement to start fighting on the other battlefield as well, putting them in control of both battlefields, pushing them over to A, winning themselves the game. Right? That is how I count it, but we're getting an energy check, and it might not be enough.
She only had 3 mana. She only had 3 mana. It wasn't enough to play the sword. So that 1 mana missing, the 1 energy not being enough to play out the sword bandit, I believe, did mean that the Draven got the win there. They were not able to get over that other battlefield. There was too much might there. And the sword was just played as the last card standing. And that right there, unfortunate, but not enough.
That's a shame, because I really like that combat mechanic. I should have trusted in my initial judgment that this was a done deal. Gosh darn it.
There. But hey, now instead, we're on to game 2. Draven took the win. And you know what? How many of us were even surprised at how successful this Draven's playing? As now, we get a new sense of these battlefields, Bandit. An old classic for the Fiora, but a new one for the Draven, right? That is a new unleashed battlefield. We're really seeing all
defending
these different
alone
decks coming
is
out.
not as attractive on the forbidding ways. -2 might to any unit defending alone. And well, we saw just the sleuth of bodies that this Draven is able to put out when he needs to. So might be able to circumnavigate those just fine.
There, it's an kind of, it's, you know, obviously you don't want to be alone. It's a bit of an early game battlefield too, because ideally towards the mid and late game you will have more than 1 unit available to yourself. You'll have more opportunities to send in different units to hold, but we'll have to see how it plays out. But I do like it, Bandit. I do like the opportunities that it gives you as an attacker on Draven, because you always want to be the person on the conquer effect to get into that battlefield.
And as we are sculpting our hands to get into game 2, let there be no doubt, this Draven is reigning supreme still, sitting on his first win in the series. 1 more to crown himself champion of this Runes and Rift Set 3 tournament. Can they push it over the edge? Being on the play was not enough for Fiora in the first game. Can they get it done in a second attempt? If they can't, there will be no do-overs, no third chances to charm themselves a way back in. Now is the time to show it all, leave everything on the Rift.
This is the moment right here to show what you got in yourself, to be able to come back in this best of 3, taking down the first loss. And you know what? From my own experience, when you lose the first game, it makes winning that second game feel so much better. And that third game is just, it feels written to be yours. It feels like it's deserved, it's earned. And right now, the 2 runes have been tapped for Fiora. What do they have to play?
This Draven is definitely not untouchable, right? Lost a game in his previous series as well. So we know it can be done. And if you can do it once, you can do it twice. But a more perfect start, you can't almost dream yourself up with both the Broker, the Treasure Hunter, and the Stack Deck, giving themselves the resources for later and the card selection for now, setting themselves up for success on all fronts of the game.
Fiora being played out from the champion zone, getting themselves out that unit. They will equip that Doran's Blade, channeling an extra rune by making it mighty. The question is, are they going to opt in to even ready it themselves? Well, no, can't ready it. They won't. And now they pass the turn, and I want to see what the Draven does here, because that battlefield, their own battlefield, doesn't look too, it doesn't look too enticing for themselves. I don't think they want to send their own Treasure Hunter there to make it -1 might bandit. That seems a bit weird.
And it is not great. And we do see the final battlefield reveal. They will be committing to it regardless. Might just be enough for them, because it does mean that you also have to kind of lure the Fiora out in all by herself to get rid of the treasure hunter. So you're putting your opponent at a bit of a conundrum to say, well, do you want to get rid of the treasure hunter? Because it does mean you will be losing 2 might when I come for my revenge.
Yep. Giving a unit that has 1 might -2 doesn't hurt. It's not surviving for much longer. And as you said, it now pushes this Fiora themselves into an awkward spot. But the challenge being used instantly to take out that Kai'Sa played into base. Absolutely fantastically done. Pit Rookie coming out as well to buff up that Fiora. I like this play very much from the Fiora.
And you have to be really conscious of these openings when they do present themselves. Seeing that the Draven was only on a single energy left, you know you can commit to this pretty unopposed. And there haven't been many of these gaps. So it's so important that Fiora makes the lunge, finds her mark, and makes First Blood a reality.
Now making excellent use of that other battlefield, getting a card draw because they controlled the Forbidding Waste. And now they will retreat back, playing a set to their base, channeling a rune, and setting themselves up for another attack. As they have not only gotten themselves a point lead here, Bandit, but they have developed their cards in hand. And now the Draven is forced to play out aggressively themselves, will go into there with the Tide Turner, and now they're going to have to use this Vex.
Yeah, and the same is true for the Draven. Only 2 energy that they have to play into. This would be the turn to see if they can find those openings. And when you start up with a Brynn here, the gates are open to do whatever you want. Call of Glory will be snuck out just before, making life a little more difficult for the Vex, so she can't just freely sneak onto the battlefield without any cost. Will need some additional support. The 3 energy left in the tank. Will Draven tap out once again?
Like that though. Force your opponent to play something, and in this situation they seemingly didn't have anything to play. And that's gonna be painful for the Draven. Brynn here, such a fantastic card, and when you play it in situations like that and you don't get to maximize the usage of it, it feels bad. And now, with the reveal of these cards, we see Rebuke and another fan favorite.
Yeah, Starcross coming through, and this is another one of those cards that really can punish those singular attacks, taking out the general in any given scenario, leaving the Draven with the Rebuke, a strong card as we know, but that double power cost is something you will be keeping in the back of your head. And I think the most important case right now is the fact that this Vex is not sat onto a battlefield, knowing that this set might just punch his way through. And when Vex is not sitting at that battlefield, she is not doing a whole lot besides looking pretty.
That she is. She's just hanging out there. And I like this play because they know what cards the Draven has. There's a Darius, there's a Rebuke, and it's like, hey, I dare you, play the Rebuke out. And they know it's coming. The Rebuke will be played. That's gonna give the Draven a combat draw. And I want to see what answer does the Fiora now have, because clearly they had some kind of plan to get this battlefield going, as they'll drop the set again, and in it goes.
In it goes, and with a mighty crash, he punches his way through. Now, the direct benefit in the victory department, in victory point department, is quite limited, right? Setting them on to 5 means they will need a little bit more to get themselves to that all-freeing magical number 6, but getting rid of just simply so much might and energy on that battlefield, whilst also baiting out the Rebuke. Look at the hand of this Draven. It's decimated. How is he supposed to win combat with only a single unit?
I mean, winning combats is one thing right now. They need to get some points under their belt. They're sitting at 2. Fiora is at 5. They need to start catching up on this right now. And we'll have to see how they use their hands. They do have a Darius available. They can play that unit and get it ready by combining it with something else. The question is, what opportunities do they have? And even more importantly, there's a hidden card, Bandit, for the Fiora. And that is always something you've got to take into consideration.
Yeah, the hidden cards can be quite shy, but are usually quite eager to come out and play when the right target presents itself. Now, is a spinning X Vex that sort of target? We haven't seen a lot more cards being hidden from Fiora's side, but the Hidden Blade. Let's see if they can come out to play. Punch first will be invested. That will definitely make it a little more interesting for the Fiora to not commit those expensive, valuable hidden cards just yet.
The Unsung Hero goes up to 7 right there. It seems the Vex will be used to take down the Darius. Now, so I know the Darius, the Vex, but the Darius is now coming out, and they will equip that axe, buffing it up to 10, and opting in to go to the battlefield, because you know what? I see the vision, you need the points, but reacting with the Hidden Blade on the Unsung Hero yourself, that is a 4-card draw play for this Fiora.
That is a 4-card draw play, but most importantly, they will not be going up to 6 points, and that is alleviating so much pressure from our Draven. That means he can have some more time to wait out this next turn, and when the Bone Skewer comes through, it might be headed to disaster, despite the fact that the Draven is cardless.
That is 5 units in the hand of
A lot of units.
I mean, it's a lot of units, and one of them is going to die. The question is, which one do they choose?
Well, you have your options right here, and I feel like how much more card draw do you want to give to this Fiora? You know that this game will be lasting a little bit more, but, you know, getting rid of the Fiora before she can get mighty, before she can get that ganking and deflect, snipping these obstacles in the butt before they can truly grow up to be major nuisances, and that is exactly what will be happening. And with this full information, you know that there will be no combat tricks coming out. This is a clean, surgical execution of a Fiora.
Surgical indeed, as they get the turn back to them.
Back to
Now
them.
They have to decide how to play this out. I mean, the turn's not back to them. The turn's still on them, I should say. But they want to honestly just drop these units as they so choose. And if anything, they can play the first mate here to try and return that pit rookie instead. They'll drop their own pit rookie, and I like that. Drop the pit rookie to buff up that Yordle Explorer, getting it mighty, getting the extra rune. Bring yourselves up to 9 on the next turn, and you can easily play those 2 units and whatever other unit you may draw.
But the power of information, knowing that there's no riposte hiding there, that there are no challenges to have to worry about, means you can get so much done, even if you do only have 2 cards in hand and a Darius to back it up. You are sitting on 3, so you do have to really start moving around, get yourself in a position where you can start fighting your way back into the game. One more targeted punch from Draven can put this Fiora flat out on her behind. And with 8 energy to back it up, they might just get the job done.
8 energy, and there's an absolute dream coming through here. What are they going to go for? They can bring this this Darius across the battlefield here by moving it to base and readying it, but that will leave it alone on the battlefield. 2 cards in hand. The Draven is available as well, as here we see a Vex being played and the turn is being passed. I like this.
And this is the type of card that can really gonk up the gears turning over on the other side, grinding them to a halt, making it a harder position to be in. Vex out onto the battlefield will be very annoying to have to fight your way through, but 9 energy is nothing to scoff at. And time is on Fiora's side. They can take it easy, wait for the opportune moment to strike.
This Vex did buy the Draven another turn here, because all these units being played will be stunned. So now Fiora can just play all these units, drop them in, and Fiora does still have units ready to go into the attack. They can still send in whatever they may like. The question is, Are they going to do it? Are they going to send everything in for this Conquer? Draven only has 1 card left, but this
Oh, the trigger
battlefield
is full.
is stacked with 11.
Here we go. We are off to the races, and this is a small army coming down to play. They have to get. They're gonna have to overcome the 3 extra might of the spinning axes, bringing us all the way to 12. But with a garrison like this, ready to strike, and a single card still in hand, you should be able to overpower your opponent. There is the thumbs up. And now for real, Fiora evens the playing field, and we have ourselves a series.
Fiora takes the win there, bringing this to a game 3 in this final, and I would have it no other way. We are seeing a great performance from both of these players who have shown clearly why they deserve to be here in the finals, and now it's all going to come down to this game. Draven has said, hey, I'm going first this time. This is my turn to go first.
And this is the first time for this series that we do get to see Draven start our game going up. And I will say, can you let a Draven dictate the pace of play? We have our final battlefield received, more draw for our Fiora, and a little bit of holding power and flexibility for our Draven. And we have seen both decks win now. What is priority what things have to go right for Fiora to take it home?
What they had last game that really helped them was just the sheer amount of units they were able to play out safely, and the early amount of points they were able to get an extra bit of point tempo on this Draven and force the Draven to play risky, the Draven to play aggressively. And with that, the Fiora really had all the answers they ever needed for that right there.
And well, only a stacked deck coming out, so not off to a super crashing start.
Yeah.
Will be selecting himself. Kai'Sa coming out now at the cost another tapped out turn. And this is where we saw previously where Fiora can strike so vengefully.
Warmogs is being played out to equip that rune, and they will look to conquer this battlefield.
If they conquer and they get the buff, not only do they get to draw, but if there's a challenge to get rid of this Kai'Sa right now, we know for a fact that there is no energy left to answer anything. Thumbs up from our Draven. All he can do is pray and hope that there's nothing laying in wait. Will be retreating, and he can sigh a breath of relief as it's only the Lucian coming out.
The Lucian will steal away that Warmogs, and I like that play. Move in the Fiora with 4, conquer to get Mighty at 5, and then ready itself to move back. That is a budget Lucian on the Fiora, right? Well, maybe not budget, a bit more expensive, but did the same trick. And now the Lucian played out, taking away that Warmogs is a great way to set yourselves up for 2 units here. Kai'Sa did conquer the other battlefield. They get the card draw through conquer, and now they develop their own units in the battlefield. And this time, they leave the 2 open, ready for that inevitable spinning axe.
Yeah, that inevitable spinning axe is a option you have to keep in mind at all times. But what is a spinning axe in the face of someone who punches first? We're going to... the options available to Draven are a bit limited. He really has to commit to a single play to keep himself alive, and we're in such a fragile state of the game. Whoever can make the first crack show can crash through and really distance themselves from their opponent.
Now we'll have to see what they decide to do here as they move in for this combat. They do have an opportunities here to wait a bit. They can just take their time to think and ponder out what they want to do here. Then they will start tapping their runes, and the sabotage coming out first. I like that. Get your opponent's hand shown and force them to react if they want to.
It's a scouting party just to make sure that they are not walking into any traps. And, well, they will be given to think over what is there to decide on. Do they really have an answer for that. I mean, I feel like even the abandon, which is now revealed, would not answer that truly. And now they are bare. No secrets any longer for the Crown Guard here. And I mean, even canonically, we are in that position where you can embrace that Demacia versus Noxus. It's a canon event, W.
This is the most canon event I've seen in a long time, and it's you know what, I'm all for it. It's been epic, it's been adventurous, it has been awesome, and now we see the spinning axe being removed, and not only that, we know exactly what cards are available. One of which is that Ride the Wind, so that can be used to keep that Kai'Sa safe. Now they first start moving into the Sunken Temple, and now comes the Lucian.
Yeah, and now they are forcing them in a bit of a bind. Will you be trying to evacuate your Kai'Sa? It will not be moving to the base. Will you try your luck and trade against a assured Lucian? But you know for a fact, with 5 energy still ready to go, is it even worth it? Or do you have to accept your losses?
Like the opportunity here to just do nothing. They won't do nothing. They'll play Call to Glory. But the opportunity was there to, say, hey, either you're saving your Kai'Sa or we trade. Instead, Call to Glory is played. And now it's going to be a matter of what the Kai'Sa will do. Because we saw a lot of counter spells available. And they will now use the Ride the Wind.
What will come through for it? Now, already being moved. Now, we do get a response. Not too quick. That is also... And a riposte will end this for certain. This Kai'Sa is trapped and will go down fighting.
They choose the Fiora, readying it as well. So now they kill the Kai'Sa, they've readied their Fiora, and they can move both these units back to back to base safely again, Bandit. This is just exactly what you want to do as Fiora against a Draven. You do not want to leave units at these battlefields. I'm liking every second of this.
We are liking it, and despite the fact that there has been some damage wreaked upon the runes of Fiora, she can ramp herself up quite easily. A stack deck being put to use to find the tools for repairing this broken state of a board. Only a few cards in hand, and with a single energy up, you're still not safe. Well, you are safe. Punch first is unobtainable with only a single body rune.
Which makes me ask, why was the Lucian left at the battlefield? Do they really want to try and maybe force this Draven into the fight to use some kind of spell and trick? They did see the hand of the Draven before. They do know that the Spinning Axe would have to come on the draw or from this stacked deck in this situation. So we'll have to see what they get, as now they move in both units with 5. Will match the Lucian's tempo.
Yeah, and they are just trying to get it done the hard way. And at a certain point, you have to accept that you might have to go for something more risky. And there is the thumbs up. Putting down the trade. Will be trading them in kind, but no points for the Draven. Meaning that his situation is not improving just yet. The Ferris Forerunner might be able to make that difference, but it's still a slow burn, and this is not necessarily time that Draven has.
Draven is on the scary moment here, because
he's tapped out again.
He's tapped out again, but also Fiora can just opt in to get as many points as they like. The only thing that Fiora is risking right now is they're not getting as many card draws as we've seen before, and they are also using a lot of runes, as again we see them move in, get the buff, get the mighty Fiora, use the channel extra rune. The question is, will they ready their Fiora to send it back to base safely, or will they decide to hold it this time?
It's kind of a nasty one, because it really depends on what is still in your hand. I feel like you can't allow this Draven to get these positive combats out. I think it's all about maintaining the separation you have with this Draven, rather than try and increase it. It doesn't matter if you win with 4 points difference or 1 point difference. What matters is winning, and you gotta play it safe.
now they're still in this battlefield. I think decisions are being made on what they want to do next. Sometimes, though, I just wish I could get into these hands of these players to see what they have. What are their options? What are they thinking right now? 2 cards is not a lot to have. And I'm sure they would love to have when we saw last game.
Ooh,
Where...
they passed. They are not readying the Fiora.
No.
And that is maybe the pivotal point of this game. There is no doubt in the head of our Draven. Nurov knows he has to bring the fight to Fiora right now. Death Grip invested will be buffing up his Fiora. But this Draven, after taking some time off, has the tools to start coming over the top. Abandon invested, will be putting it back into their hand. But will that be enough?
Is used.
Oh, and the Rebuke will make it matter very, very little. A small investment in the rune department, but there goes the Fiora. Mighty no longer. And here we have a 1 combat, the first of many to follow, putting Draven onto 2. And the Kai'Sa will ensure a steady flow of cards to keep up this maddening tempo that a Draven can set.
This is really good for the Draven. They've not only forced the Fiora into a situation where they're losing out on runes, but they have now had all their units removed. And even though the Draven is behind by 3 points, they can really quickly catch up here. Now, they will play out that Fiora again from the Fresh Rebuke. And the Spectral Matron coming out. This first time we've seen it played from their own hand. Every time it's been bone skewered out. Does bring out the Lucian. And they will, as well, spend a lot to get that unit ready. And there are they going to send it in? There it goes. Flying into the battlefield. It will get a buff. Putting it up to 6. And passing the turn.
But once again, you're a little bit volatile. And a single right, the wind can prove to be disastrous. Tapped out Fiora, vulnerable once again, presenting openings one after another. Can Draven make use of it? That is the key of the question here. If they can manage to break this position, this hold that the Spectral Matron has, they might be right back into this game. Kai'Sa and the Spinning Axes are looking to get the job done. You know there is no answer. That's the end of the Matron, and Draven is right back in this game.
Getting the draw for Conquer, getting the draw for winning the combat. That is 2 cards into the hand of this Draven, and right now they are getting the card advantage. They are climbing back the points bit by bit. They are keeping themselves ahead in runes, and now with 6 runes still open here and 4 cards in hand, they have a lot of different opportunities ready for them to choose how to close out this game. They still have to be careful though. If Fiora manages to conquer both battlefields in this next turn, they will win the game. So the Draven plays it a bit safe. They opt in to hide a card, and we'll have to see where they play it. There we go, next to the Ferris Forerunner.
Next to the Ferris Forerunner, knowing that allowing this Fiora to draw could spell disaster. However, look at the position that this Draven has put themselves in. They clawed their way back, and despite the fact that this Fiora is threatening with the units available to them, and at any point, if they have a single slip-up, they can find themselves the loser in this series. So I doubt that we will see this Draven ever tap out, ever again.
They don't need to. They can play it slow. And here we see the Fiora. They're dropping their own units. The one thing they now have is time. If they want to wait it out, if they want to allow themselves some time to develop their board state, they can, but only for one more turn. As they send that body rune, they're going to equip this Vormog's armor somewhere. I can imagine it's going onto the Lucian, because at least you get to channel a rune back. There we go, we do see it. But what else can they do here? What can they do?
Keep their cool? They have to remain cool in this situation, because if you misstep now, that might be it for you. You are already sitting on a limited amount of cards, a limited amount of runes, and you need to maintain that little gas that you have to come it We are not keeping cool. We are not maintaining our heads. We are committing, and we want to fight right now. Now, the Tide Turner will be evacuating if need be. And with the Starcross coming through, this might be a bit of a disaster. An extra buddy freed up, and Fiora might be biting the dust.
Being able to react and then use the Starcross to return a unit to your hand that you don't even need at a battlefield is huge. And then with doing that as well, they do lose the combat. Draven gets another draw here. And the Fiora in a desperate situation here. Only 3 runes left to play. They've got to get something out. We know one of those cards is the Lucian Bandit, but what else do they have? How do they come back into this game? Because it's looking so good for the Draven.
Yeah, and this is that position where you do crack a bit under the pressure. You feel like you have to get something done now. You can smell the victory. You can almost touch it. But never has Fiora been further away from it. Not only do they lose their own units, the cards keep flowing for Draven. The situation goes from bad to worse, and they don't have the cards to really recover. Time is no longer truly on their side if they cannot find a way back in. What is the out for them? What is their path to victory?
Is their path here? It's all about developing on this turn. You've got 4 runes open. I'm sure you would love to be able to play some kind of units, because you need units to be able to go on the attack next turn. You're not going to be able to likely hold this, conquer a battlefield this turn to hold. So it's all about developing for the next turn. You don't want to play any gears. You don't have the Fiora anymore to play and ready your units once they're played. So right now, it's what units do I have in hand, if any, besides the Lucian, and how do I get them out?
And the only solace in this situation is that the Draven can't just retreat and call it a day and mount their own attack. You will have the benefit of attacking. However, I'm not sure how lucky you'd call yourself when you know that they will be welcoming you with all of these combat tricks. We have seen some spinning axes, but as I can recall, I feel like we've only seen a single abandon. So when you're already limited on cards, even if you do find that one solution, you might have to be ready to play it twice.
Okay. We've dropped the Lucian again. We've equipped it with the Warmogs. And the Starcross coming out again. The Fizz replaying it. This is painful for the Fiora.
Absolute misery. Because all that development that they managed to get through gets washed away. Now, the ultimate slam on the door would be if they manage to land a Vex on a battlefield. That will not be happening just yet. A tiny speck of hope as they do manage to get up to 8 energy, but they will be needing a small miracle. The mountain seems higher than ever. Victory is only a dream at this moment as he has to face down 2 battlefields before he can crown himself victor.
And the Sloan unit in the base of this Fiora, the pit rookie, standing strong, standing hopeful, but what can it do against these 2 incredibly mighty battlefields from the Draven? Overzealous Fan, Ferris Forerunner on the one side, a Spinning Axe Kaiser with a hidden card. Now the gears are turning. You only have to take over 1. That's the key point right here. You take over 1, and then you're putting your opponent in position to try and conquer. So that's the priority right now. Get over one of these battlefields and doing it in an efficient way.
They have their task cut out for them. Energy to match. And we have seen some swingy turns come through, especially with the matrons that they are playing. Their trash has piled up rather nicely right now, with the Fiora laying in wait. That can kind of be a tide turner in itself. However, that is going to be such a costly investment only to slow down the Draven. You are not answering the cards right now, because even if you do manage to crush that Ferris Forerunner, you are still having to deal with the 2 mechs that it will spawn. The grip on the throat of Fiora is tightening and has to come up with solutions sooner rather than later.
Time is ticking away. The 4 cards, 8 runes. What can they do? How do they get into this battlefield? And which one do they choose? Because like you mentioned, you kill that Ferris Warner. You've got the mechs to deal with afterwards. You go into the other battlefield. You've got a Kai'Sa and a hidden card. As there comes out the Spectral Matron. Fiora Worthy will be played again from the trash. And now the options are there because you can start readying your units.
You can start readying, but that is a big investment that will lay your economy in waste only to stop your opponent. But what other choice do you have? You can't just sit down and take it. You have to put up a stand right now. Go over the options. What can this Draven be holding that would absolutely be disaster? We have already seen 2 spinning X's be played. Surely there's not more. An Abandon has not been played just yet. We know there are plenty laying in wait. Go over your options. How big of a commitment can you make in this turn?
Runes are being floated as we speak. We see the Warmogs equipped, and that will ready that Spectral Matron, putting it up to 5. Kai'Sa sits at 7, and now we move in our 2 units, matching the 7 on 7, the hidden card, the cards in hand from Draven. But what will the Fiora do? Will they pass the action? They have to do something first here. They need to hold this battlefield, but the thumbs up implies they pass the action.
Is calling in some support, making sure that this Spectral Maiden will be going home. If it is allowed to resolve what is left in the tank, challenge will be called upon to make sure that there will be some damage coming through regardless.
So
now, the target's being called. I'm not sure if that will be allowed to resolve. There is some discussion on the target selection there, and because of the action, I'm not sure if they can react with this challenge.
It's something you're gonna have to do before, but once you're in the combat, as soon as that overzealous fan enters into it as the defender status, it can't play its effect. So the challenge is not, you can use it there, but not on the overzealous fan. And with that, they do send back this Spectral Matron. Now, challenge will still be played. What are they challenging here? They will use the challenge, I believe, on the Matron onto the Kai'Sa to try and still take that unit down. But
here you have it. Disaster coming over the edge. Abandon will be had. Abandon all hope of a new victor. History is doomed to repeat itself, and as more things change, the more they say the same, unless a final answer can come through. Energies being tapped and recycled. But is there any hope? Is there a spot of light at the end of the tunnel?
They're replaying it. They are replaying the channel, making it so expensive. And all this does is their units still die. Their units still trade. It just buys them a little bit more time, man. But all the Draven has to do is accelerate.
No, they're doing it again. Right, the wind, the fizz will come through. A minor pivot to the next battlefield, and we can crown a champion for our Runes and Rift tournament. A familiar face in a new package will reign supreme ever still. Draven might be dead, but long live Draven, crowning himself champion evermore.
Neuroth takes the win. They're going undefeated over the best of threes tonight, dropping a game inside the rounds, but that did not matter. And with that, we see Draven win another tournament. And this is something that might bring fear to some of you viewers, because that means that Draven, this reign is not over. And when Unleashed comes out, we may just see Draven win more and more and more.
Only shifting a little bit. Draven still on top. Now, we are only at the precipice of the new set, but the bar has been set. If you want to start contending for the top, this is what you're going to have to deal with. And we see him mow down hold decks. We see him cut through Fioras in the finals like they're made out of butter. What do you have to put up? We saw that the seeds for success are in those minor openings in the early game. Is the answer for our Draven a big, heavy aggro deck?
It's hard to say because I think, you know what? It could just be as simple as maybe the Fiora was lacking some unleashed cards themselves, some new kinds of tech.
Fair.
Draven had those new answers. Is the aggro deck going to be enough? It's something where you want to be able to match the tempo of the Draven, but not too aggressive to the point where you're leaving units at battlefields that allows Dravens to draw from. So you want to be able to counter their own counter spells and be able to play it out. Is aggro the way? I do think so, but it may just come down to the point where it's a matter of, hey, what can I play around these cards, and what of my own unleashed cards can I use to answer Draven?
I think the challenge is rather clear. And with this tournament being played, what is the major takeaway for you personally, Dubby? I mean, I know for a fact that you are still playing in set 2. Most of us still are. But with the lessons learned from this tournament, what will you be taking home in your deck brewing as we are heading home?
My taking home, honestly, these new cards for Chaos are looking so good. The uses, the creative use of Abandon, being able to use Fizz again to replay cards from your trash just looks stronger and stronger. So that right there is looking very scary. All you Chaos color enjoyers out there, wow, you guys have been blessed with some fantastic cards. So that right there is something that I'm going to be looking out for, and more particularly how to prepare against them, because if I don't want to play Chaos, I 100% have to expect that I'm going to be playing against those cards. What to use against those? I mean, maybe a Rengar signature spell. You know, replay my units, ignoring the spell. I kind of like that attack.
It's kind of spicy, but I feel like, at least in this version of Draven that we've seen, and God knows what we'll finally see and our Draven end up with, but I feel like he took all the best parts of an Ezreal deck and took all of the card advantage without the need for Cold Shot from the Draven, and together getting like this Frankenstein freak monster that is so flexible. It is frightening. Unleashed is going to be a set where everything is still to play for, and you can't leave anything behind. Full heavy blows only, but all that only in the future. For now, I think we're slowly approaching that moment where we have to say goodbye, but we're not gone just yet. Dubby, if people just can't get enough of you, where should they head to keep up to date with your latest adventures?
I'll be going on an adventure tomorrow. I've got a skirmish. It looks like there's around 16 players signed up, so it could be more. And I will be playing an Aurora Master Yi tech. I've been practicing this out since I stopped playing Draven after the ban, so I will be posting up my accomplishments tomorrow. I'm hoping for a win. I've gotten very close twice. Maybe tomorrow will be the day, so do give me a follow on Twitter if you want to try. Third time lucky. That's how they say it, right?
I mean, you are sitting in that calm domain as well, so you might actually be third time charming them, right? That is,
you know it.
That is as the saying goes. Now, definitely give some love to Dubby, and if you just can't get enough of it in general, we will be. The upcoming weeks are jam packed on Runes of Rift. Plenty of tournaments, Lille only in a week, and if you are still not entirely sure how to approach that, well, I just have the bit of a video for you where me and Dubby together are going over some of the contenders post-ban era, but pre-set 3. That over on YouTube. Only a hop and a skip away, but that all about does it for us. Dubby, I'm going to give you the final word. How do you want to end this? Anything you want to say to the audience?
gosh, the pressure on me to close things out tonight. No, I want to shout out all the viewers. Thanks everyone for joining in on these streams. Shout out to the players for playing tonight. You guys gave us an absolute show earlier, and I am very excited to see what all of you guys come up with in the future, in the following weeks, as we get more and more Unleashed techs. So on these next streams coming up, I'm looking forward to seeing what decks you guys bring us.
A team effort all across all sides of the aisle needed to bring such a great product to you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Until very soon. Draven out.